Let's start off with this Vice one. Hello. I personally find cruise ships fascinating. I know this is talking about yachts, but I also hate them, and I wish they didn't exist because they're insanely bad for the environment. So let's take a gander at this one. That was a chicken.
In the open ocean, you get to pick what countries' rules apply to you, and the rich and powerful pick the countries that conveniently let them pay no taxes, skip safety regulations.
What the fuck? Did the video just start like this? Oh. I guess. Okay.
In the open ocean, you get to pick what countries' rules apply to you, and the rich and powerful pick the countries that...
Well, I guess we'll find out, won't we? I'm gonna watch this video first, and then we'll dive into it. It's a long one, so...
conveniently let them pay no taxes, skip safety regulations, and screw over their crews. We're here to break down how the rich live above the law.
Also, I just think conservative anything, pretty stupid.
Set up systems to do it and fuck over the rest of us. Welcome to Offshore. Ahoy, motherfuckers! Why are wealthy people throwing up flags for random countries on their damn boats?
Alright, the volume mixing could be a little bit better on this video.
And how does this help them get richer and avoid rules like, say, paying their workers? Are mega yachts mega fucked? Or are companies and the rich getting away with this offshore scheming? Okay, let's get into who's doing this. The big three cruise lines are...
I also probably should have moved the teleprompter closer to, like, the camera, because it really does look like he's reading off screen.
Headquartered in Miami, but they fly flags of offshore countries to avoid regulations and to save money. Norwegian Cruises, they fly the flag of our old friend Bermuda. Carnival Cruises flies half and half mix of Panama and the Bahamas. Oh.
Did he also edit the shit drunk? That's what it feels like.
And the Royal Caribbean Cruise is based out of the beautiful Caribbean country of Liberia, which is actually in Africa and not the Caribbean. Don't tell me what to do, I'm cruising, baby! Who else is doing this? Larry Ellison, founder of software giant Oracle.
I feel like this would hit different if, like, his audio was better balanced. I feel like I can just, like, barely hear him, which doesn't give him that air of, like, authority, I guess? I don't even know what the exact word would be.
Has the Cayman's flag out for his super...
Like, he just seems a little too quiet. And it's not his, like, this is completely an editing problem. Because, like, the way he's saying things, I think is fine.
Trump Education Secretary Betsy DeVos's
oh, shit, I remember that.
164-foot family yacht was registered in the Caymans, despite being...
Dude, it's so crazy that you, like, how often you yachting? Like, just rich people have way too much money. They don't need to exist to this capacity. Like, why? Also, you need to have a whole fucking crew. It's not like a thing that you can just, like, there's like a level of, like, lack of privacy when you have that, like, big of a yacht, because it's not like you're fucking sailing it.
Docked in Huron, Ohio. So much for America first, I guess. Amazon founder and wannabe space cowboy Jeff Bezos has a mega yacht that recently made news in the Netherlands for being so large they plan to remove a bridge so it could get out to the ocean. So does...
Oh my god. We're gonna eat them eventually.
This American billionaire, known for exploiting American warehouse workers, have an American yacht? No, of course not. It's also registered in the Caymans. So we'll talk about how the fuck they do this. But first, why the fuck they do this. You skip on taxes, safety, and wages. You're not taxed in your home country, you're just paying a little fee in whatever country you're set up in. What about wages and safety for workers? America has labor laws, but you don't have to worry about those out here on the high seas. Your ship caught up in a disaster, an oil spill? Well, that's the business of you and the country of whatever flag is flapping around the back of your boat. So when did all this start? After the Titanic sunk in 1912, a worker safety and protection law was passed, the American Seamen's Act of 1915. big boat businessmen were like, we don't want to have to deal with all these ridiculous, unfair rules like having food on board for sailors, letting them sleep, or having silly little lifeboats. So they registered ships in offshore countries. Open boat registries were set up in countries that allowed your boat and the business of that boat to follow the much more chill rules of those far-flung.
What the fuck is that flag? I want America to have so many states that, like, it's just a white panel instead of it being a star. I don't know what the fuck this is for. Is this for Puerto Rico? No. Close. I don't know what that flag is. Whatever. If anyone knows. Fuck, where'd my tab go? There it is.
Countries, as opposed to your home country, or the country where the business
What's happening? Oh, that was
makes
me.
its money. That would make too much sense. All legal, shady, but legal. The ocean industry, mostly cargo ships, oil platforms, and tankers, is dominated by boat registries in Panama.
Why do you want AMD? AMD is like, I mean, I guess it's cheaper. To be fair, AMD is actually pretty good comparatively to, like, it's usually cheaper with comparable stats to NVIDIA, but a lot of games are just tailored for NVIDIA, so it's a little bit of a trade-off, you know? You know, AMD's fucking software to update their graphics card, though, is absolute dog shit. It's so bad. Like, it's literally, like, better to just go to the website and download the drivers manually. Look at Starfield. I'd rather not.
Liberia and the Marshall Islands. All in all, flags of convenience are a big part
Yeah, I
of
will say the NVIDIA app's pretty good.
the CBiz and its problems. Take the example of the Deepwater Horizon oil rig. Remember that little incident? It was a floating semi-submersible drilling unit, so sort of a boat. Anyway, it exploded and spilled 210 million gallons of oil, devastating marine life and resulting in the worst ecological disaster in
And a probably dog shit movie that Mark Wahlberg was in. I don't know, I didn't actually watch it.
U.S. history. Investigations showed a clear lack of safety concerns. And that was made all the more possible when you're flying the flag of a country with insufficient, unenforced regulations, like the Marshall Islands. Of all the industries to fly the least regulated flags, it's the oil industry. The dirtiest, oiliest, grossest, most ecological disaster waiting to happen. Can we regulate one industry that's destroying our world? They can't be trusted. So what about this cruise ship? Let me tell you about the Nordic
Oh, is this the Costa Concordia?
Empress. In
Oh,
1983, the Coast Guard caught the ship owned by Royal Caribbean, dumping oil in the ocean by the Bahamas. They eventually discovered a conspiracy to save money on all their boats by dumping waste into the ocean. Royal Caribbean denied all of this and said,
Wait, why would that save money? Oh, like they were like being paid by another source to do to dispose of it? What? I feel like you can't just drop that and not explain what the fuck you're talking about.
said, you can't come after us anyways because we fly the flag of Liberia.
Oh, sure, we found out. Liberia. Liberia's trying to fucking pretend it's America. Fucking fake America.
What the fuck is up with the Empress? She's Caribbean, she's Nordic, she's really Liberian. Who the fuck knows? Consider me unimpressed. Guess who else uses flags of convenience? The kings of the offshore. You know them, you hate them. The Russian oligarchs. These fuckers. And as you might have seen, some of their tacky ass mega yachts are getting chased down at ports around the world. So, what's going on here?
Was it? I don't know anything about Liberia. Well, that makes more sense with the flag, clearly. Sierra Leone in Africa. Capital largest city is Monrovia. Fun fact, I guess. 80% of the 80% of Liberia is Dan. I know obviously it's an ethnic group, but I just like to imagine that 80% of the country's name is just Dan. Alright, whatever. I thought that was funny. And 0.8% are Bell. Like the Delphine. Liberia began in its early 19th century as a project of American Colonization Society, ACS, which believed black people would face better chances for freedom and prosperity in America than in, oh my god. Between 1822, the outbreak of the American Civil War, and 1861, more than 15,000 freed and freeborn African Americans, along with uh, 33, oh my god, 3,198 Afro-Caribbeans? Caribbean would trace their full partial ancestry to sub-Saharan Africa. Relocated to Liberia, gradually developing an America-Liberian identity. Huh. Settlers carried their culture and tradition with them. Liberia declared independence on July 26, 1847, which the U.S. did not recognize until February 1862. Liberia was the first African republic to proclaim independence and is Africa's first and oldest modern republic. Along with Ethiopia, it is one of the two African countries to maintain its sovereignty during this scramble for Africa. During World War II, Liberia supported the United States war effort against Germany and in turn received considerable American investment in infrastructure, which aided the country's wealth and development. President William Tubman encouraged economic and political change that heightened the country's prosperity and international profile. Liberia was a founding member of the League of Nations. Oh shit, Liberia's doing it. United Nations and Organization of African Unity. The Liberian settlers did not relate well to the indigenous people they encountered. Colonial settlements were raided by the Kru and Gibo from their inland chiefdoms. Liberian formed into a small elite that had disproportionate political power. Indigenous Africans were excluded from the birthright citizenship in their own land until 1904. That is our biggest export, of course, is like, racism. In 1988, political tensions from the rule of William R. Tolbert resulted in a military coup during which Tolbert was killed, marking the end of the Americo-Liberian rule in the country and beginning over 2 decades of political instability. 5 years of military rule by the People's Redemption Council, and that just sounds bad. Okay, that's not giving me enough information. And 5 years of civilian rule by the National Democratic Party of Liberia were followed by the First and Second Liberian Civil War. Oof. These resulted in the deaths of 250,000 people, about 8% of the population, like the Dans, and the displacement of many more, with Liberian economy shrinking by 90%. A peace agreement in 2003 led to democratic elections in 2005. Well, how are they doing now? The Truth and Reconciliation Commission to address the causes and crimes of the Civil War in 2011. July 26 was proclaimed as President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf to be observed as National Independence Day on October 2011. Peace activist, I'm not even gonna try that. Lema, I'll just say Lema. I can do that one. Received the Nobel Peace Prize in her work of leading a women's peace movement that brought an end to the Second Liberian Civil War in 2003. In November 2011, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was reelected for a second 6-year term. Football striker George Weah, one of the greatest African players of all time. Following the 2017 Liberian general election, former professional, was great African of all time, was sworn as president on January 22nd, 2018, becoming the 4th youngest serving president in Africa. The inauguration marked Liberia's first fully democratic transition in 74 years. Wei cited fighting corruption, reform the economy, combating illiteracy, and then improving living conditions as the main targets of his presidency. I laughed there because I struggled with reading the word illiteracy. His son now plays for the United States soccer team. Interesting. Today I learned about Liberia, at least a little bit. We got a lot of content today, so let's
Remember,
finish this video so we can
Russian
get into
oligarchs are essentially incredibly wealthy businessmen with extreme political influence. They gained monumental wealth with the privatization of state-run industries after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Now, they're also the guys who got positions of power because they are pals with Putin, and they love their giant yachts. They're essentially just private cruise ships. Roman Abramovich owns the Eclipse. The Eclipse is the world's second longest private yacht, has 2 helipads and 1 mini submarine. It's worth about $500 million. Registered in Bermuda. Or there's Dmitry Kamenshik's super yacht, the Flying Fox, worth about $400 million. Jay-Z and Beyonce have been known to party on. This Russian oligarch might have 99.
Honestly, how often I legitimately want to know how often are you using your yacht? I feel like how you're doing stuff like what do you have like? I guess you're probably not if you're that rich. Like, what do you like mostly on the yacht? Like, why do I just don't understand it?
Krystal had an interesting.
That is actually the title of the video. I have that up already. I saw some clips from it yesterday or earlier today. I have it on the docket here. It's in. Oh wait, did I close it? Yeah, right here. Wait, why is this is the same video, right? Oh, it's just probably like they're like random open. And she was like being pretty fucking based.
9 problems, but picking
What
a
I
flag
saw.
isn't one.
Like, I don't know if it's just because, like, Brianna Joy Gray just seems like she's, like, a psychotic grifter, or...
He went with the Cayman Islands for his yacht that houses an actual Turkish bath and a specially designed submarine garage. If you have a Turkish bath on
Why?
your yacht, that's a cruise ship, my man. Why do these guys all want a private cruise ship? Cruise ships suck. Stay on land. I don't know. What do they want, the buffets and shit? I wouldn't mind owning a yacht, honestly. But now, these yachts are getting hunted down. After the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine, countries sanctioned Putin.
Again, the clips I saw, was like, what?
These guys are basically running the country with Putin. The targeted oligarchs hid their wealth in the offshore, so Western countries couldn't get at it. Russian oligarchs' yachts turned their navigation transponders off and sailed to ports where they were less likely to be searched and seized. But you can't just throw a car cover over one of these babies. The Dail bar is a giant yacht, and it was docked for work in Germany. Its owner was...
Why does it look so, like... You know, like when plastic gets old, like white plastic will get old, and then it turns into, like, this weird beige color? That's what this shit looks like.
Unclear and complicated.
Paint that shit,
but
dude.
EU officials cracked the case. It's a Russian nesting doll game with these guys. It was owned by a company in the Cayman Islands, where it's registered. But that company is owned by another company in...
Of course.
Greece, which is
Love
then
that.
owned by another company in Switzerland. And then it keeps going. That's how shell companies work. They just keep going. Until you get a little guy. Oh, nope, still not it. Still looking for that final shell company. Until we get, oh no, it's even smaller. Little baby Russian oligarch. The center is Russian oligarch Alisher Usmanov. He's our little Russian doll. Little baby oligarch. Claims it's not his yacht, so you can't take it, when in reality, it's owned through several shell companies he set up before finally transferring ownership to his sister. You can't just give something to your sister and pretend it's not yours. This isn't Seventh Heaven, where you get caught with cigarettes and blame it on your sister. Despite all this offshore concealment, in March 2022, Germany seized the boat.
Okay, you know what we really need to do to fix this? We need to have, like, the ocean country. Like, it's just one country, but it's just the ocean, the entirety of the oceans. And then those are, like, they have their own system of government or something. We need Atlantis. to actually have these motherfuckers be subjected to regulation.
When countries have incentive, it seems that then, all of a sudden, they can cut through the offshore bullshit. If you can figure out one of the world's largest yachts is owned by a Russian oligarch and it's in your country's port, then you can sell it and maybe keep some of that money. In Antigua and Barbuda, they just seized a yacht, the Alfa Nero, flagged in the Cayman Islands. It seemed to be owned by Russian oligarch Andrei Guriev, who denied owning it through some shady offshore
think it's weird that your parents took your temperature rectally in high school.
structure. It has a lot of necessary amenities like a swimming pool that converts into a helipad. Antigua and
What? What? Fuck, what did I do?
structure. It has a lot of necessary amenities like a swimming pool.
Oh, I bet it like raises. So then it can be a helipad. That's really stupid. What am I supposed to do when my helicopter's there? I won't have a pool then.
That converts into a helipad. Antigua and Barbuda gave the owner 10 days to step forward or they'd auction it off. And no one showed up. Well, that yacht, that's not my yacht. Former Google CEO Eric Schmidt bought the boat for $67.6 million. What a steal, practically free. And if you think maybe this money's going to—
No, my bat's too fucking small. It's only like half of my room. Like what the—
Ukraine or
So I
something?
can't land a helicopter in a pool of water. I don't want it.
Well, that's
Like, if
very
it's not
sweet
that
of you,
size.
but also wrong. How about this? Sanctioned oligarch Dmitry Pompiansky's yacht, the Axioma, was seized off of Gibraltar. The yacht ultimately fetched $37.5 million in auction, and U.S.
You know what I find really annoying is you have to have a whole fucking crew to have like a yacht. Like you gotta have like a squad with you all the time. It's like I don't want to talk to people.
investment bank, JP Morgan, got the money from the sale. The bank got $23 million back that they previously loaned to a billionaire Russian oligarch for some reason.
I support yacht stealing. It's like in general.
Flags of convenience as a scam is serious. It's not just money, it's the environment and it's people's lives too. Like how about this? Cargo boat owners routinely abandon crews on ships in far-flung ports when they deem repairs too costly. A Qatar-based company called Aswan Trading and Contracting recently abandoned 3 different ships. Some people were left at sea for over 2 years with no
Hey,
electricity,
Yahtzee.
no running water, and no sanitary facilities. The company confused authorities with their ownership structure. Remember those Russian nesting dolls?
Huh?
And of course, their ships flew flags of convenience.
I didn't
These people
have
are
my bank
miles, thousands of miles away from home, getting paid the cheapest amount with no safety, no meals, no sleep, and then at the end, they're just abandoned. Just fly them home. Just finish the job. It's so ridiculous. How much money do you need? Listen, I get
Bro needs to focus his camera.
it. You're trying to do business. Just take a little bit of responsibility. Just this small. Just stop pretending your boat is in Panama, Liberia, the Marshall Islands, wherever.
Sounds super cool. Probably have to do a bunch of unethical things in Russia and also suck Putin's dick. Both literally and figuratively.
Stop playing make pretend. Just take this little bit of responsibility. Pay
Probably do a lot of like war crimes, you know? Probably some stuff like that. Espionage, probably.
your people. Let them eat. Let them sleep.
You definitely have to kill a few motherfuckers.
It's just this much. How much money are you even saving? Please, just a little bit. Here's this last little tidbit. 40% of the ocean's ships are flagged in former US colonies, set up by US businessmen, and still sold.
Like, let's be real, nobody's an oligarch without getting somebody killed at some point. You might not be the one directly doing it, but like, you're definitely at least causing the death of multiple people.
Out of the state of Virginia. So before you think this problem is far away from me, just know it's as American as apple pie. All right, well, see you on the boat next week. That was offshore.
Your fucking camera in focus, guy. All right, so I don't know why it starts out with Destiny. Very odd, but I assume they'll do this sometimes, so they'll call out people that they want to have on their show. So I assume Destiny wants to talk to Ben Shapiro. From, I don't know if that's very subtle. I'm really reading in between the lines here, clearly. But very interesting. We're gonna go ahead and move over to the conservative versus liberal gaze. Middle ground. Our favorite Jubilee videos that definitely is not gonna make me want to die. He debate Destiny. He says that, but like, would he really? Like when? Like recently? Like after this? Or I guess let's see.
Bro, I saw you mention me on the Iced Coffee Hour podcast.
I'd be interested in debating Destiny.
I think we should have a debate over who the next president of the United States should be, and I bet Jubilee would host the debate for us.
Did they host debates? I feel like I've never seen Jubilee host a debate. Like, I don't feel like I see a lot of like one-on-one stuff from them. Candid confessions, odd one out, secrets, background. Well, one of the big things that I don't really understand about this is they don't really seem like they have any sort of moderating. I mean, maybe they just edit it out, like, because Jubilee edits like crazy. So, I don't know. I like the Vice ones better, personally. Like the middle grounds, because I guess they're kind of going for a different forum generally, but I feel like the god damn it, tabs are all fucked. They have people debate. I've never seen one, but I mean, I'm sure they got plenty of people working there. Beta Proto come in, yeah, he goes. Destiny isn't as big as Shapiro, but I do think Destiny can. Oh yeah, of course he can out-argue Shapiro. Shapiro's got an. Ben Shapiro can't even argue basically against somebody just asking him questions in an interview. Like we all saw him like get like destroyed by that one guy on the BBC, like where he wasn't even trying to challenge him really. He was just like literally asking him questions.
This is the 113th episode of Middle Ground.
No, 1v1. Yeah, I've never seen them do a 1v1 type of thing. There's no fucking way Ben Shapiro would do a panel.
And we want you to help us decide what the next 113 episodes will be. Join
Hassan Piker versus
the episode of Middle Ground. And we want you to help us decide what the next 113
Hassan Piker versus Ben Shapiro. They're so desperate to get Hassan on. I don't know why he hasn't done one. I feel like he would. I know Vosh was planning to go on one in the past. It just like I think what happened, as we said happened, was it was like a few years ago. It was during COVID, and he was debating QAnon people. The idea was that they'd be debating QAnon people, and surprisingly, I know this might blow your mind, so prepare for what I'm about to say, okay? The QAnon people did not want to get vaccinated, so they couldn't be in the studio. I know. Crazy that would work out that way, but here we are. So they weren't able to actually do... I don't know where they shoot this. I think it's in San Francisco, but I really based that off of like nothing. My guess would be either San Francisco or LA. Just kind of gives me that vibe. Bad for Hassan to debate Shapiro, though? I don't think so. They've been trying to get Hassan to debate Ben Shapiro for like literal years. Like Jubilee specifically. You know, he was supposed to debate Jordan Peterson, but Jordan Peterson like backed out. I mean, scheduling conflict, but you know, you never know with that. Oh, by the way, I'm unintentionally like doing an army cosplay. But that was fun. think benzo dosage conflict probably. Why is he never? Prove the cosplay national. It was unintentional, my bad.
13 episodes will be. Join our Middle Ground Patreon community and make Middle Ground with us.
Wait, why are they all dudes? Or ambiguously identify as.
The gay community is over-sexualized.
That's an interesting question. The gay community is over-sexualized. Like the community of being gay? I think I would have to probably agree with that. But it's not because of the gay community, it's because of the outsiders' misunderstanding of the gay community.
Can the agreeers please step forward?
The gay community, because, you know, it's based off of our sexual attraction, it has a very easy time going into a space that's all about sex. To me, being gay is a lot more than who I sleep with, you know? It's an experience from when I grew up. The movement used to be about love, but then you go to a pride parade now and you're seeing old men with their genitals out.
I think everybody has a right to like express their sexuality in the ways that they do it. So on those grounds, I'm not like offended by these old people like doing what they're doing. But I do agree with that. I think like one of the biggest challenges when I was coming out to my dad, who's Muslim, it was like my sexuality, being gay, isn't just about my sexual lust for other men. It's more about the spiritual connections, the in-depth things. Like me as a whole complex person, I do think that our experiences and our existence has kind of been trivialized by the over-sexualizations. I don't think it's inherently an evil,
and the over-sexualization is apparent in the apps that we can get. I mean, you can literally have sex on demand, or you could find it in a location wherever you want. Certain businesses are actually keeping doors open because men are having sexual relations in the bathrooms, and that's inappropriate. I mean, we want our privacy too, just like women, and now we can't even have our privacy because a small sect of men ruin it for us.
What? He's mad because that felt like that was a weird edit or something. That made so little sense in that context. Some businesses are staying open because dudes are having sex in the bathroom, which is violating my privacy? Question mark? Those things, I need to run that back. Hold on.
Yeah, and that was really frustrating too when I
this like popped up immediately.
Find it in a location wherever you want. Certain businesses are actually keeping doors open because men are having sexual relations in the bathrooms, and that's inappropriate. I mean, we want our privacy too, just like women, and now we can't even have our privacy because a small sect of men ruin it for us.
Yeah, and that was really frustrating too when I came out the closet. It was like I had this innate pressure, like, oh, I have to download Grindr, I have to be super sexualized, and that's really bad on our youth because although I mean, everyone has sex, I get that, but why is it that our community is so hyper-focused on that?
I haven't attended many Pride events because of that reason, and I was able to go to Portugal, and there was this queer retreat, and it was like the first time I felt like safe and secure as a queer person because it wasn't sexual, and I could have these relationships with queer men, but there's no expectation to be sexual.
Yeah, and we see it at the bars. I mean, it's little go-go.
You go to a gay club, you're getting grabbed.
You are.
Keep bathroom doors open?
You're getting hugged, you're getting groped.
I mean, I avoid them at all costs at this point.
Dang, what? Would Middle Ground be without you, Ragini?
But you know, it's not just me.
Okay, what is the fuck is this edit, dude? Like, this is so confusing. Why are you taking me out? Just put this at the beginning.
Now, let's get back to the video.
Dude, this editor's going nutty on this one.
I think it's easy to generalize our community as over-sexualized because we're in it, so we're focused on it. But if you look at the straight community, I think they're doing a lot of what we're doing, especially now with more sexual liberation becoming a thing for them and their community.
This guy's like annoyingly like pretty. I'm not like attracted to him, but it's just like he's like annoyingly pretty.
I also think that we have to remember, like, we've only been legal, as in like decriminalized in our sex for 20 years this year. That's crazy. every year up until 20 years ago, like there's going to be an explosion of people wanting to embrace their sexual liberation. And then you look at things like the AIDS epidemic in the 80s, like that took away so many people and it made us afraid to have sex. So this, in my opinion, is a way for us to overcome stuff, and we definitely need to find a balance.
The basis for making us illegal has always been based on sex. Right. And so being openly sexual in any way at all whatsoever is inherently a protest.
Oh my God, why is he so much louder?
Inherently subversive. I mean, there are sexual things that happen in public that I'm sometimes uncomfortable with, but.
Well, I just think that gay men typically are more, I don't know if like open is the right word, more interested in like self-grooming. I mean that like like how you would groom like a dog. Obviously, sorry. That just was whatever. Where they just take care of themselves better than like straight men, and I don't know why that is. I think it might be that they're more FBI, open up! Like maybe they're more critical of other, like, you know, because they are attracted to men, they know what they find attractive in other men, so they also want to be attractive on that level. I am not a gay man, so I cannot say that for sure, but I would imagine that's probably the case. Like, I like, well, I guess I don't think that's really that relevant. I think girls are significantly more pressured to look a certain type of way, so it's kind of just always been ingrained where guys just get to, like, you know, like, think of like the Family Guy dynamic, or like the Homer Simpson, whatever. Like the wife has to be like hot, and the or like any sitcom really, like, and the husband just gets to be like a slob or whatever. He then knits out of each other's fur. Just wallowing in the dirt. True. It is amazing how little effort a lot of guys put into their own physical appearance, because I think they're just not used to, I don't know, like having to care.
Ow! My stomach.
Do you suffer from gut agony?
And my head.
Tension head? Got that bloated feeling?
Oh.
Inevitable wrinkles? The beginnings of lady moustache? And now you've pissed yourself again? Women, you're leaking, aging, hairy, overweight, and everything hurts. And your children's clothes are filthy. No wonder men long for other, less clammy women. For God's sake, sort yourself out.
Now I'm free to live my own life, my way.
Men, shave and get drunk.
That's basically what I do.
Because you're already brilliant.
Love that. It's almost like these things were designed by men. As we learned from God damn it. As we learned from Call Her Daddy, whoever gets to have the reins is always going to I wasn't even gonna make this sense. The joke I was gonna make.
That doesn't mean that all the things we see and all the things our friends see represent the majority of experiences. A huge portion of LGBTQ people exist in zero public LGBTQ spaces.
I think you draw the line of, you do this in the comfort of your home and you can show affection in public. I don't know if we need to be like indecent in public. I don't know if that would be considered.
How do you define indecent?
I've been
like these fucking cut off sleeves, you slut.
I'm in a 20-year relationship, a 20-year monogamous relationship.
Brag about it.
With my husband, and I say husband even though we're not married, but we're not groping each other in public. We can peck, we joke around. When we walk into a room, they know we're together because we give. Yes, absolutely. We show extra affection at home in the privacy of our home.
That is true. Holding hands is pretty fucking gay. I hate holding hands. I find it like, I don't know if this is like an autism thing or something, but like, I feel like holding hands is like super cringe. I don't know why. I used to do this thing when my parents would make me go to a museum, which sounds funny saying it that way. I would try and walk in between like couples that are holding hands just to like make them separate just because it was really funny. It was like a game I would play with my friend because she was with tagging along or whatever. Because you act like you're not paying attention because you're looking at the museum stuff. So then they're paying attention, so then they have to separate. And I don't know. But is that mean? Was that mean to do? I mean, it was like 2 seconds of inconvenience, but I thought it was really funny. Yeah, it's just sweaty
or
and
in the
gross.
privacy of friends' homes because
What
we
am I,
feel
some sort of
comfortable in that.
nerd?
And you know that though is your specific preference for public affection. There are a million rom-coms out there for with heterosexual people, and a funny thing seen in that movie
Correct.
is straight people having sex in some public space.
Correct.
This is a.
I still don't think that's appropriate.
I don't
Straight
necessarily do
people, gay
either.
people
I
having
don't
sex in a
necessarily do
public
either.
space
I'm
is
just
not
saying we're
appropriate.
talking about personal preferences.
I know, but I think a lot of times in this, and I don't disagree with what you guys said, but a lot of times what I'll hear is like, well, the straight people do this, and I always grew up saying, I clean my house before I tell somebody else to clean theirs. I'm not straight.
Right.
What?
Therefore, if straight people are doing something wrong and gay people are doing something wrong, I'm going to address the gay people that are doing something wrong. And not
You know he's doing wrong is not matching his fucking makeup to his neck. Look at that. You can see the line right there. Oh wait, I think he just has a rash. Never mind. I'm being an asshole. Yeah, he's got like a maybe he's got like a sunburn or something. Oh, he's got something going on.
I always grew up saying, I clean my house.
You don't hold razors. Fuck no. What the fuck? I don't like holding hands. Like I don't understand the purpose of it. Like I understand doing it with like a kid because you don't want them running away. But like and like getting hit by a car or whatever happens. Or getting molested by a conservative. But I don't understand the point of holding hands to somebody else. It's for one insanely inconvenient. Like what? Like I gotta go everywhere that you're going? Am I anti-hug? No, hugging is not the same as holding hands. Holding hands is a long-term like a period of time you are committed to holding hands for. Like if you're taking a walk, like holding hands mean you have to like get all sweaty and shit while you're walking. You can't check your phone. It's like a whole thing. Like if you're walking the dogs, it's like impossible. Like it's not like I've never held his hand. Like it's just inconvenient. Well, yeah, I know you don't have to do it. I'm not saying that like I necessarily hate the entire concept of it. I just find it cringe. It feels cringe to me. Like you're just doing it out of the like necessity like you're supposed to because it's just like it's so uncomfortable. Well, then you hold hands, Glitterbell, okay? I just don't like to. I'm not stopping you from doing it. That is true. Love is cringe and gay. It's like how I also think sitting on the same side of like a booth is like super like weird. Like if you're not with somebody else and it's like a couple just eating together, like sitting on the same side on like of a table or like a booth is like super weird. It's like you have to like talk to them like this. You know, like it's not like you can't really have a good conversation, I feel like, when you're having a 90-degree look at them. Like, here, let me show you. Couples on the same side of the booth. Is that gonna come up? Yeah, like this. Like, this is awkward. I feel like it's way too hard to have a conversation like this. You prefer sitting on the same... You guys are insane. Because I thought eye contact wasn't a big thing for them. Well, it's not like you're staring right ahead and like talking. It's just, I feel like it's way easier to have a conversation and you don't have to do eye contact, but like just to talk directly towards somebody and not having to physically turn. Like having to physically turn and like to talk to them, it's like, it's like annoying. You know, it looks fucking weird. Oh god, no! I don't know what's gonna come up like that. Cause then also staring directly forward and it's just like nobody there. It's weird. Like, what do you need to like seem like you're in bed together like all the time? Like, if I'm gonna have a conversation, I'd rather have a direct conversation, not a... You ever had somebody try and have a conversation with you on an airplane? It reminds me of that. And it's just like super fucking awkward. They're just like having to move your neck like that. I don't see it like being... Well, I just don't get it. I feel like it just seems weird. It doesn't make sense to me. Maybe it's the autism. I don't know. But it doesn't make sense to me to sit like that, and I find it really cringe. Oh god. Chicken, don't tell me that. It is a romantic thing. What? I can't be romantic on the other side of the table? I feel like it's more direct that way. I don't know. I mean, my favorite seating arrangement is when it's like a square table and like you're like on both sides like this. Like if it's a square table. Here, let me draw a fucking diagram really quick. Wait, let's do this on the other monitor. Okay, so like a square table, right? And you're sitting here, and then they're sitting here. I feel like that's like the best way to sit. Yeah, diagonal is like the ultimate way to sit. What a chair. I don't know what the fuck I'm drawing. I would say this is my favorite way to sit because it's like you're really close. So you could like, you know, hand on the leg or whatever if you want. And you could probably do like a little bit of a, I don't know, I probably wouldn't be able to do a hand job or whatever. But like, I don't know, you just have like your own space and it's nice. You could hold hands if you wanted to. But you're not like, you can't hold hands if you're sitting right next to each other. Plus you have this like little kind of small space area that's just for you. But then you have your own area. Maybe that's saying a lot about my psychology. Sit in their lap. True. Actually, just, hold on. Just sit like this. Where you have, a tape. What the fuck I'm drawing anymore, but it's gonna look way too sexual. I'll just stop doing it.
Before I tell somebody else to clean theirs. I am not straight.
Moving on.
Therefore, if straight people are doing something wrong and gay people are doing something wrong...
Gay people have never done anything wrong. Besides these people, because they're conservatives. Then sitting side by side is even better because you don't bump each other. Everything looks like a swastika.
I'm going to address the gay people
can't help it.
that are doing something
But
wrong.
shouldn't we
And
be
not
addressing like the
here.
people who have been setting the stage for all of us to like follow suit with? You know, like we live in a heteronormative culture. Like everything that we see is based off of the way that they exist.
The whole idea of over-sexualization and things like that,
So the natural joke is, so they all fucked after this, right? Because people are stupid and they would make that joke. I'm obviously not making that joke.
I think the danger in it is that for so long it's been weaponized against us, so we're always kind of like...
I'm making a joke that somebody who is dumb and doesn't like, or just thinks that all gay people just fuck each other like all the time would make that joke.
This magnifying glass of like, oh, well, can I hold hands? Can I kiss this person? And then, you know, I don't think we necessarily have to like mimic quote unquote bad behavior simply because that was what was served to us.
Happy Sunday as well, Anjali.
Pride is still necessary.
Wow.
Yeah, I think Pride's necessary, but we need a PR revamp. Yeah, I think we need a rebrand. I take a lot of issues with what I see at Pride parades now, just because, you know, as we've discussed previously, I think that it's a little bit over-sexualized. We're celebrating essentially...
I've never been to a Pride event, which I find, I guess, kind of weird that I haven't. I'm not good at, like, leaving the house. So I guess that's probably the main reason.
Actually, sex rather than love.
They seem like they'd be fun.
And we have people running around riding bikes with their balls out in front of kids. And for me...
Where are you seeing this?
Yeah,
Is this what happens? Are there balls out in front of kids at Pride events? Because Pride... Did you leave the house today? I went in my backyard to let my dogs out. That's about it.
Where are you going to?
New York City and Seattle, both of those had naked people walking the streets.
San
Francisco. One of them was on a bike. I saw the video of him on a bike. I didn't want to see it.
I would never have my balls out on a bike.
Wait, you saw a video of it or you saw it? What? Okay, I know. I know, it's still my house. I'm just saying, I don't leave my house. Sometimes I'll go play Pokemon Go and, like, walk around. But it's been, like, 104, dude. Like, where am I gonna go? Just to, like, another air-conditioned, like, place? I left my house on yesterday. Razor and I got dinner at a rooftop bar that was actually really nice. I'm a big fan of charcuterie boards. If you don't know what a charcuterie board is, it's kind of like an arrangement of like meat and cheese and stuff. You've probably seen one. It's just such a funny name. I'm a huge charcuterie bitch. It's also very fun to say. Yeah, I have no idea how to spell it. There we go. Thank God it autos. Yeah, I guess like a charcuterie board is like something like this. Like you just kind of have like a arrangement, and we just got a small charcuterie thing that we shared. It was nice because there was like live performance, which I usually hate. But the guy was doing like, it was just like one dude. It wasn't like a whole like band or anything like that, and he was pretty chill, and it wasn't like super loud. So it was actually quite nice. But outside of that, I do not leave my fucking house. It's like cheese crackers, grapes, like my favorite thing. I'm a charcuterie bitch, for sure. Which is also probably like a gay thing. The gays love charcuterie. Charcuterie boards. Fuck yeah! Making charcuterie boards or whatever. Oh, we love her. It's not basic. Everyone loves charcuterie boards. Charcuterie boards.
Like, that sounds dangerous.
Well, no, me either.
That's dangerous.
Me either, but it's the fact that it is allowed because we have this shield of its pride.
I think we've seen this person on a Jubilee before. He looks familiar.
With gay people because of our history, which is granted, but people are afraid to look at our culture and say that's not acceptable, because if straight people were walking around doing that, it would be a totally different discussion.
I don't think that's the majority of the issue, though. I mean, the reality is that being visible.
Bro, what? This guy has like the craziest like tan line going on. I think he like fell asleep or something.
Period is vital.
I've been there though. No hate. It's just distracting.
None of us will be alive to see the day when heterosexual people and homosexual people have equal agency in what's allowed and what's not allowed in the public space.
Me personally, I actually...
All right, Doomer. I think that we'll see a day of that, but I just think it's, I mean, that's kind of putting aside all of the progress that we've seen. And maybe I'm being too optimistic, but I don't think I am actually. Fuck you. I think that we will see in our lifetime, depending how long y'all trying to live. Okay, so the reason I say that is because younger people are incredibly progressive because of the accepting, like, now being gay is, like, not gonna get you beaten and murdered, like, everywhere. Obviously, in some places, that's still the case, and that's unfortunate, and it also depends on your family, yada yada. But, generally, there's two reasons for this. One, being gay is more accepted, and therefore it's being seen more often, so people don't think of it as being weird. It's just like, okay, you're gay, whatever. Like, it's just kind of normal. We're already seeing that, especially with young people. And two, religiosity is going down year over year over year pretty significantly. And that shit is always going to help with not having gay be like, especially on age groups, I mean, like gay being like an abomination or whatever, you know? More people are being visible, more people, like, most people growing up now, like, okay, I don't know, I am 31, okay? When I was growing up, there was like one gay kid. I mean, again, I also went to like a Christian school, so I don't know if I've ever said that before, but like, are there any hetero gorpers? No. The only one might be like Pearl or something. But anyways, when I was growing up, like, people were either like really, you could kind of tell that they were gay, but like, or like being like gay was like kind of like a thing to like make fun of somebody about, which is super fucked up. Obviously, like, I'm like mega straight coded. Like, obviously I'm in a relationship, like the hetero relationship. Cringe, I know. It's because I like the person. It's not because whatever. But like, if I had the freedom to, I'm sure I would have been more visually not. But like, nowadays, younger people are able to be more out and about with being gay and shit. And people are like, oh, that's cool, whatever. Like, so if you know, like, younger people are generally more likely to know a person who is gay or trans or whatever. Like, the exposure growing up to people of different backgrounds, people of different sexualities, like all of that always is very helpful in normalizing that in the minds of a lot of people. And most kids growing up now do know a classmate that's like gay or like trans or, you know, whatever, or bi, you know. So these things will eventually, once the old fuck racist bigoted pieces of shit die, like, these things will get better. I really, really trust in the idea that these things will get better. You're in a queer relationship? I don't know. I guess? I mean, it's like hetero on, like, I don't know, sex lines. I don't really know where that would lie. It's not really that important to me, but like the qualification for it. But I guess that is true. Maybe, like, you know, because I do consider myself non-binary. But I'm very, you know, I've been taught to be straight coded, so it's like, I don't know. You're all figments of my imagination. When racist people die, but they don't be dying. Oh, they definitely be dying. What do you mean? My grandpa was kind of racist and he just died. So, you know, dub, I guess. Okay, but if we look at demographic shifts, younger people like consistently like, and I don't mean like younger people as in like Zoomers only. I'm just saying like millennials, for example, are incredibly progressive as like a especially like as a voting bloc. We're not seeing a shift in any way to that like Zoomers are gonna be more like, yeah, you have some fucking groypers, but they're all gays too. They just hate themselves. Like, Nick Fuentes is the most closeted gay boy I've ever, because everyone knows, and there's proof of this, like, considering his, like, semen sniffing or whatever the fuck he was doing with that one guy that was living with him. He was, like, literally blacklighting, trying to find, like, if he had, like, jerked off or whatever, and spending all that time with that, you know, cat boy. I don't. What do you mean you don't see that shift? I mean, you can look at like the. I mean, it's pretty clear. Again, when I was growing up, being gay was like weird. But I think nowadays it's just kind of like. I mean, I live in Texas even. I feel like it's just like it's like normal. I don't know. Maybe I'm just in my liberal bubble or some shit. But I really, even in the positions that I've had. Or I like in California, whatever, it was still way different than it is now. It's still, we've been progressing quite a bit. You can call it hopium or whatever, but I really do think things will get better.
I think Pride is very necessary. I love it. I wouldn't say Pride parades. I feel like you guys are leaning towards like the parades itself.
I think he's been on a Jubilee too.
Pride is like liberation, you know.
Just proud of who you are and
yes,
yourself,
and
accepting
just,
yourself.
yeah, accepting.
Yeah, I mean, like Zoomers are pretty fucking progressive. They're just a little annoying because they're like a little woke scoldy, but you know, in general, I think. Oh, Gen X. Sorry, I meant Gen Z. Well, yeah, everyone was still gay. It's just they were hiding it better. My hot take always is I think that like sexuality is a spectrum. Like you might be more attracted to one than another, or you might only be attracted to one and not the other. That's fine. And I don't really think it fucking matters. Like you like who you like. Like I think the idea of like stopping yourself from being attracted to somebody because they are a different like sex or gender, like I don't see why you would do that. Like on an individual level, like I get if you like dick or whatever, like you might have a preference for that. Sure, go for it. But like just on like a level of like being attracted to somebody.
Yourself and having the people around you in your circle really accept you, it really tells the future generation, like, not only is it okay, but look how far we've come. At 2011, you know, the don't ask, don't tell policy was abolished. I'm in the military, and had that not been abolished, I would not be able to be, you know, a minority, be openly gay, and still
I love his shirt. That looks so comfy. I want a shirt like that.
be able to serve my country.
Yeah, and I want to just say thank you for your service before.
Oh my god, because he's a conservative. He has to like appeal to that.
Move on, and that's a prime example of the pride that I would love to attend. Is someone who highlights service members, gay service members, gay.
I think we looked him up, and I think not a hundo on this. Next time his name comes up, we'll look it up. But I think he is like an influencer. He's like a TikTok gay conservative influencer. Like he's not. Like these aren't necessarily his. Yeah, that's what I thought. He was like a TikToker, right? Like these aren't like he has to toe a line for his audience. He's not genuinely speaking, you know.
CEOs, people who are.
Oh my god, it is so cringe. Thank you for your service. I feel like nobody actually wants to hear that. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on this. I clearly am not somebody, as much as I am cosplaying as one, I have not served in the military. So I feel like saying thank you for your service is like kind of like weirdly cringe and yeah, patronizing in some way. I don't know.
Who are successful, who are contributing to society, celebrate who you
Or all
are,
your
love who
friends
you
are
are,
having sex
but
and you're
the
starting to-
pride is no longer about being overly promiscuous because we're not allowed to. We don't need to overcorrect to the point that we start to get
Right.
backlash. We need to
Still-
correct our PR.
But I still think we're
and
looking at a small group of the people that are at Pride.
But the
You know what? I thank you for all of your service being here on the street.
Ah, look who's here, the happy couple. Hi,
everybody. Mrs. Green.
Oh, my baby. Hi, Victor, my boy.
How you doing?
Okay, so this is our friend Richard Lewis.
Thank you for your service, bro. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
And our neighbors.
Is that Chet Hanks? It is? I could fucking Snapchat, well, not like literally, but like I could tell that it's him from a mile away.
Leslie and John.
What a hero you are. Thank you
Oh,
for your
please.
service.
Oh, thank you. The real heroes are still there, but I appreciate it. Thank you for your service. Thank you. Grateful Nation.
And this is our friend Larry.
Hey, nice to meet you. Yeah, it's.
I should really watch this show. I feel like I would really, really love it. Like Curb, but like I've never actually seen it. That's like literally me. Like just like is he like supposed to be autistic or something? Like or just like awkward and funny? Because I feel like I very much relate to that.
You know what? I'm gonna excuse myself.
Victor.
You didn't thank him for his service, asshole.
They thanked him. 3 people thanked him. Why do I have to thank him?
Literally, that would be me. I'd be like, why do I have to do this? I don't understand these social like pressures. Literally, that is like how I think. Like unironically, this is how I think.
How hard would it have been? Thank you for your service. Does everybody have to thank him for his service?
Now you've ruined everything, Larry. I'm making all this delicious salmon, and the whole night is ruined.
Are you sauteing that?
Yes.
By the way, when I was staying at when I was doing like those half-ass streams a few weeks ago, when I was in New York for that wedding, like his relative sounds exactly like this woman. She's not Jewish, but like I don't know if that's relevant, but I assume this is like in Long Island or something.
All this delicious salmon, and the whole night is ruined.
And she actually kind of looks like her too.
Are you sauteing that?
Yes.
Would you mind broiling mine? Is that a face?
Get the fuck out. Leave.
Okay. Thank you for serving the hors d'oeuvres. Thank you for being a very good manager. Thank you for coming over in this brisk weather.
Thank you for leaving.
That's great. Hold on, I'm running to the bathroom real quick. You guys aren't thanking me for my service? Look, it looks like I'm in the military.
small
said,
groups,
like,
but they speak allowed to. We don't need to overcorrect to the point that we start to get backlash. We need to correct.
Thank you for thanking me. I guess I don't thank you. I'm just entitled to it, I guess. I don't know. Do you ever have like somebody from like the military service go on an airplane and then everyone claps or whatever? It's like the most lived up thing to do. No, I'm gonna go shoot some like, I don't know, what does the US military do? Afghani toddlers or some shit, I don't know.
Our
But
PR.
I still think we're looking at a small.
It's a joke.
Group of the people that are at Pride.
But the
'Cause
small
you said,
groups,
like,
but they speak the loudest.
No, but they don't always. You said you saw 2 people naked. Like from
No,
those
2 separate instances of groups of people who were naked with their butts out.
Exactly.
This is like the narrative of like the roaming what was the like that stupid like fake conspiracy about roaming gangs of like Muslim rapists or some shit like in the UK. This is like the weird like conspiracy equivalent of like roaming gangs of gay people, or sorry, of naked gay people roaming around Pride events.
Right,
exactly.
around the world, and
But
like
that
you were
gets
saying,
highlighted.
looking at specific things with a level of shame, and then have to look at like where are we shameful within ourselves, and why is that something that we should be ashamed of in general? Like why is nudity shameful in general?
I agree with you about nudity itself is not sexual. I don't think so. Because I have been into new places and it's not sexual, but when you make it sexual, that's the problem.
Right.
And it can be indecent exposure at some of these things, and Pride needs to not be complacent and address it.
Yeah, I don't really think I would agree with like just people just roaming around naked at Pride. I don't know. Again, I've never been to a Pride event, even though it does sound like a lot of fun. And I would like to roam around naked. That would be pretty fun. Actually, no, I don't want to. My tan lines are too crazy. It always like weirds me out when people like tan lines. It's just like, ugh, I just think they look weird. They just look like you're wearing clothes still whilst not wearing clothes. Which I find really weird. I don't know. Yeah, I absolutely think that Pride, because again, Pride is not about like just directly about like sex and stuff. So I do think that Pride should be family friendly. But yeah, if you want to have adults only Pride events, well, absolutely, just be specific about it. I don't have a problem with it, but why make it an issue? Wait, what do you mean? It's just gonna be a weird culture issue to be homophobic? Eh? I think it's not worth debating though. Just be like, yeah, people shouldn't be naked around shit. Right. Yeah, but I mean, like, if you're doing like a gay event and it's like specifically for adults, like, I would just be very clear on what to expect. Like, nobody wants like random like dick, you know, or like pussy or like titties. Much as I do like random titties, but not everyone does. I get it.
This should be interesting.
Yes, heels. Come
I
on.
know. I'm alone on this one. But
I love his hair. It's a lot, but I love it.
The reason I'm alone on this one is because I organized one of the most successful prides in my community in 2016. I invited groups that were outside the norm, like the NRA and the local GOP, including the Democrats. Because for me, it was important that this event reach the entire community more than just saying we are a sexual being. We wanted to educate the people.
Plenty of gays like guns.
I was told I was never allowed to help them again because how dare I invite a hate group like the NRA when all I wanted to do was arm LGBT people and educate them on how to protect themselves.
Okay, but that's not really the prompt. The prompt is pride is still necessary. So he hasn't really answered that.
Because as you guys said, there are those people
He answered no, pride is not necessary.
Who would hurt us. I live in a very, very red community. Okay, Mike Garcia.
Naked bike ride for like, wait, really? Oh, I think I've heard of that. I'm not gonna do this on screen, obviously. Seattle naked bike ride. That seems really uncomfortable if I'm being honest. Well, apparently Seattle bike blog. Yeah, 2023 Fremont Solstice Parade will mark 30 years of naked people crashing the parade on bikes, plus how to join. What? Like, I feel like this is like stealing my information here. Naked bike ride. Oh, they do like body paint, so it's like not super naked. Dude, Seattle's a weird place. It's a vibe though. Probably pretty pog for like the gays. Well, good about you're gay, right? In Washington. I mean, the naked bike ride has nothing to do with that, but I'm just saying in general. Austin seems pretty cool for the gays. Considering I'm in Texas, you know. Because I want to shoot some lives. Stop. Own thing is Fremont culture. Where's Fremont? Oh, yeah, straights love being naked. I mean, the straights probably love, like, you're talking about, like, indecent exposure. I'm sure the straights love that shit more than, like, any gay does. Like the indecent part, not, you know, just the exposure part. It's a neighborhood. Dude, I love lived up, cities. They just do the craziest shit. And a lot of people having fun. I don't know. Drag story time for adults, and then include nothing sexual at all. It's just a very dry reading of Ulysses. Yeah, it's like just like the most like adult like. It's just an audiobook basically of I guess I can't think of a more boring book than Ulysses. Just every Karl Marx reading. No, it has to be like, no, just of the Bible or something. And it's that one part that's just, this person is the son of this person, that's the son of this person, where it's just like, that's all you're saying, where it's just like, okay. It's really funny. I watched the new, oh, God damn it. Who's the one who did the Grand Budapest Hotel? The director. He has a new movie out, and it was like super weird. I think it was supposed to be like a Midnight Summer Dream or something like that. Wes Anderson, yes. Wes Anderson has a new movie out. It's good. It's just was really confusing. Where like I felt like it was trying to be like some sort of Shakespeare, like the way that it's like it's got an aspect of a play within a play type of thing. I don't remember. It's like called like Astroville or something like that. But it was really good. I just was like confused, and everyone acts like they're just like super autistic, which is, you know, a vibe, of course. But it's, you know how Wes Anderson is with his like Owen Wilson not in it. Surprisingly. Anyways, moving on.
Is my representative.
From Santa Clarita?
It's very Santa Clarita. But I dress like this to galas. Big government galas, realtor galas. No one has said anything to me. And in fact, all I get is positive affirmation that, hey, you're living your best life.
Yeah, because you look cool. The fuck?
And I say, it's not really necessary because I can walk down my street in heels and braids.
In California.
Yeah, you are so privileged in that way.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You think that like pride events in like small towns aren't important? Like the idea of like where like maybe there's like 3 gay people, but it's still like a fun event for like people where it's just like, oh, we're just celebrating pride. You know, it's like kind of just a like 4th of July type of thing where you're just trying to normalize the idea of like, you know, LGBTQ stuff. Like, it's just like, yeah, it's like a fun thing.
In Republican-controlled California, yes.
So have you thrown a brick through their window or what? Just kidding.
Californians found that 35% of Californians feel that homosexuality should be discouraged.
I've done this in Michigan. I've done this in Michigan. I've done this in
Privileged.
Tennessee. I've done this in Missouri.
Oh, you just killed their dog. Damn it, shut up. Also, there are plenty of homophobic people in California. I don't like the heels. What's wrong with heels? Is it because they're way too tall? I think that we should normalize wearing heels as dudes. And anyone in between. Just heel normalization. Because they make you feel... It's fun to make the noise when you walk. And makes you feel cool being super tall. I feel like you get to appreciate the tall... And then also the not as tall. Wear boots. I mean, you could do both. They're ugly. Oh, I didn't see his shoes. I'm sure we will. The heels have to stop.
Missouri.
And you
I've
walk
done
around
this
like this in all those states.
Yes,
You think his heels are... I don't like open-toed shoes or open-toed heels, so I can see you on that, but other than that, I think his heels are nice. I'm like a thick heel bitch. Like, that's like what I prefer to wear because I am very clumsy. So, I don't know. And also something about it, I just think like I can run. I want a heel I can run in, you know?
I have. Yes, I have. And
I don't like the open-toed part. I will agree with you on that.
I had absolutely no issues. I walked into a backwoods bar in the middle of Nashville where it was a double wide that had been converted to a bar, and it was one of those records.
Because they thought you were a fighting game character with his hair. They didn't think you were real.
What does your husband look like?
My husband is 6'4", and he's...
And there's...
He's got a point, I think that he's going to say.
A man. That's not my protection. I walk in that community dressed just like this in these
Yeah, who the fuck's gonna fuck with like a son motherfucker, you know what I mean?
heels. And not only do I not get hate, my husband gets more business.
I'm so happy for
Wait. What does he do?
you that this is true for you. I really am.
Yeah, totally.
But the reality is that you represent a small minority of LGBT
Dude, I love this group. I want to hang out with them all.
people and how they actually experience life in America.
Is he like native? Because I feel like that's kind of the vibe he's going with, like a lot of like the native aesthetic. And again, his hair looks amazing.
To your like sense of freedom, which is so admirable. I think that those things are built on blocks of people who probably did feel that pride was necessary. So it's a beautiful thing that we can have the freedom to, you know.
I mean, I agree. I don't love the heels. Now I'm looking at them more. I don't like the loose pants with the heels. If he was doing like a tight or like a cigarette jean, or like a tight like kind of yoga pants-esque like fitting like on around your ankles, I feel like that would hit way better. I don't like the loose pants. I think that's probably my big issue. A cigarette jean is it's just like a really straight leg jean. Jeans. Here, I'll do an example. Like it's like this. It's like a really tight ankled jean. Like where it looks like it's just kind of a straight line. And I think those look really good with heels, personally. Wait, that's not a cigarette jean. Okay, I don't know what these crazy ones are. But like generally this is what I was thinking of when I said cigarette jean. No, it's just kind of like a tight. Yeah, it's like a skinny, basically.
Change our mind.
Admire that, and yeah.
And I think we all want everyone to feel the way that you feel, like you don't need it, but that's just not the case.
My name is Sean, and I am a Patreon member who is asked to read you this next prompt. The LGB should be separated from the TQIA+.
EQ. Wait, queer? Wait. What does I stand for? Intersex? And then the A is asexual, right? So it's international. Shut the fuck up. Trans, queer, internet. God damn it. Intersex. Wait, stop it. And asexual, right? Yeah, right. It's kind of like black conservatives in a way. Like, why would you want that separated? It's like you're all getting fucked over the same way. Let's just have a community together. Like, all you're trying to do is like try and get rid of baggage type of thing, where like the only reason you would want that to be, in my opinion, separated is because you don't want to be associated with those people, which I think is incredibly damaging. Like it's just like a indicative of a really bad ideology of like being like, oh well, I'm not like them. They're like different. But let's see what they say.
Saying they should be separated is not saying that one is, less important.
Yeah,
So I do want to start with that. But I do think that the LGB is...
Yeah, of course they are different issues. But the thing is, that's not what the movement is based off of. It's about, like, inclusion. Like, LGBTQ does not, like, inherently, like, separate straights from, like, interacting with, like, the community. It's just, it's a community that's historically been marginalized. And, in a lot of different ways. There's plenty of, like, trans people that are also gay. Like, there's plenty of cis people who are gay. Like, it doesn't matter. It's just like it's an umbrella, like, just to rally around a cause for a community, to not be judged on your sexuality and gender identity. Those things don't have to be, you don't have to be trans and gay to be in the LGBTQ community. You just are allying yourself with the gays and or the transes or whatever. It's just this is just so silly. Like, why anyone would disagree or would want that to be separated. It just seems silly. Makes me keep keeping the straight, true. Was meeting up with a friend, and he was the friend who was not his girlfriend, who I knew, and it was clear that he was hooking up with the chick, and I felt awkward. So I bought sparkly heels from a boutique next to the restaurant while we were waiting for our table. Do you still have them? Wait. What? You just felt awkward being around them, so you just didn't want to wait. So you went shopping. You didn't have to buy anything. Yeah, it's a civil rights coalition. Exactly.
It's very specific, rooted in science. It's very clear as day. You have lesbian, gay, and bi. Main difference between male and female, we all know what that is.
The reason why I stepped forward with hesitation.
Ooh. Oh, you just squared me a pic? Let's fucking go. Ooh, those are pretty. I'm not a huge thing on the ankle strap because I feel like it just is really uncomfortable, but they're really pretty shoes though. You could probably wear those without the ankle strap. I mean, if you like the ankle strap, go for it, queen. But like, I'm just saying. Oh. But I might be running short on tonight. I was just wondering if you were available. What time? Oh shit, are we gonna do another Stardust panel? That would be super fun. Is she already doing it? She's already streaming, it looks like. No. Was she having a another one of those moments?
I mean, I think I did have some vibrato, but it was just...
Thought it was gonna be her just sitting there like she was doing with the fucking banana shit. Ball, can you do me a favor? Can you go into her chat or whatever and say I'm probably down or cause I don't know if she checks her Discord while streaming. I didn't I don't usually unless you're showing me some shoes. If you could do me that favor, that'd be really cool. I love you so much, girl. A calmer rogue yesterday. Rouge? Calmer Rouge? Thank you, thank you. What is that? Oh no, some more communism. We'll stay focused here. We're gonna get off the rails. Let's stay focused with the gays here.
Was because I think that there are such lived differences and experiences that we experience. Although collectively, I think that we all know the collective experience of being a sexual deviant. There just is a difference in lived experience that I think is important to talk about and acknowledge, and that's my grounds for agreeing with perhaps a separation.
Mine is very different. To be clear, the science is very solid on identities other than gender assigned at birth being valid. Science is very clear, robust. There is no question that it's legit. We, as cisgender people...
Oh no. Wait. Oh, cisgender, sorry. I thought you... I was saying straight. I was like, what? There's gonna be a big but. This is apparently gonna be a long discussion in this part. God damn it, we've been doing this for like 2 hours. Oh, not really. I guess we haven't been going that long.
Do a really bad job of standing up for people who aren't cisgender. I call out the fact that cisgender queer people are treated differently than non-cisgender queer people.
True.
And until we do better, we don't deserve to have the letters be together.
Much better ground.
What? What? Is that some like lib shit? What the fuck did he just said? Until we do better as... Okay, because queer... I guess also like the weirdest part is the Q part. Like, isn't queer just kind of the catch-all term for the LGBTQ? IA, whatever. Like, isn't that... Which I always thought was weird. I would maybe just have... I guess I don't really understand what queer is. I've always thought of queer as being like just non... Oh, fuck. I tried to like pause my own speech. As just being like non-traditional. Oh, it was questioning? Oh, so you're just like wait, so then that has to do with your sexuality or identity? Or I guess you could be questioning your identity, of course. Huh. Is that what Q stands for? Queer used to be a slur? Did it? I feel like it never was a slur. Hold on, let's look up the history of queer. Strange or odd? I mean, yeah, you could say that as like... I could see that being a slur, sure. But it's like... I mean, I own it. I am strange and odd. So, fuck it. Queer is an umbrella. Oh shit, it is an umbrella term. What did I pre-read this? For people who are not heterosexual and are not cisgender. Okay, so it does mean what I thought it always my interpretation of it was originally meaning strange or peculiar. Queer came to be used pejoratively against those with same-sex desires or relationships in the late. Yeah, what are you, some type of queer or something? Like I feel like I've seen that like in a movie or something. But like I was like, yeah, being queer is pretty cool. Beginning in the late 1980s, queer activists such as the members of the Queer Nation began to reclaim the word as a deliberate, provocative, and politically radical alternative to the more assimilationist branches of the LGBT community. In the 20th century, queer became increasingly used to describe broad spectrums of non-normative sexual or gender identity in politics. Academic disciplines such as queer theory and queer studies share a general opposition to binarism, normatism, or perceived lack of intersectionality. God it, damn it, that's so fucking hard for me to say. Some of them tangentially connected to the LGBT movement. Queer arts, queer culture, queer political groups are examples of modern expressions of queer identities. Critics of the use of the term include members of the LGBT community who associate the term with its colloquial derogatory usage, those who wish to disassociate themselves from queer radicalism, and those who see it as an amorphous and trendy. Queer is sometimes expanded to include any non-normative sexualities, including cisgender, queer heterosexuality, although some LGBTQ people view this use of the term as appropriation. Wait, sorry, what? Queer is sometimes expanded to include any non-normative sexuality, including cisgender. What the fuck is that? And heterosexual practices or identities is also a controversy called. Is an argued consistency of this. What? Oh, I thought they were gonna say like it's like. I don't know. Whatever. I think queer is a totally fine term. And I still think the way that I interpret it is totally fine. Or is appropriate. It's not fine, sorry. Benign Discord will do. Thank you, Glitter. Oh, she got back to me. Thank you. So that's gonna be at 6. Oh, okay. They're watching football, so I got like all day for the stream, so plenty of time to do stuff.
So, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but I think in general, this conversation can become very hostile because it seems like, you know, I'm like, oh, I don't want you to be a part, like, I don't want you to be my friend. I don't want to be with you, be next to you.
I love his shoes. They look comfy.
Be seen with you, and that's not the case. One is an identity, and one is a sexuality, and that's just the simple difference between the two. Eventually, as both.
Why are you separating yourself from that? I just don't understand. Like, well, okay.
Groups are fighting for their own personal interests. Those are going to not work cohesively. So one is going to be quieter, and one is going to get taken advantage of, etc. And it's not that we can't support.
No, if they're coming for the trans people the same way they used to come from the gay people. If they like take down the trans people, they will go for the gay people, you motherfucker. Like, what do you not? You don't understand that you're going through the same struggles? Like, you think that people that you're fighting against are going to differentiate between the two? Really? I mean, he's a conservative, so he's a dumbass and he thinks that, but like, goddamn.
Support the TQ+. Right. I just think that they're two vastly different things.
I think that you oversimplify identity versus sexuality, though, because there are tons.
Yeah, I mean, like, the idea of, like, supporting diversity and then, like, being like, nah, but not that. Like, it's just, like, antithetical to the entire LGBTQ movement. Like, what are we gonna, like, get rid of lesbians because they're not, you know, like, we're gonna get that granular with that, where it's like, okay, well, this is a gay movement. Like, we can't have the lesbians here because it's only for the male gays. Like, it's stupid. Yes, there are differences, but it doesn't matter. Like, you have the same struggle. It takes different forms, but it's the same fucking struggle. Like, your opponents are the same people.
of men who
I just saw your
identify as
message.
straight, who have, on occasion, with regularity, once in their life, sex with men, which is why.
They're bi. I think once with men, sure, experimenting, but I think if there is a guy that's identifying as straight that sometimes dabbles with men,
He might identify as straight, but he's
so,
not.
You're bi.
So two things. First of all, there are lots of gay men that we are allowed, that we can call gay all day and all night that occasionally have sex with women, and we don't question whether or not they're gay.
They're bi.
But are you entitled?
Yeah, they're bi.
Entitled to titling someone else's? Is
We are
that up to you?
The title is an objective fact. If
Yeah.
you sleep with men and women, then you are bi.
What if someone that you were
I don't
we're
care
talking
what
about
you
doesn't
feel.
agree?
Yeah.
If you don't,
You don't care what you feel. Well, then I don't care what you feel. I mean, like what? Like what is that argument?
That
agree,
doesn't make
that's fine.
sense.
But the fact is, you sleep with
Hold
men.
on, I think I might have to roll that back. What?
That we can call gay all day and all night that occasionally have sex with women, and we don't question whether
Hold on, wait. I need to go farther back. Hold on. Sorry.
sex with men, which is why.
They're bi. I think once with men, sure,
But-
experimenting, but I think if there is a
No, I mean like if you fuck somebody and you're like, yeah, I wasn't really into it. All gay all day, fuck yeah.
guy that's identifying as straight that sometimes dabbles with men,
He might identify as straight, but he's
So-
not.
you're bi.
So two things. First of all, there are lots of gay men that we are allowed, that we can call gay all day and all night that occasionally have sex with women, and we don't
All gay all night. Fuck yeah. All gay all day all night.
question whether or
They're
not
bi.
they're gay.
They're bi.
But are you entitled to titling someone?
Well, let me think about that one. He's saying, "Are you?" Wait, hold on.
Someone else's.
We
Is that,
are
is that up to
If they fuck other, I mean, if they don't want to call themselves bisexual, it's like I don't gotta apply it to them necessarily, unless it's Steven Crowder, which I will just because it's like a meme, and I hate him. But and I know he would get mad at it, so that's the reason. But generally, like if you feel like you're only generally attracted to women, but like you have sex with men, is it fair for me to say that you're, I mean, it would seem like that would make sense to say that you're probably bisexual, but if you're not really that interested in what, like you're doing it like out of convenience, like are you really bisexual? Like gay for pay type shit? Like does that actually mean like you are actually bisexual? Because you're not enjoying it, right? Like you'll do it, but like you're not enjoying it, right? So I feel like that wouldn't be fair to say that they were bisexual, especially if they didn't say that they were, you know? Versus they repeatedly do it. I think it's kind of yeah, I think that's fair. I'd say people's identity for them, even if it... Right, no, I'm just wanting to walk it through in my head what I was thinking about this. And still be have banged it. Right, exactly. Yeah, you could still be straight and like bang a dude or whatever. Like, yeah, I think that like you can't really make those claims from something. You don't know what people are attracted to. Like, it's like whatever. Or that like group? I mean group. Like group sex? Like an orgy? Or what? Couples? Oh, I don't know. Since it was more than, well, I don't know, are you? I can't make the decision for you. I guess that's a good point. I really can't make the decision for you. Only bangs dudes and enjoys it. I'm not gonna call them gay if they identify as straight, even if they think they're gay. It's logical. Wait, what? Even if, oh, if you think that, oh, gotcha. Okay, gay and it's logical, but not the place out of to determine their identity. Yeah, I think I would probably agree with that. It's not really like whatever. Like maybe, I mean, like if we talk about like the Greeks or whatever, like the old school back in the day, like you were only gay if you were the one like taking it, you know? So it's like, whatever. Again, I think that everyone's on a spectrum of sexuality, and I personally don't think it matters. I think everyone is to some extent bisexual. And I don't mean like everyone is into both equally. I'm just saying, like, I think most people are on like the spectrum of like sexuality. It's just that's how people are, you know? Wherever you land. Oh yeah, absolutely. Definitely don't forcibly out anybody. I think the idea of saying, no, you can't be one or can't be attracted to who you're attracted to is so fucking damaging. Or implying that you're attracted to something you're not attracted to is also very damaging. So it's just like, I just have a very nonchalant view of like sexuality personally, where it's just like, just love who you love, you know? I guess that's really easy for me to say. I'm pansexual. I don't care. I like who I like. I just don't see a problem with somebody being with another person that they love. Who gives a shit? Or if that they just want to fuck, you know? Consenting adults, totally fine.
The title is an objective fact. If you sleep with men and women, then you are bi.
What if someone that you were
I don't care what you
doesn't
feel.
agree?
Yeah.
If you don't
That
agree,
doesn't make
that's fine.
sense.
But the fact is, you sleep with men and women, so you're bi.
Flat out.
Can we not talk about who we're having sex with? Just for this problem.
Because a lot of what's in the media today is sensationalized content about, you know, targeting children. Some of it, a lot of it is valid, and some of it is not. But a lot of times, it's gay men that are doing it, and trans people are getting blamed for it when it's really gay men in drag.
What? This guy went off the fucking rails. What are you talking about? Okay, so we know that targeting of children has nothing to do with your actual sexual orientation. It's all about just power. Like most like pedophiles are not into like little boys because they're like gay. They're into little boys because they like little boys. Like that's like, it's a completely different situation. It generally does not have anything to do with your sexuality. It might have like some weird tangential relationship on like a preference, but like pedophilia does not have anything to do with you being gay, like, or straight. There has never been any proven like connection with who they target and their sexuality or that being related to their sexuality generally. Like, God damn it.
Right. And because the letters are together, people don't know the difference.
Okay, so he just wants to not be, he wants to be one of the good ones. I mean, I think he's a conservative influencer. Again, what the fuck was his name? Okay, God damn it, I keep forgetting to look it up when it comes up. But I think he's like he's like, I'm one of the good ones. Did a bunch of fucking damage to the trans community. But they didn't do any, like, what's the problem with drag story? Because the thing about drag is it's not trans and it's not even gay generally. Like, you can do drag as being just a straight cis-het like dude. It's just like a fucking costume party. For a lot of people in the community, they tend to be queer, but like that's not what drag is. Like, it's not a queer thing to do drag, and I don't think, at least. There's a significant portion of the trans community that thinks drag is super offensive. Huh, really? I could see that, I guess. But I don't think that's... I think that's kind of the same argument, though, that we're talking about here, where it's just they want to disconnect from it because of the way that the right deals with it. And I understand that feeling that they might have. But I don't think that it's like a... It's just a performance. I don't know. It's just like for fun. You think it's offensive? Is cis gay men making fun of trans? I don't think... We have to have a conversation about this, Glitterbell. Because I don't think that it's making fun of trans. I think it's just a performance. I think it's just supposed to be like a dramatic interpretation. Like, I don't think the people that do it, of course, are like trans. I don't think they're trying... Like, it's kind of making... I feel like you could make that argument for drag making fun of like cis women. Like, it just seems like it's supposed to be like an over-the-top like performance, like for fun. Like, do you think trans women are like dressing up like divine or whatever? Like, do you think like trans women are like doing these very elaborate costumes? No, it's just a fucking performance, in my opinion. You want to talk about it? You can join Discord if you want. I am curious on your opinion. Oh, you're already there, girl. Hello. You're muted, by the way. Do you hear me? Oh no, she's dead. The the drag queen's got her. Alright, I'm gonna
Hello. Okay. Oh my God. Sorry, I'm so incompetent.
Oh no, you're fine. Hopefully
Okay,
you're not
let
getting the
me try to
echo.
mute stream and see if I can hear you through Discord. Let me do a quick test here to make sure I'm. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'll keep talking in case you're calibrating, so I'll just keep saying things and words
test.
and things and words
Is there
and
any way to get audio going through Discord as well as through stream?
what? Classic trans women
I
can't
can hear your
use
audio
Discord.
on Twitch. I can't hear it
Really?
output through Discord.
Well, it
So I'm getting like a real delay.
should be working fine. Bro, what the fuck? Check your output device.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to just. I don't want to. Because last time I got so fucking confused.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay, I'll let you handle that. And well, I guess I don't really know. Might really need me to test that, but I don't know what is what is the issue. Let's troubleshoot here. Girl, you're a programmer. What are you talking about? What's happening exactly?
Can you hear me?
I
hear
can.
you?
You were very quiet, but I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna have to deal with lag. Okay, this is gonna be awkward as hell, but
No, I don't want it to be awkward. No, let's fix it. Let's fix this. Glitterbelt, let's fix this.
Sorry about that.
What is happening? Let's fix this. We can do it. We can troubleshoot.
Hello.
Maybe if I directly, I don't know why that would help. If I directly called you, you know what might help? This haircut really does look like Shadowheart. Yeah, I know. She's really quiet. Maybe use your phone? That might be one of the better solutions if like your computer settings are just
Hello. Can you hear me? Okay, I think I'm.
We good? My God.
Test.
Test. I hear you. What did you do? I've never had a problem talking to you before the last 2 days.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, I can talk if that works. Fuck, I know this is terrible.
Are we good?
Okay, so I know this is crazy. I have no idea. I am very frustrated, and it is. Look, I know that people love tech support as content, so apologies to you fuckers in the chat. Yeah, I seek to be validated by you. Okay, so here's my thing.
Okay.
I don't like drag shows.
Just by the way, we don't have a delay,
And
right? We're talking.
know that
Wait,
I am not alone
oh, we do have a delay
among
still.
trans women who feel that way.
Go.
We're gonna switch computers in half a second.
Like 30 seconds. Oh no! I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure. But maybe just use your phone. That might be the easiest solution. I mean, you sound good, but like again, like
Okay, so
we're sending
here's
letters.
my.
Sorry.
At least I don't have Twitch yet on my phone. I should install it. That's a good idea. Oh, I have Discord. Wait, let me Discord you.
Yeah, we're on Discord. Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Does this work? Can you hear me here?
Line call. Can you hear me? I cannot. Maybe you have to leave the channel that I think.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh!
Okay, this fucking works.
Let's fucking go. Okay. So
I'm so sorry, chat. Again, I work to earn your approval, and she's the delay and shit. Okay, here's the thing. I fucking hate RuPaul. I don't like drag shows.
You don't like
I
RuPaul?
understand they have a place. No, I fucking hate Paul. I understand they've had an important historical place in queer culture and culture,
Mhm.
and I also think that time has the time of their usefulness has probably passed. I think that as a community we should have outgrown them
Really?
by I think we should be in the process of outgrowing them. Yeah, 100%.
Wait, hold on. Well,
Okay.
Take a step back. Hold on. What was the usefulness that you think that we've outgrown?
Okay, so here's an example of a thing that I think was good that happened as a result of drag shows. In my home
Mhm.
community, and I don't talk about all my locations and stuff because
Yeah,
whatever.
give your address
but,
and social security
small
number.
community. Yeah, exactly. Right. And there was a queer bar that was great that had all kinds of inclusive community events. That was like one of the best safe places for me after I came out. That got a lot of its funding through drag performances.
Okay.
So without the existence of drag, that funding source for a space that I think is really important for a queer community in a red state wouldn't have been available. And so like we don't want to cut funding for critical events like that, right? That all tracks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The framing of drag I find to be just like horrendously offensive. And I think that we should be at
What
a
is
point
that
where we're
framing?
having queer cabarets and burlesque shows. But drag specifically is historically cisgender gay men presenting as trans women
Well,
and making fun of the way that trans women look and interact in
I have to
society
challenge you on
and
that.
seek to be treated.
Is it trans women or are they doing a dramatic interpretation of women?
They're doing a dramatic interpretation of trans women.
Why is it?
I
don't
it
feel like I
is
see
really
that
clear
where it's
in the
directly.
context of the queer community.
Okay.
If you think back in the origins of all this, right? Yes, I know that there are drag kings now. There's this whole new drag culture that has emerged out of.
Did I do something? Oh, she's just gonna. Glitterbell, get your shit together. Fucking trans internet. All right. We lost you, Glitterbell. If you're hopefully coming back. Again, I personally just to riff whilst we're waiting for her to return. Maybe I should ring. I don't know what ringing does. Calling her back. I always thought that drag was just kind of like a fun kind of costume party type thing that had nothing to do with. If anything, I thought I was making fun of cis women that were like way too dressed up. I mean, it's just like a show. I don't know, in my opinion, but I feel like it's unfair for me to. You are a mess today, girl. What's going on?
Hello again. Sorry.
Yep, I can hear you. We good?
Yeah, you cut out for a second. I could see you talking on Discord, but then you cut out.
Oh, yeah, you just kind of disconnected, but I rang you back. I don't know. Maybe it was me, maybe it was you.
Sorry about that.
All good. I guess I just want to say, like, I just don't see it as being like directly connected to trans women. I always thought it was like a comical interpretation of like cis women, and I understand how that might be damaging in unintentional ways, of course, to trans women. But I never felt like it was, or even like historically know anything about that being directly making fun of trans women.
Okay. That's okay. I hope that I can help you begin to
Right.
pick up on the dog whistles when you see them.
The dog. Okay. The dog whistles. On what exactly is a dog whistle?
Like, so I think that, especially if you think of like historic portrayals of like if you think of Divine, right?
Okay.
That is how trans women are perceived. Like, that's a caricature of what people think trans women are. I think Divine is
but I
pretty
mean,
based in context.
Right.
But now, I don't think it's great.
Well, I mean, Divine
Does
was
that make
like
sense?
supposed to be just kind of like a avant-garde, artistic.
Okay, whatever they were supposed to be, I think that, like, if you think
Okay.
about The Jazz Singer, the movie, right? That got jazz into popular culture and had blackface in it. And like,
Never seen it. I'm not sure what we're referring to.
okay, it was one of the first movies
Well,
to have
Divine
sound.
was a drag queen. I mean, that's
Right. I don't like drag. Divine did drag. I think.
no. We lost her again. Divine's spirit. God damn it. Oh, what is happening? Because I feel like this is a really interesting conversation I really want to have. Guess I'll ring her again. Oh, we're back. I think I can see you.
I just saw you start to respond and then you cut out again. God damn.
Yeah, it looked like you had left. You were saying you don't like Divine, and then you're going to that.
Well, I'm saying I don't dislike Divine because of the cultural context. I think that there's like it
Mhm.
made a lot of sense for that type of performance to be happening in that type of way in that era. I think John Waters is pretty based.
Mm-hmm.
I also think that now we have a better understanding of kind of the whole picture, and that like transsexuals aren't really a weird, like Frankenfurter thing. We're like
Mm-hmm.
we're just people. I like Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm not attacking Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just saying that, like, if it weren't about trans people, they would just call it a queer cabaret.
What do they call it?
Drag shows are specifically cis gay men presenting as women.
Wait, I don't think that's fair to say though. Like, I mean, there's plenty of like cis straight men that do drag just like for fun.
There's not. That's cope. There's
You think
very few.
You think that does? Yeah, okay.
There's
that
like
doesn't
I would say
matter if there's
2%
few.
maybe
They're
of
still
drag
doing
artists.
it. Like, I guess
Okay,
I don't
so that
understand what your
erases,
grievance
like-
is. Is your grievance that it's with cis gay men, that they're just they're not
Appropriating
trans or something?
identities for performance. Yeah.
But
I think
they're
it's
just doing it for
inauthentic.
like, well,
I think that, okay, so if a person just dresses up like a Native American for the lulls because it's funsies, and it's like just, I like wearing headdresses. No, it's just a costume. Why are you being so crazy?
okay, well, I guess
just
then
think that, like,
I would
headdresses are
wonder
cool.
why wouldn't that just be a caricature of cis women, cis straight,
Because-
oh shit, gone again, gone. Just like glitter. I guess that joke didn't make any sense. I was gonna say that it's bleeding, but let's be real here, glitter. I think one time. Oh, you're back. Hello? I'm telling you, the drag queens are trying to pair out.
Can you repeat that last point? I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to say, I don't really know how long we can have this conversation considering the disconnection issue, but I just want to say, like, one of my big points is, like, what I always thought drag was never, like, a interpretation of, like, trans women, was more of a joke on, like, just cis heteronormative women. Like, it's like a crazy,
So,
like,
like, you've never
version of
heard the
that.
jokes about, like, honey, you've got no idea what's between my legs. Like, you've never heard that kind of, like, drag joke happen in, like, a drag context or show or TV or movies or, like, in literally every drag thing?
I don't see that. Wait, that didn't answer my question.
Okay, so
Or
a
my.
frequent component of drag is
Mhm.
signaling the fact that they are not actually a cis woman.
Right.
It is
You don't think
extremely
that's, like, just
important
kind
in
of.
drag shows to make it clear to the audience that you are a cis man presenting as a woman, right?
Okay, I think I can see your point here. I don't agree
Right?
with
Like,
it,
if
but
they
I
tried to
understand
pass
how that would
and they
seem
tried to, like,
offensive. Sure.
yeah, I also think that, okay, think about this. There have been trans women in Drag Race, right? I know that that has happened.
Mhm.
I don't think they've won. It's weird if they win, and it's weird if they lose, because the framing is weird. It's like having a black person in a blackface show.
Right.
Like,
Sure. But, like, yeah, no, I mean, like, we don't have to focus on RuPaul's Drag Race. I mean, it's all, like, just, corporate bullshit. Oh, god damn it. Are we back? Okay. I just want to have this conversation. Just keep track.
I'm back. Oh
You're
my
back?
god, this is
Okay.
absolutely a Sisyphean battle. But what was you gonna say?
I was in,
not
like,
to focus-
we don't have to focus on drag, like, the RuPaul Drag Race, because that's just, like, corporate bullshit. Like, it's always going to be like, oh, we have to have, like, tokenization or whatever. But, like, I just think drag in general, like, if we go down to, like, what it's supposed to do, or what I and historically it's represented, RuPaul Drag Race, different story, okay? But, like, drag itself generally is just supposed to be an expression of somebody, of someone, wanting to play a different character, having fun with it. Like, do you think
And
that
character
inherently
is-
it's offensive? Like, you really think that it's fair to say that it's comparative to blackface?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hmm.
I think that that's the closest analog that we have culturally.
But
And it's,
I don't
like,
think it's
crazy
in
that
wait, but
still
it's not
tolerated.
intentionally trying to make, like, blackface is clearly trying to make fun of black people. I understand why there might be aspects of, like, the way
So
that
one of the
somebody
things I think is
acts
really important about this
in their
is that I think
performance.
that the premise of most drag shows, the framing basically erases trans existence. There's this gag that it's exciting that people with penises can look feminine. That's not exciting.
Well,
There's nothing
I mean,
special
I
about
enjoy
that.
drag, but that's not what I find exciting about it.
Okay, but it's
I like the
a key
costumes.
component of it is that it's cross-dressing. So you can like
Well,
costumes, but cross-dressing and presenting
what do you mean by
in the
that?
gender identity. Okay. Again, a huge part of drag
Mhm.
is demonstrating the performer's ability to appear feminine.
God damn it. I wonder if I have some weird settings doing it. I think her internet's just shitting itself. We'll come back. It's fine. Just lagging. Dude, imagine back in the day when people had to send letters to each other. Like, that's how, like, you would communicate. Can you imagine living that way? Hello? Girl, you gotta get...
I'm back. I'm sorry. I missed your response. This is awful.
Are you on Wi-Fi or not on Wi-Fi?
I think I'm on
Whichever
Wi-Fi.
one you're
I should be
doing.
connected. Yeah,
Just
I am connected to my local Wi-Fi.
yeah, turn it off. Maybe just doing your cell signal might be better. Whatever, whichever one you are, just change it. It seems kind of like.
Oh my god, I bet that solved it. I bet that'll solve it.
Yeah,
Cool.
it seems like it's timing out like pretty consistently, so it's probably some sort of like network error.
That's exactly what it is.
All right, good. Okay,
Okay.
sorry.
What was I saying? What were you saying?
I don't remember.
Oh my god, I can finally fucking hear you. We have like real time talk. This is
Oh,
great.
let's go.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, one of the things I think is just really frustrating is that as far like a huge part of drag is that like it's a big deal that like cis men are presenting feminine. That's like a big part of what makes it exciting, and that's very frustrating for trans
Wait,
women.
hold on. For the performer or for like the audience?
Both.
Okay. Good.
It exists in a context where that's like a transgressive, weird, exciting thing to do.
Sure.
And I understand that in a lot of drag shows there may be one drag king, or there may, but like if we're being good faith, like 95% of drag is cis men presenting as women, and it is probably 80 to 90 to 95% homosexual cis men.
Yeah, I'll take your word for that, sure.
So yeah, so like I think it's very frustrating for trans women to see this and be like, why are you acting like it's some special magic trick for you to be presenting femme that you only do on stage in these performances? Like this isn't like, if you're trans, just be trans. If you're not trans, just don't be trans. But appropriating our identity for performance is like really weird.
Okay, I guess I would count. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Because it's not an empty space. Do you see what I'm saying? They act like it's an empty space that they're inheriting. It's not empty. We exist there.
Right. Okay. You know, I guess I would counter that with the idea that they're not trying to act like, you know, like a trans woman. Like, I assume you just want to look like a normal lady, right? Like walking down the street. Like,
so again, I think that they dress like a caricature of trans women.
well, again, that's okay. I just think like, just follow me down this like chain of logic here, like,
Sure.
right? Like, okay, so you want to just be perceived as like just a normal woman, right?
A hot lady, like an
I'm
attractive.
sorry, a hot, sexy bitch.
That's how I would like to be perceived. I don't know if I pull that off.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think I do. But like,
right, but like that's kind of like what you see yourself as, like just kind of like a normal lady, right? Like you don't see yourself as like an actress or some sort of dramatic character, right?
Right.
And they're not trying to. Okay, so with that in mind, like what is a drag show? Like a drag show is supposed to be very dramatic. It's supposed to be just over.
Well,
like
it's
like one
supposed
of
to
the
be
biggest.
a cisgendered man.
Well, hold
doing
on. Let me finish.
and then you can add all these things. Okay.
Okay, like it's just supposed to be like a more than anything. It was a offshoot of kind of like burlesque, right? Where it's like over the top, like insane interpretation of whatever you're trying to do, and
Okay, I would say it is not like burlesque. If I can jump in.
Sure, I mean,
for a second.
okay. Well, I'm just saying it. Like they're like
All right, I'll let you finish.
tangentially related.
opinion.
Yeah, they're like tangentially related, and
They're closely related. They're closely related.
Right,
Burlesque
right,
is
right.
fine. The difference is that burlesque is not offensive, and like if they want to like do, yeah, that's my take. But we keep going. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So like, I just would like wonder like we're just it just seems like at least. I mean, obviously you're gonna have a different interpretation as a trans woman, but like for me, I always felt like I never feel like this is why I always thought like people like shitting on trans shows being or not trans shows. God damn it! Now I just did it. No, drag show. I don't actually think that. Oh, stop! It was just a slip up. Stop it. But
Chad,
like,
I just won. I want that for the record.
Shut
That's a
up,
job.
bitch. But drag.
Sorry.
I don't even know what a trans show would be like. A Transformer show. I don't know. Like a drag show, like being like. I've never thought of the people like on the stage as being trans women, and maybe this is my like or like
Well, I think that is
obviously an
true. They're
interpretation of
not.
it. Right. No, I understand. But like any sort of like caricature, like I never thought that they were like pretending to be women. They were just doing a performance where they just like to dress up in like the most insane outfits, like for funsies
So
or
I think
whatever.
I think the difference between what makes it funsies and what makes it harmful
Mhm.
is the line between burlesque and cabaret. A queer burlesque is fucking fine. If
Okay.
everybody is being themselves and trying to be an exaggerated, performative, like either song or dance or expressive like version of themselves that is heightened and that's fine. That's great. That's dope. 100% on board. The
Okay.
framing of drag to me is different. And it starts with it is almost exclusively cisgendered homosexual men presenting in femme costumes, frequently with a deliberate comedic satirical element, and in ways that often draws attention to the fact that they are not cis women. Like it is a frequent thing in drag shows to be signaling that, like, get it? I'm not a cis lady, but look what I'm doing.
Right. And
That whole framing is pretty uncomfortable for trans women.
No, I absolutely understand that. That's totally valid. Like, I'm just saying that,
Thank
like,
you. Okay. Whew.
like, I
Just
don't think
trying to
there's
articulate
anything
it in a way
wrong
that
to
makes
feel
sense.
uncomfortable about it. I just don't think the inherent nature of drag is, intentionally to shit on trans people or like I think it's not. It's just more. I've always looked at it more like an art thing because it's so like comical, and I do understand how it could definitely come
Okay,
off
but it being
in
an
the way that
art
you're
doesn't mean
describing.
it's not a prejudice. It's not like
Right,
a
and I think that
bigoted
goes more performance to performance. I think there's absolutely drag performances that are insensitive to trans
It's
women.
definitely art. I'm not trying to pretend it's not art. I just think it's like, blackface is also art that we shouldn't keep doing.
Right. I mean, I guess like I wouldn't actually think that blackface and art's kind of pretty lazy from what I feel like. But like, I'm just saying, like, I think that a lot of like, it's again totally valid to find a lot of performances offensive, and if you don't like drag in general, that's totally your prerogative. I just think as the idea of like, okay, for example, like kabuki, right, or like even like old theater, like. Do you think that inherently, like, what level is it? Just like the fact that it is somebody playing a part that they don't actually align with, or is it because of the
hetero cis men don't touch drag?
Okay, well, let me give you an example. Kabuki is like there's plenty of female characters, but there's no female actors. So do you find that like? I guess I'm trying to find like, is it because
So I would say that's like very different.
Okay.
Because that was probably the result of cultural prejudices that presented women from performing in those roles. And they also were probably more comfortable with like a less Judeo-Christian rigid binary presentation of gender. Right? So that's existing in a very different space. One of the things I think is an obvious, clear, and important hallmark of drag in America is that it is gay men presenting.
You just hate the gay man? I was kidding.
Well, no, I mean, it is. It is gay men presenting in a space as though that space isn't already occupied by a community. And I think that within the queer community, it was an easy way to punch down. It was like, we're gay, we're not like those.
But you think that
freak
was the intention, or do you think that they just?
Yes.
You really
I
think that
for
was an
some of them
inherent
that-
intention?
I think that for some of them that was absolutely the intention, and I think that's why it caught on and got normalized. I think that
drag?
now,
I mean, drag's been a thing for like ever.
I think that drag shows, as we conceive of them, or was probably like, I don't think that people were singing Madonna in 1490. Like, there's probably some historical context.
Well, I mean, the
to this.
Greeks used to do drag shit all the time.
What it wasn't drag shit. They did like it wasn't drag is a kind of a specific thing. We're not like
Okay, so
not
what's the
all
difference between
cross-dressing
that
is
and like
drag.
cross-dressing and doing a performance?
Like a lot. Okay. Again, it seems like there's like a pretty clear understanding that it's like not good to present in like satirical like presentations of like other cultures and identities, right? Like that's kind of understood. Like straight men making fun of gay
Right.
men is considered or is like
Yeah,
kind of
Steven
bad, right?
Crowder, pretty cringe, pretty lame.
Yeah, like we all agree that that's like not great, right?
Sure.
So it's just weird that this space is treated like it's totally open. It's a non-space that's just like free to play around in and muck about in.
Well,
When
I
it's
guess where
like,
would you draw the line then is my question. Like where like
so I think that, so for me, people should, like, if you're going to do something like that, it should be a heightened version of your authentic self, right? Like, I think that burlesque and cabaret are both examples of people who create and present a character with song and costuming and dance in an elaborate, extravagant, exciting way that it is an exaggerated version of something that is true about themselves.
Okay,
Right?
so
It's like with their own gender identity and their own
what if people like to okay, I think I understand maybe where we can have a agreement on. I think that it's absolutely fair. I know I've seen some like some drag shows where they do very much emphasize the fact that they have a dick or whatever. And I
Right.
feel
That's a
like
pretty common
that
right now.
is incredibly like I could absolutely see how that's probably insanely offensive. And I would agree with you on that, and that they somebody doing like a drag show probably shouldn't do that because you shouldn't be emphasizing the fact that you are, I guess, I don't know, finger quotes, pretending to be somebody else, but you're not, and you're aware of it, like, because that, obviously gets really offensive. And I
It's
absolutely
super
agree with you.
offensive.
Yeah, no, I absolutely
I feel like a
agree
lot of
with
people like
you.
don't see it at all, and it's just like, yo, how do you not? This is like the same thing that they like Friends was doing in the '90s. It's just gay men doing it. Like it's
Yeah,
like the
no,
same thing.
yeah, no, I would agree with you on that. But I guess where I hope you would agree with me is that I think that doing drag, and if you're not doing like that, like one of those like, oh, we're doing like, oh, I got a dick still, like type of like, like that cringe shit. Like, do you think that's still okay? Like just to do like because I think a lot of people like to I mean, I like to
think it's
dress up like
I think it's very ignorant. So I don't think it's evil, but I think it does damage.
if
And
they're
it's
not doing
uninformed.
if they're not doing the like saying like, oh, I have a dick type of thing, like, but they're just dressing up and
I think
like,
it's ignorant. So it's not evil. They're not trying to hurt people. I do think that they are doing damage.
what do you think the
I
damage
don't.
is? Do you think it's that they're supporting the cringe people who do the I got a dick shit?
They're maintaining the frame, which is an inherently pretty fucking transphobic frame. So another thing I think is a big part of this, and I don't have like the actual specific times and dates that I can flesh this out, like if I were going to write a thesis on this. But I think that some genuinely bigoted people opened the space up and started doing it. And like I think there really
Oh, yeah.
was
I mean,
like
Steven
an
Crowder
element
loves
of it.
dressing in drag all the time, but it's not like
Well,
an
yeah,
art
and
piece.
like the jokes you're talking about, like we know that they happen. All of that is punching down at the trans community, and it happens pretty frequently in drag shows. Not all drag performers do it, but it's pretty frequent in drag shows. So I
Okay.
think that that is like an example of like.
So you think there's no form of drag that like is like?
Well, and then I
okay.
also think that once that space was open, it was probably safer and felt like less stressful. If you're a gay like man and you want to perform, you can adopt a trans identity and you don't look like yourself. And you can do things that you wouldn't do normally and you can create distance from it. And also you're being judged as a character, not as your authentic self. So it's probably like a little bit scarier to just go up and be like an authentic lounge
Right.
singer.
Then I guess I have to ask you, does it
Is to like
not benefit?
slip into this space that was already created where you get cut a little bit of slack. Does that make sense? So I think that like a lot of people, I think that like some bigoted people created it in that it existed in the queer community as a way to differentiate between
Let me
homosexual men and trans women.
Okay, let me counter that with a little bit. Maybe because drag's been around for ages.
I think it dates back to vaudeville. That would be my guess. Is that it's probably
Well,
like
I
early
mean,
1900s.
again, I guess it
what we think
depends
of
what
as, like-
form. I guess like what we're talking about, like the modern form of like a.
There's been genderqueer shit forever.
Right,
You know what I
right,
mean? Like
right,
I'm not saying that
exactly.
there's no like I'm not saying that there's like
Yeah,
no
but
ways to. But yeah.
let me
Yeah.
counter what you're saying. Like, okay, what if it's easier for people to like, it. You're right. It is a very populated gay thing. What if you think it, or what would you say if it was somebody used it to get more comfortable with kind of going, like they had like a character, like they're like super closeted.
I think that's exactly what they do. But that's what I'm saying. I think it's ignorant, but it's damaging. Because like that's not empty space.
Do you think that they shouldn't, like, you want to take that away from people?
Yeah, I think they should go and they should bomb until they get good at art, like every other fucking artist does.
Well, no. I'm saying just just
You know, like,
understanding themselves. Maybe they like are like somebody who does like stage performance or whatever, and they're like, okay, I wanna play around with my gender identity. So let's maybe do.
If they're playing around with their gender identity, then their gender also has to be different off stage. If they're just doing it for an audience,
Well, how do they
then
know,
they're
though?
exploiting a gender identity. Well, I mean, it's person to person, but like, I think that if they are like, I think that a person who is like, there are gender fluid people who do drag. That 100% happens. Again, I don't really like the framing. It happens, but to me, that's very different than like
What do you mean the framing?
cisgendered people of drag. I think we should just, as a community, I think the whole queer community should just be like, we like cabarets and we like burlesque shows. They're great. We do lots of that stuff. Drag was a thing we kind of used to do, and now we have sort of moved past that. And you can just, it's just like, it's the whole smattering. There's
So
no
what do you think of
on-
drag kings?
I mean, I suspect that, like, what do I think of it? I think it's probably does the same thing to trans men that drag queens do to trans women. It pretends that that's not like 100% real thing that like gets occupied, and it's usually not by people who frame themselves as gender fluid. It's usually by people who have like a set gender, portraying something that is their quote unquote not their gender.
Well, wait, you think that it's? I guess like the main crux is you think that people who shouldn't portray their gender as not their gender?
In a comedic, provocative way that people who are sincerely like that. Yeah.
Again, I do understand what you're saying with like the valid like concern with like people like doing it in a very tasteless way, but you don't think that there's ever been somebody who's done drag that like made like funny trans jokes?
It's weird. Okay. It's weird to frame like having a dick and putting on a dress as like a special thing that you do for a show.
Well, yeah, no, that's like lazy writing. That's like boring and like.
Well, no, but like, so like all of drag is that. In Drag Kings, it's like the opposite. It's like, oh, they have a vag, but they've got pants on and they have a painted on beard.
Well, yeah.
It's like, okay, but like, cool. I mean, I bet trans men think that's kind of annoying. I don't know. I can't speak for.
Sure.
I can't speak for any full community. I know I've talked to, other trans women who feel the same way about drag. I know that there are trans women who think drag is fine. So, this is like not a monolithic opinion. I think it's cringe as fuck and it's pretty offensive. And like when they were doing Drag Story Hour, I was like, we're gonna get a bunch of fucking strays from this. And now like a ton of anti-trans legislation is passing in all the places where they kick the hornet's nest with that. And
Yeah,
it's like,
I always
you
thought
didn't
that
prove
was
anything.
Yeah.
You just like, it's like if you ever played WoW and they fucking Leroy Jenkins their movement in like an unironic
I don't think they
way.
intentionally meant to do that. I just think
I
that
don't
it
think they
was
intended, but
them
this is,
just
again, this
rolling
is, like-
through. Like you can have that. Like again, you're valid to have your feelings around those things, but I just think it's
Okay, Gorpsic is. I'll give this dude a trans perspective. LMAO, Gorpsic, I'm trans. Are you intentionally misgendering me, or was that a mistake?
Gorbs Inc. What's up?
Well, maybe they're trans.
They said, yeah, they are trans, but they misgendered me. So I'm asking because I'm gonna ban the fuck out of them if they did
Well,
intentionally.
it's because you're doing like the I just woke up voice.
Sorry.
I'm just kidding. I mean,
I'm West Coast, motherfucker. Dude is not a gendered term. Guy is a gendered term. Sorry, not you.
I was like, what? What just happened?
I'm yelling at Kat.
I mean, would you like to speak with
Excuse
them?
me, I'm
'Cause
getting
we
one
c-
gal.
We can. I guess we'd have to go back in the other. Oh, you're still in the other. How are you in 2 channels at once? How are you doing this?
This guy is not listening to context. Okay, Gorbsik has just misgendered me a second time. Bye, Gorbsik. You're out.
Yeah, she literally just.
Yeah, I was pretty explicit about that. I feel like we've established intent. Cool. Anyways,
You're
sorry.
not doing your voice lesson. I'm just kidding.
I need to do more voice lessons. I gotta do trans voice lessons.
I mean, I do too. I feel like, it's kind of funny. Anytime I play a video game, I always.
Oh, Gorbsik is okay. Headless is vouching. Fuck. Whatever. Okay. You're unbanned, I think.
They Oh yeah, we hosted them the other day. Wow, very transphobic of you, Glitterball.
Oh no, I'm a traitor to my cause. Again, like I said, this is not a monolithic belief, but it certainly is not one that's unique to me, and I absolutely
I
think
would love to
that
have their opinion.
yeah, bring him in. I'm down.
Is it trans? I guess we're in a call.
Did they get unbanned? I my fucking computer's lagging still.
Like, imploding.
I'm trying to unban you, Gorbsink. I'm sorry. You caught a stray. It happens. Look, we're doing it live, right?
Hold on. I think I can now probably talk to you in the disc, so I'm gonna go ahead and move to that.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh,
we got him.
Okay, can I don't know how you were in both this channel and a personal one. At least it was showing that you were talking. What about, can you still hear me? God damn it. Everything's imploding. Oh, no! Maybe this is some... Okay, I'm in the Nina Discord channel. I saw you talking when we were talking one-on-one here. I think we see somebody here. What is happening? Hold on, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to the bathroom. I saw you join the channel, but I just went into the bathroom, so I don't...
Okay, I'm here. I think Gorbs is.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Was in the
I think
bathroom.
Gorbs is in the debate zone. I told him to move into
we're
this
all good.
one.
Hello?
Hello.
You are a little quiet. Let me turn you up a little bit. Hearing a little bit of reverb from, I think I'm hearing myself.
I don't know where you'd be hearing yourself. Because I have headphones in.
Oh, okay. And just hallucinating. No, you sound fine now. So I'm sorry to say I don't have a lot of time because I made a commitment to go on a show today, but I would love to, continue the conversation. So, I'm sorry. How do you say your name? And
Call me Gorps. You're good.
just Gorps.
Yep. Just
All right.
Gorps.
Okay. So, I assume you have a different perspective on this, correct?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't listen to the whole conversation. I was
No,
making
that's
food and
fine.
I came back and then started chatting, so.
It's all good.
Uh,
Go ahead.
What are your pronouns?
Yeah.
Yep,
I'm assuming she, her for
Gotcha.
you? Glitter?
Glitter is she, her, yes. I'm Ennial.
Is it she, her? Sorry, I'm still getting
We have
spotty
the
connection.
whole spectrum here.
Look at that.
Sorry, Gorp, sorry, are you she, her? I didn't hear. I may.
He, him.
You're he, him. Okay.
No, so like my issue with what was being said is at the end of the day, what you're doing is you're letting transphobic people win.
I'm
Right?
not.
Like, yeah, but by doing this, by saying, well, the transphobic people are getting upset or are using this to do something else, you're just letting transphobes win by saying no one can do it now. Rather than just saying,
No.
just don't be transphobic with it and then you're fine.
No.
Like, don't be a douchebag.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the transphobic did win. I'm saying that this triggered a lot of attention, which caused transphobic people to actively, effectively pass bans on us in a way that I don't think would have happened if they hadn't drawn this aggro in this way.
Right, but just saying that no one can do this now, you are still letting transphobic people win.
No.
Rather than pushing
No.
back on the idea that it's that drag and trans people
I
are
think
the
that
same.
drag shows are offensive to trans people, not because of the impact they have on. We talked about this a lot in the first half of the conversation.
Give me like a
I guess
two sentence.
I'll go into the point where I agree with, because I think we're probably like maybe I'm like the middle, the NB, some would say, where I absolutely agree that to some extent I could see that it being offensive, where like some drag performances are very much like playing off of the like, oh, the ridiculousness of me being in a dress having a dick, like, just like some performances. I'm not saying that's like the generalized entire point of drag, of course, but I absolutely can see how that could be incredibly offensive towards trans women or trans men or whatever. Like if you're, oh no, she disappeared. She's back on Wi-Fi. She's having a connection problems, but I'm just bringing it up to speed. Oh, she's back. There we go. Okay. So yeah, I understand where that could be offensive. That's kind of where I'm at personally. And I don't know. Would you agree with me on that, or us on that?
Not really, just because maybe we all have different tastes of comedy and everything in general, but like I would say,
Well,
to an
I
extent
guess
at
maybe
least,
I'm not saying that you would be
somewhat-
offended. I'm just saying, do you agree that you could see that being offensive to, in a
I
valid
could
way?
see it being offensive, but I wouldn't see it being validly offensive. I can see why people say it's offensive. I just don't see it as valid.
Okay, that's fine. Trans women, as far as I know, there is a significant portion of our community that finds it overtly offensive. So trans men may not feel similarly about it. I also think that about 95% of drag performance is cis men presenting in a femme way. So if you're just talking like you personally don't find it offensive to yourself, like I'm not shocked by that, because most of it isn't about mocking the space that you exist in, right?
Well, drag kings do it too, and I don't
They
find
do
that offensive, so it's
exist,
not
but
that
do we agree that about
Yeah.
95% of
Yeah.
drag shows are cis homosexual men presenting in a feminine persona?
Yeah, but that's
Yeah, so that is the
people can dress
majority
however they
of it.
want.
That's the phenomenon, right?
Yeah, but people can dress however they want at the end of the day. I think that especially trans
Right, but
people
you're
are not
avoiding
one
the
to
point.
say you
The
can't
point
do
is
it.
that drag as an art style is 95% cis homosexual men existing in a femme space. So trans women are the people who are most likely to feel that that is infringing on their space. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, can I give you an example that I relate this to though, as to why I don't find it valid?
Sure.
Adult actor. Oh my god, just go.
Huh?
I want to wait for her. I want to wait for her to come back.
Oh, she
dropped
disappeared again. Oh no. I thought we fixed the
Welcome back.
problem. What happened?
I'm back. I'm back. I'm
You're
back.
back.
And
You're
I thought we
back.
had it fixed too.
But no, what I relate it to is children in shows, or like teenagers in shows, most of the time played by adult actors. And they're not
Cope.
kids, but they're
Unrelated.
playing kids.
Not
Really?
even close to
Because
related.
half of those
Let me
shows
Not
are
tell you.
even
making fun
close
of
to
kids.
related. That's
How is
such
that
a
not
fucking
close to related?
that's so disingenuous. Are you kidding?
Hold on.
How is it
Can
not
you
close to
restate that
related?
again? I'm sorry. I was reading something.
Adults play like teenagers in shows.
Okay.
And half the time those shows can be very mocking of teenagers.
Okay.
But no one finds that offensive.
Because it's
You're-
weird to
you're
employ
acting-
teenagers and children long term.
You're
So
acting
oftentimes
as
Hollywood
something
has
that you aren't. That's the
Okay.
point.
I don't really feel like that's a good example. Do you have another one maybe that would be more applicable, just to be, you know?
Literally any type of acting, really. It's all you're acting as if you are something that
So,
you're not.
so your
Maybe,
argument
for
is that
example,
it's a
acting mental illnesses.
performance.
Okay, but
Yeah.
do you think blackface is good? That's a
Depends on the
type of
intent.
acting.
Depends on the intent.
Okay.
I really I'll be honest. I don't think that's a good argument
I think it's
about the
inspiring that you're
intent.
willing to frame your argument.
But I mean,
What's that?
I'm just saying. I don't think the intent argument is very good.
Yeah, I think it's
Let's
crap.
like. I
Unless
guess
you're,
I
like,
want to. I
doing
want to
something
ask,
really
like,
sharp.
maybe you would agree with my perspective here, where I do have a level of, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to probably. We still have a few minutes, but like, my perspective is that as an art form, yeah, I understand that it's not supposed to be serious. It's supposed to be a little silly billy shit. But Glitterbell's perspective, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there are some aspects of it that can be incredibly offensive. It's like, you know, if you're doing a comedy and like for example, I'm Asian, like, you can do good Asian jokes, but like Asian jokes in general are not. I guess that's kind of my point of view, where it's like you can do like a good version of it or like a respectful like comedic interpretation. I guess one of the
It'd
best
be weird if
examples
there was a
might
genre
be
that was
sorry.
Asian jokes, right?
Well, hold on. Let me rephrase. Let me start from the beginning. I realize that was probably not the best way to phrase that. But like, okay, so you've compared it quite a bit to blackface, right, Glitterbell? And I'm curious.
Yeah.
Do you think do you think that Tropic Thunder actually did a very good transformative version of blackface?
I think that most people agree Tropic Thunder is kind of the one time when blackface was used to satirize blackface and is like not indicative of what blackface is.
Right. Okay. So would you agree that that is a fair perspective to say when a lot of trans
Say that
or
there's an
drag
example of somebody who did that thing.
Yeah, but it's possible, right, to do performance art like that in a way that is almost satirizing the people satirizing it.
Like, I don't think that is the type of behavior that our friend here is defending.
Sure, but I just want to establish the narrative here.
I mean, most people say that there are some contexts that make almost anything worthwhile, but I don't think that that's what we're describing. Like, we're talking about drag shows, which are 95% cis gay men.
Right, but I guess I just want you to confirm that there is a good way to do a drag show.
No.
So wait,
unless it's like
you said there's a good way to do blackface, but you're saying there's not a good way that you can do a drag show?
So I'm saying hypothetically maybe, but I think that like a whole show that is about it, it's like unless it was a whole drag show making fun of drag shows in a way that made people uncomfortable with normal drag shows, maybe that would be fine. I don't think that's what we're discussing, because that would be a critique of drag shows.
Okay, sure, but I'm just asking you, is there ever a good version of Okay,
but it shouldn't be. But yes, but as in the previous example, it should not be normalized. Does that make sense?
I mean, again, I just think that drag shows are mostly just people playing around with like costumes and like. I mean, let's be real. We all know. I mean, maybe you don't agree with this, but I think. Oh shit.
Nina, she's gone.
I know. But she'll come back. It's
Okay,
fine.
she's
She always comes back. She's like a fairy. Like her avatar. She always comes back. Like it's fun. I mean, again, maybe
It's
you
not
wouldn't
fun for
agree.
trans
As a you're a trans man, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I am.
Maybe it's just cause whatever. But like, I like dresses and shit, and like over the top makeup and sparkles and shit. Like that stuff's fun for me. Like.
Well, you're non-binary, so it's not surprising that
Yeah,
stuff
but I'm
across
just
the
saying,
spectrum
like,
is fun for you.
I don't think that
Like,
I'm
yes, of
trying to make
course.
fun of anybody else by just wanting to dress up like that.
So I think
Not
the
so
drag
much exactly
shows,
my
which are 95% homosexual men presenting in
keep
femme, is
harping.
not the same as what you're describing. I think that the fact that it is very largely constricted to a particular demographic presenting in a particular way makes it clear that it's not just funsies playing dress up.
Because they're gay men.
Why do these people being interested in it make it clear that it's not just fun dress up? Like this is just the demographic that tends to be interested in it.
Right.
Just as women, like girls, tend to be more interested in Barbies. Like it's something that this group is interested in. That doesn't mean it's bad.
So do you, how much of you didn't hear any of the earlier conversation, Gorps?
I was in and out because I was cooking. So
Okay. So as previously stated, I think most drag performances are framed around the idea that people with dicks presenting in femme clothing is an exciting, tantalizing thing that in and of itself is kind of show-worthy. That framing, I think, is pretty problematic for a bunch of trans women. Not all, probably not the majority, but a significant percentage of us. Does that make sense?
yeah, but it also is odd.
Yeah, but
People
okay,
make
so that
shows
does
of
make
things
sense.
that are odd. That's fine. Odd doesn't mean
Okay,
bad.
but if the thing that makes it odd is that it stigmatizes a certain type of identity, that
How's
is
it
bad.
stigmatizing by showing it?
So it's creating a framing where doing that is a weird, spectacular, and novel thing. Where trans women want to be accepted into society where we can be our own kink anime girls, not because of fucking RuPaul. Like, there's a difference.
It
And
is
I think the
abnormal
presentation
and
should
weird,
come
though.
from trans women, not from cis men.
If it's 1% of the population, it is abnormal and weird. Like you're arguing that framing of it, but that's just simply what it is. That's not a bad thing.
What, you're saying that being trans is abnormal and weird? Internalized much?
Abnormal.
Look, I love
1% of the population. I'm sorry, like that's like definitionally it is.
Okay.
You can try to deny it all you want, but it is.
I
It
mean,
doesn't
I
mean that it's
love
bad.
that you are comfortable mansplaining to me. I am glad that we have come this far. I also think you're full of shit right now. Like, there is like.
I mean, I think he is
clear
correct that it
framing
is
for his
abnormal. Like,
performance.
do you think that most people are trans?
I don't think that most people are trans, but I don't think it is weird, as Gorps said.
Well, I mean, I think that he's trying to say.
Would you agree it's abnormal then?
Sure.
If I
I
took
would
out the
say
weird.
atypical.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
abnormal typically includes a problem.
Sure. Okay.
Like,
so you guys agree on that position then?
Yeah, you just have a different connotation with the word.
Yeah, it's fine.
But
It's fine.
it's atypical, and people like to show atypical things in
okay, but
art
that's
forms
what's
and in
okay.
everything.
But don't you understand that that's
Wait,
fetishizing?
let him finish.
Like people like
liking
to
to
show
show things because they're atypical is fetishizing.
Are we fetishizing mental illness when we have a mentally ill character in a show? Like it's it's not
Okay, but if a
fetishizing
show
inherently.
is called
Just like
the
drag
mentally
isn't
ill
sexual
characters
inherently.
show, then it would be kind of weird, right?
I guess.
Right, but it's not called
Okay,
a
because
trans
drag is
character.
all about appropriating a gender that you don't
let me
identify
ask you, like, okay, so, like, you know, I'm autistic. Like, if you have a main character that's, like, autistic and it's, like, about their struggles or, you know, triumphs, whatever, about being autistic, would you find that, be like,
I think that people are really struggling to understand that there is a difference between a drag show and characters in other media with attributes. A minstrel show was a racist performance. A drag show is a performance that embraces a bigoted framing that basically
Goes, goddamn.
And she's gone. Right in the middle of the argument too.
I'm so sorry. I wish we had more time, but we only have about 10 more minutes. But good speaking to you, of course. So we hosted you the other day, and
So,
sorry, go
all
ahead.
right. So yeah, the framing is everything. Like, it's not that this thing's so. If gay men want to be femboys in a cabaret, that's fine. It's different if it's a drag show. Does that make
Well,
sense?
they're not claiming to be trans though. Like it's just dressing up at that point.
Okay, but if it's just dressing up, then it's just appropriation. Like, if it's inauthentic, they are taking space that is really occupied by other people and pretending as though it is innocent. In the same way that you wouldn't just wear a Native American headdress just dressing up, because that's like kind of a thing.
Okay, but people wear
Theoretically, you could.
kimonos.
Cowboy hat. How
because-
about a cowboy hat?
I feel like
appropriating?
because one of these communities has been the historical victim of like appropriation and oppression, the cowboy hat v Native American headdress example is a little different. But if you want to draw an analogy, I think there's a similarity in appropriating our identities for performance.
Well, do you really think that's what
Does that make
they're
sense?
trying to do, though? I guess like that's kind of the main question. Like your thesis, right, is that Glitterbell, that drag in its, I guess, most pure form has
Its most
always
common
been
form,
to okay, has been to character or what is the word? God damn it. Character.
It's been a convenient way for gay men to draw a line between themselves and trans women.
Why do you think that's the? I guess I have to wonder why. Like
Also, there is a line between them.
Yeah, there is, but I don't think that line. I think it's been to draw that line in order to set us below them. I think it is to set us apart as a weirder, more outsider class that they can punch down on. I don't think the majority of drag performers think that way. I think that is the framing that.
I'm sorry, what is your name again? Like it gets all cut off because I got streamer mode on.
Gorbs.
Gorbs.
Yeah,
Just
Gorbs.
Gorbs. I think this is related to the we were watching the middle ground of LGBT or should oh god damn it.
Yeah, I know the middle ground. I was watching that before you.
Oh yeah, you already watched it. Be separated from TQIA. I think that's where a lot of this is coming from. But yeah, I'm curious. You watched the whole thing already?
I watched most of it with you, but I've also watched it on my own stream, so I've seen the whole thing. Yes.
I swear to God, I'm cursed by somebody. I'm back. Okay, what was that? I saw you talking on my TV, which is muted. Was there a response?
Oh no, yeah, we were just talking about the Jubilee we were watching. And I was wondering if like because all of this did stem from that disconnect of like the question of should the LGB separate from the TQIA, you know.
So like no, we shouldn't separate, but I also think that there's like as we grow as a community, there's some like kind of understanding that needs to start happening in ways that are like, you know, significant. I think that the drag queen story hours provoked a lot of backlash that caused actual restrictions in the daily lives of
That's
trans
not
women.
fair to
And it's
shit
really,
on the.
oh no, it is, and it's important to
You
understand.
think that drag queens shouldn't do it because it comes back on?
I think that drag queens shouldn't hold provocative public events with children in order to muster up conservative ire that they can't
Well, that's not why
manage.
they're doing it. They're just trying to do it for like funsies.
For lols, ha ha ha! Look,
And
I made
also,
the
wait,
conservatives
they've
mad.
been doing this for a long time,
Yeah,
like far before this was even a topic of conversation.
Yeah, the drag queen
Drag
story
queen
hours
story
been, like, I
hours
think
have
for
been-
years.
They've been going on for a long time.
What's the long
It's the only
time?
reason.
Let me
The
look
only
at-
reason that they're being
Let me
targeted is
look.
What's a
people
long
don't-
time?
Let me look. Give me a sec.
Yeah,
I'll
I
let
think that
Nina
we're
have the actual
projecting here.
What do you
But
mean
either way, they've
projecting
been
on
going
what?
on since before this stuff happened. The only reason that they're a
2015
topic
is
of
when I
conversation is
started.
because the whole kids
Yeah,
and trans.
okay, so they've not been happening for a long time.
I
This
mean,
has been like
In regards to the like legal pushback against trans people, they have been happening for a long time.
Yeah, like the bullshit of
Okay,
like
do
being
you
like,
think
oh,
that
they're all
drag queen
groomers or
story
whatever.
hours
That didn't start
increase the
happening until
likelihood
recently.
of trans protections getting passed in a town or city or state?
Oh, god damn it!
You're going again.
What did she ask him? You're back.
She said, "Do you think that story hours increase the chances of the protections?"
I mean, you might have a point there when it comes, but that's
I
like
do have a point there.
very live.
Another thing that's critical is that
you're,
they get to
you're,
stop being drag queens between shows.
You're negotiating with the terrorists here. Like this is
No,
kind of the ideology that you're going with right
losing
now.
to the terrorists. Okay,
and you're trying to
drag
negotiate with them
performers
at
get
the
to
same
stop
time.
being in drag between shows. Trans women are affected by that legislation for their whole lives once that comes enacted.
You know what a stronger correlation between these like legislations and the stronger correlation is stupid people in government and stupid
No
people
shit,
voting.
motherfucker. We have to
That's the
beat
stronger
them, not bait
correlation.
them. Have you seen the Leroy
Right.
Jenkins meme?
No.
You know how you can run out and draw a bunch of aggro and then get your ass kicked? That's what they did to us politically.
Well, I mean, you could also do the argument in the opposite way, where like drag queens is taking heat for trans people because they equate them because they're dumb. Like the people who are
But
gonna.
they're not, because once they are off the show, once they are off the stage,
Yeah, but they were gonna do it
no longer are
anyways.
identifiable as drag queens because it's not obvious. But trans women, when I go to the bus stop, I still look like a trans woman. So if a gay man puts on a drag costume and gets a bunch of conservatives riled up in front of a library and then takes it off, they can disguise themselves again.
There are ways to pass better though. Like
Oh,
you can wear a
stop!
mask,
That's a better
for
argument.
example.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude.
Like if you're
What the
that
fuck?
scared of it.
Are you kidding? There's a huge, yeah,
If you're that
okay,
scared of
that's
it.
cute.
I think they're joking. I think they're joking. I'm sorry to end on this, but I do have to go to the show that I do appreciate, of course, that we set up. I would love to have another conversation about this in the future if you guys are all interested. And having I don't know if that was a lag or whatever, but you don't know. But no, it was fantastic speaking with you, and I would love to speak with you again in the future. But I have a show commitment today, so hopefully
We're good. We
we'll.
can definitely set something up though.
Yeah, for sure. It was really nice talking to you. Oh, Glitterbell's back.
I'm back. Sorry, I was
Yeah,
in
no,
the middle
I
of
have to go to Stardust things, so.
All right, I'll get off. Bye.
All right, bye. Love both of you guys. Bye. Oh, that was kind. I mean, the topic wasn't. It was contentious, but it was very cute. Cute's not the right word. That sounded weird. It was nice talking to. I like being able to talk with y'all. Cute is like such a cringe word. I don't know why I said that. Sorry. Didn't mean to be reductive about anything. That was, I'm laughing at myself being so stupid. I'm so fucking dumb. Hold on. How do I do? Said 7 Eastern time, which is gross. So 6. What do I do? Do I just join her Discord? I don't remember how to do these things. I'll message the thing. Join the voice channel. Good about you're still in the Discord channel, just BT dubs. I have left myself in a Discord channel for like multiple days, and it made me so embarrassed because I was probably just play around. So just give me a heads up there. Why can't I find the general live? Oh, lobby. Wait. Hey, best friend.
I think you're muted.
Hello.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. Welcome, welcome everyone. Welcome to Supernova. So today is a very unusual subject, but I thought it went viral on social media, so I figured it would be an interesting thing to discuss. First off, let me introduce the topic. Let me introduce Supernova. Supernova is my weekly Sunday semi blood sports, semi not blood sports panel where we discuss / debate different topics. And this week's topic is the woman who was allegedly struck with a brick. So, a video's gone viral on social media. In the video, a woman alleges that she's in a hospital gown. She alleges that a man asked her for her number in public. She turned him down, and he took a brick to her face in retaliation. Let me share this to the audience. Well, we'll just watch it really quickly. Okay, so that's the first video that came out on social media, and it very quickly went viral. But then after this video came out, other people started looking into her TikTok, and they found other relevant TikToks, videos where she is
In front of so
acting
many
in
men.
questionable ways. So, for example, bear with me.
Another black woman, because we are the innate protectors and the providers. We protect societies, we protect communities with our intellectual property, with our lived experiences, with our breast milk, with our bodies. We're the ones. And the two. Bitch, not even the three. Because men are not providers and protectors, not innately, because they only protect what they possess. But we protect everybody and we provide, baby, okay? So I hope you catch a girl tonight, because I hope I do. Ew. And don't forget, before there was feminism, it was lesbians who were living those lives without worried about niggas. Like, they were not worried about niggas. They were decentering men. So before there was feminism,
There's
there were
that
lesbians.
one.
Hey,
There's
excuse
then
me,
other
thank you.
videos that came out that look even worse for her.
Black women, I have less privilege than you. Thank you.
I feel bad,
Okay, bear with me while I show the audience, catch them up on everything. So this is something that I believe Andrew shared to the group chat. So this seems to be a video right from the actual incident where the alleged brick hitting happened.
Hit me in my face with a brick, and all these black men just watch, and they don't give a. Yeah, this man hit me, grabbed a rock, and it hit me in my face, and I would have given him my number. And all y'all just watch. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? What y'all do? I want y'all to be a man. I want y'all to be a man. Do something. Y'all gonna let a man hit me in my face? Oh, y'all. What have I ever done to
And
anybody in my life to deserve this? Literally, a man asked me for my number. I said no, and he picked up a brick in front of so many men and was like, hit me in my face with a brick, and all these black men just watch, and they don't give a.
Okay, so that's and then last but not least, sorry, 1 second here. Last but not least, did I accidentally close something? Just okay. Last but not least, here, so is this that somebody posted. Okay. All right. So that's kind of the summary. This woman posted this video. It went viral. People started digging through her TikTok to kind of like see what kind of person this was. Multiple people made videos on the topic, kind of calling her credibility into question. So, question number 1 for this topic is, what are the ethical responsibilities of bystanders in situations like the one depicted? And should they have intervened to protect the woman from harm? And if you guys don't believe any part of the story, feel free to voice that. Just let me know. We can start from the top. Andrew, what do you think? Oh, actually, also, please introduce yourself as we give intro statements as well. So.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I am the host of the one and only Crucible, fastest growing debate channel on YouTube. Thank you for having me on tonight for the Supernova panel. Thank you to all the other guests, with the exception of Beckett of Krabs, but that's just because he's British and I don't like him. But all that aside, diving in to the content at hand, this chick who claims to be a strong woman and lesbian, and she gonna do what she gonna do. It appears that when she was walking around, and she smacked the wrong guy across the face, and he probably smacked her back across her face. Do I find this hilarious? Yes. Do I find this to be justice? Yes. Do I think that more of this should happen? Likely. When you're talking about the ethical duties and responsibilities of a person, should they intervene in order to save a woman from their fate? Well, we seem to have a plague inside of the West where women have decided that they can go over and smack men with wild abandon and they can't do anything about it. And occasionally one of them goes, you know what, just dumb broad, and just bam, bashes her back. And then there's some public outcry, and it's like, what's the problem here? You're a strong, independent woman. The patriarchy is evil. All rights are equalized. If you smack a dude and he smacks you back, you kind of get what you get. You deserve it. I have absolutely zero sympathy. Don't believe a word that this chick says. She raised over 40 grand now at this point, right? And she, from my perspective, she probably had it coming. So, do I have a huge problem with it? No. You can't run around saying that you're equal. I am woman. Hear me roar. I am queen lesbian. The women's are the ones who cares about everybody. And then you're walking around smacking dudes across the face, and one of them smacks you back. Too bad. So sad. But I'm glad. And with that, that's my opening statement.
Okay, so just to clarify, so you think based on her past videos that it's likely that this is the result of her slapping somebody?
Yeah, I think that she slapped the wrong guy. So what happens is women get this sense of empowerment because men are highly benevolent. And we tend not to strike them even when they're being physically abusive. But occasionally you come across the wrong one and he smacks you. And it's like, what's the problem here? You know what I mean? It's a comfort zone thing that happens for him. And occasionally I think that it's nice to see him get jarred out of that comfort zone. This chick is obviously a racist. She smacks white people and then tells them that she is or they're privileged and that's why she's hitting them. And it's like, well, okay, it just seems like it's kind of poetic justice to me.
Okay. All right. Moving on. Beckett, introduce
Hi,
yourself and give your
I'm
thoughts.
I'm Beckett of Crabs. I run a channel looking at lolcows, occasionally talk about theology, philosophy, all that history stuff, random things. Thanks for having me on. Again, I also hate Andrew. Not because he's American, just because he's Andrew. There are so many fucking reasons. No, I kid. I love you, buddy. Right, okay. This one's a bit weird because it seems like she has a history, and we've seen a lot of people on the internet go to quite extremes, like with prank channels, with TikTok, with recording videos of themselves harassing the public. Occasionally, that goes quite wrong. It's difficult to say whether that's what happened in this case. What I will say though is there's been this thing of like for a few years now of videos coming out of women throwing hands on guys and talking about kind of the importance of equality and things. Men are physically stronger, generally speaking, of the vast majority. There should be some sense there, and I don't know if some people think they can just get a pass because they're either on camera or they have protected characteristics. If you piss people off, they're gonna react. In this case, should people step in? It's really hard to know. If you're just talking about general bystanders, I think the expectation where we are at the moment with a lot less community groupings is that people aren't going to step in. People are going to let stuff happen. That's kind of the price of where we are at socially. I don't know if random strangers should put themselves at risk to intervene in altercations that they know nothing about. And also, there's like a plethora of evidence of people sort of trying to get involved and then getting sued and getting turned into the villain, which doesn't really encourage anybody to, have any sort of civic responsibility. So I think there's a wider societal problem there, which I do actually just blame on Andrew. I think that's going to be the byword. I think most of this is Andrew's fault.
Okay. Econo boy.
Hey everyone. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of reasonable positions that you can kind of come to from this situation. So it seems like a few things aren't really at issue when trying to describe what actually happened. So it seems like at some point she had an interaction with a guy who was either in a group of other guys or like surrounded by other guys. There were other guys there, I guess, witness to it, and then some sort of altercation happened. I guess whether you believe her or whether you believe the guy in the video who's just saying like she started an argument or something. And then at a certain point, the guy in the video says, no, like she did get hit by a brick. Like at a certain point, the guy who I guess was, annoyed by her in some way or another, picked a brick up and hit her in the face with it. And then she gets really upset because none of the other guys are really doing anything about it. Now, to start us question, essentially, what is like a pedestrian's responsibility or, in a situation like this? I think that at the end of the day, I'm not really sure what the guys are supposed to do. I'm interested in maybe feedback in that regard. If you see a guy smack a lady across the face with a brick one time, I could see stepping between them. I could see trying to de-escalate the situation. I just don't really know physically what you're supposed to do, right? Because if he only hits her once, and then stops and backs away, I mean, you're kind of just left as a witness at that point. Like, are you supposed to beat that person up in retribution or so? I really don't know the answer to that question. I don't think that that's the right answer, but it's also not the right answer to hit her in the face with a brick, right? So let's just pretend for a moment that she was a man. Let's also pretend that she started the argument. Like, let's just say that those are established facts. I don't think it's appropriate to hit someone across the face with a fucking brick pretty much in most any circumstance, right? Now, if she put her hands on that guy and started an argument and was really provoking him to hit her, the correct response isn't hit her across the face with a brick. Let's say she did smack him. Correct response still isn't hit her across the face with a brick. Now, if somebody hits you in the face, are you allowed to defend yourself with force? Of course, but it has to be proportional, right? We don't live in a barbaric society where you can just, go around beating the shit out of people with bricks and shit, right? At least I would hope that's not really the society that we strive for. And so that's kind of my only position on is that all these videos of her doing crazy shit are kind of irrelevant to the situation. I mean, yeah, like she doesn't seem to be the most stable or greatest person. I don't really like the idea that she's going around screaming reparations and smacking white people across the face. She should be prosecuted for that because that's assault too, right? But I mean, again, is it okay to basically hit a woman with a brick because either she smacked you or because she started an argument with you, or obviously in her case where she's claiming, oh, he just asked for my number. Like none of these scenarios mean hitting her in the face with a brick is reasonable. So that's just pretty much my only opinion on it. Guy who hit her in the face with a brick should probably get punished. And to the extent that, we can prove that she's assaulted people as well, and those people want to press charges, I mean, yeah, she should get in trouble too.
Next up, Nina.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I agree. Hard to disagree with most of what Akana Boy said. I will say, like, I hate, like, the gendered aspect of this, where I find it seems very weird that, like, yeah, she's just, like, kind of just seems like a crazy person. That, again, I don't think that she should have been assaulted. That's assault. You shouldn't deserve getting hit with a brick. Who the fuck deserves getting hit with a brick? Unless you're doing self-defense, nobody deserves getting fucking hit with a brick. That is silly. Some silly Billy shit. Like, and obviously you're being like, oh, like, she's acting like, she's just kind of like a lot, and then she's like, been like, okay, these people aren't protecting me. I don't know why she's like specifically calling out dudes for not protecting her. Like the idea of like just specifically doing like, oh, the guy should have done shit. It's like, what, like, just everyone should have, like, what the fuck. But like in general, I do think that like I've been in a situation where I've stepped in on something that I mean it was something that already happened, so it wasn't like I was like fisticuffing somebody or anything like that, but I was like, yeah, I was going to be there for somebody who I thought needed help, and they ended up not wanting it. That was totally fine. That was whatever the prerogative was. But it's not like who gives a shit who it is? Like the idea of like gendered or sex related like oh, this guy this male should have done something, or this like who gives a shit? Like people should just help each other. But yeah, generally at the end of the day, I do absolutely agree with basically everything that Akana Boy was saying, where it's just she kind of seems like she was just kind of going off a little bit, and of course there was no valid reason for anyone to hit anyone with a fucking brick, dude.
Okay. And last but not least, Xylee. What are your
Hey, I'm Xylee from Xylee Gets Real. I am a dreaded commentary community channel. Ooh, I talk about drama. I'm gonna be honest. Whole thing looks like a work to me. I can't believe that many people were there and we don't have different angles of what happened. Because everybody has a cell phone. I'm gonna be honest. And those bits that she had with like the old white man and like the, I don't know, white man looked like maybe late 20s, early those, to me, those look like bits. Honestly, they look like bits to me. It doesn't look serious. I don't know. Now if somebody slaps you and you decide to pick up a brick, I think that's pretty much a punk move. Slap them back, punch them back. Okay, whatever. But to pick up a brick because somebody slapped you, what? I don't know. It looks like it looks like a bit to me, honestly. Because I can't believe all those people when she was standing there and she was talking about, all these men around, and all those people around and nobody got another angle of it. Nobody pulled out their cell phone. I don't know. It looks like a bit to me, to be honest.
Well, she has, just so you know, she does have a GoFundMe, I believe, where she's raised like $40K so far.
She's also had a GoFundMe a couple years ago too.
Yes, she has, for I believe an incident inside like a Dollar Tree or something like that. Yeah. So, okay. So I guess we can just like open it up. So yeah, what do you guys want to say to each other? I guess so.
Andrew, I like your new background.
Yeah, isn't it great?
I like it.
It does look good, to be honest.
very
Kind of a
nice.
noir
vibe.
background. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I
better
mean,
than your background. You don't have a background. You don't come on camera, so
I'm
very
just
little
blue.
stake there.
What?
Yeah.
That's all I am.
So anyway, what's on your mind? Go ahead. I know the vicious attacks are coming because how dare I say that this wench who got smacked across her stupid face after abusing man after man after man on video didn't have it coming, but clearly
Is
she
that-
did.
did that
Any
happen?
dispute with
Bits
that?
bits aren't abuse. If it's a
Well,
bit
but-
and they're in on it, that's not abuse.
Well, but Andrew, like I think it's I don't know if maybe people would disagree with this. Like something that I learned my whole life, especially growing up in America, especially in the South, is like, hey, you really, really, really want to avoid getting into any kind of like heated argument or physical altercation with other adults. Because at the end of the day, you don't know if somebody is just gonna shoot you and kill you.
Right.
Right. Like I heard that my whole fucking life. Right. And so, you can say, hey, this lady, by provoking an argument, is obviously opening herself up to that sort of fuck around and find out. Like, yeah, maybe this guy's crazy and is gonna hit you in the face with a fucking brick, right? Obviously, I wouldn't teach my children to act that way, right? But at the end of the day, like, is it
But how is
appropriate
this not the
for?
mentality,
Hold on, but
Convoy?
Andrew, like, at the end of the day, is it appropriate for
Well, how long is the
this
diatribe
guy to
gonna
hit her
go
with a
for?
brick? Well, I had one more sentence.
So look, here's the thing, man. I don't understand even your position here. This is fuck around, find out. Yes.
Did she fuck
No,
around?
I'm-
I guess I
I'm-
don't really understand. Like, what?
I mean,
You
yeah,
keep
we don't know if she
implying
fucked
that
around, but just-
she like did that to other people.
Well, okay.
Well, no,
so
but
this
Andrew,
chick
just
has been fucking
assuming-
around with lots of dudes, and it seems
Yeah, but-
like she found out on the wrong one. Now let's assume for a second that this.
What do you mean by that?
Completely. I'm explaining, Nina.
Okay.
Let's assume for a second that in this particular altercation,
Mm-hmm.
the guy just came up and blindsided her with a brick for no particular reason other than he didn't like her face.
Okay.
Judging by her history, you know what we call that where I come from, which is not the South, we call that comeuppance. That's what you
Oh.
get.
For what? Random,
for
a
nothing?
random dude
For
like
nothing.
What do you mean for nothing?
Come on,
She's been
for
walking
what?
around
For what?
smacking white
For
dudes
what?
across the face for being white.
No, hold the
Wait,
fuck
are
up,
you just
hold the
making
fuck
that
If it
up?
was a Nazi, I bet if it was
Did
a
I miss-
Nazi
did I miss
who
a
got
clip?
hit by a black guy, you guys
Did
would
I
be
miss a
cheering
clip?
it.
Has she been smacking white dudes because they're white?
Yeah, you did miss the clip. You should have
Okay.
watched them because I sent
All right.
multiple over. She walks over and she says, "You're white and privileged," and smacks them across the face. Not just one, not just two, dozens.
Sounds like a kink thing.
Wait a minute. So, because of what she's done in past actions, and other people weren't
Did she
around
hit them
for
with
those
bricks?
past actions, then somebody all of a sudden can just hit her, just walk by her, and say, "Hey, I saw a TikTok where she smacked a guy, so I'm gonna hit her with this brick." That's okay?
I mean, I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, because I
Can
know
I just
you
say-
both hate
But that's
women
not
and
what I
black
asked,
people.
though. That's
I
not
know.
what I asked, though. I asked, is that okay?
Is it moral for you to viciously attack somebody who is not currently attacking somebody
Wait,
else?
do you
The
think
answer,
that
of
it's
course-
fair to if
I'm
somebody
trying
slaps
answer
you
the
to hit
question,
them with
Nina.
a brick?
Trying to answer the question, Nina.
Well, I'm trying to
answer
do a
the
different
question.
thing, but go
Yeah, I
ahead.
know, but I'm trying to answer the question.
ahead.
You want me to answer the question?
Go ahead.
So, of course, it's unethical and immoral to attack a person who's not currently attacking somebody else. I'll concede that that's true. However, that doesn't mean that there's not a sense of justice about the fact that it happened or that I'm going to be particularly upset about this particular action. It seems like it's what I like to call comeuppance.
I mean,
I guess I see what Andrew is saying, right? Because I'm sure that we've all can resonate with the idea that, like, I mean, yeah, I've watched my fair share of bully beatdown videos where, like, some guy's picking on some other guy and then 3 people jump the guy and beat the shit out of him, right? Like, of course, that's comeuppance. However, at the same time, in a civil society, should 3 people just beat the shit out of somebody for assaulting someone else?
Maybe
Probably
they
not.
should. Maybe they should.
Well, I'm
a
saying,
little
like,
bit.
realistically, they should probably just hold the guy down, call the police, get him arrested or
Mhm.
something like that, right? But, so I get what you're saying. Again, it's just a question of, like, is it we don't know definitively enough about this situation to know if it was truly like comeuppance, quote unquote. But what we do know is that at the most, if we're really assuming the most uncharitable case to her, she maybe smacked the guy and he responded by hitting her with a brick across the face. It's just not proportionate.
Right.
Right.
Why
Exactly.
would it be Wait,
Exactly.
force should not be proportionate.
Why wouldn't
think it
it
should?
be
Well,
proportionate?
okay.
disagree, I
So,
guess.
I don't. So, not only do I not think so, but that's what.
Andrew, what if he shot her in the head?
Stop?
Would
I'm
that
fini-
would
let
that
me
have been
finish.
appropriate?
Let me finish.
I want an answer to that
So I
question.
think if somebody's attacking you, and you shoot them dead, yeah, that's fine. What's wrong with that? Give me
Okay,
a
so
moral
somebody-
argument for why that's wrong.
If somebody
Andrew,
spits
if
in your
you or
face, you
someone
think you can shoot
know-
them?
Okay, I can only hear one of you at a time, Nina.
Sorry.
We were all
it's
talking.
the same, it's the
I
same
was the only one
question, right? I mean,
talking.
it's just,
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
again,
Okay.
Why do you have the
I just think
expectation I can hear
I
two
have a
people talk
question.
over each other?
I have a
can't.
question.
Okay.
How do you
Okay.
know for a fact she was hit by a brick?
well, the guy,
Um.
there's multiple
Yeah.
witnesses that seem to agree that she was hit by a brick on both sides, so it doesn't seem to be
But yet
reasonable to
nobody
assume
has a
otherwise.
video of it. With all
Well,
those
if you're
people there,
gonna
nobody has a
conspiracy
video of
theories,
it.
come on, let's just be
So,
reasonable here. I
so
don't think
what I
there's a
would,
conspiracy.
yeah, and what I was saying is that when you're talking about proportional, that's subjective to each of us, and you know that that's true. So the
Mhm.
thing is that if you feel like you're being attacked, and
Feel
in
like.
this case, yeah, well, you could. There's only one way that you can judge this. You can't judge it any other way. So when you're being attacked by another human being, what justifies lethal force or an excessive use of force? What you consider to be excessive, other than your subjective feelings, Nina?
Well, just because something's subjective
I asked Nina a
doesn't mean that
question.
it's not.
Let her
Well,
answer
I
it,
guess,
Connor boy.
Nina, you
I
Let
thought you were
her
talking to
answer.
him, so I'll be honest, I was trying to
This
do
is
That's what I
the.
assumed.
I guess his name is Nina.
Can you
Well, you
reiterate your
ended the question with
question?
Nina,
I will
but I
answer your question. Just
started the
reiterate it, please.
Okay, so the question is very simple. How do you know what the proper use of force is
Mhm.
back, other than your subjective feeling on the matter? You feel threatened, in other words. So if a 6'3" man attacked you, let's just say he only smacked you a couple of times, but you don't know what else he's capable of doing in that instance, wouldn't it really rely on how you felt in that particular moment for the action
Are
that
you
you
saying
took?
like
Let's say you had a
literal
pistol.
feelings on like your like body? Like what are you asking?
Yeah,
Like
there's no
I
other
feel
way
like
to do this. Most
okay, so
self-defense
somebody's
laws are
trying.
set
Okay,
up
I
this
think this
way.
is actually a very simple like solution. If somebody is assaulting you, okay, why? I think it's kind of very obvious that you should probably just like try and like
Hit 'em with a
disengage
brick.
and or disarm them or whatever, or like if they have a weapon, obviously like if they have a gun, it's a different story than them hit like punching you with their fist, right? You would agree with that, right?
No, the thing is, a
No,
fist
you
can
wouldn't
kill
agree
you.
with that.
A fist can kill you.
Okay, so you can use the fist
Yeah.
then. Like this
So
seems
if
If I,
like
if I
somebody
pretty
can,
uses
silly.
a
if I
fist,
can,
no, you're not
let me
listening. You're not listening.
let
Listen.
me
No,
let me
let me
try to
finish.
yeah,
Let me finish.
okay,
I'm
all right,
almost
go ahead.
done.
Go ahead.
If a man is punching you in the face, Nina, why aren't you justified in pulling out your firearm and killing him dead?
Well, I mean, yeah, if I'm getting assaulted, that's a completely different story. That's not what we're
Right.
talking
So,
about.
but it's based on what you feel at the time. You feel like you're being threatened. You don't know how much it could escalate from there.
Okay, but is
So
that what
based
happened? You're
on,
just kind of saying things.
I'm giving you an analogy. You know what that
Andrew,
is,
Right,
right?
but yeah, we're trying to
Andrew,
relate
just
it to the story that we're talking about, correct?
This is relatable to the story we're talking about. How do you
Right.
know that the guy who pulled out a brick and hit her wasn't half her
He
size?
he just had a brick in his pocket, or what?
No, maybe he picked it up off the ground.
it says concealed carry brick.
Yes, concealed carry.
Yeah.
You're not
No, I
answering
mean,
my question.
Andrew, look, this
I
line
don't
of
really think that was a
questioning,
question,
I think the
really.
reason,
Did she
I
hit
think the
him
reason,
first? Did she
okay,
hit him
it,
first?
Yeah,
we
is
don't,
there any
we
proof
don't
that
know
that
if she hit
happened?
him
We
first.
don't
Okay.
we don't
Now
we
listen.
don't
Wait, so you're
we
just
don't
assuming
know
that
what
she...
happened.
Wait, so he's
Yeah.
just assuming that she hit him first.
Well, it seems to be Andrew's making that assumption.
Andrew,
Look,
are you just assuming
Jesus.
Am I just assuming what?
that you have been stating these things as
Mhm.
if she had hit him first? Do you know that for a fact, or are you just assuming that?
No, I don't know for sure
Okay.
who hit who first. But I have evidence that this woman walks around assaulting people. I have
Got
no
it.
evidence to the contrary for the other person.
Mhm.
So right now we're just being speculative because none of us have all the answers. It's
Mhm.
reasonable for me to speculate based on the fact this woman has assaulted people in the past nonstop to assume that she might have
Nonstop.
assaulted this man too. Yes, nonstop.
Well, look, I mean,
Okay.
there's really no
I
defending.
mean, you should have
this
watched the
person's-
videos, right?
There's really no
Yeah,
defending a lot
yeah,
of what this.
so
Okay.
You know,
in
I was even
the
nice enough to send him ahead to the whole
I
group
watched
chat
most
so
of them.
that
I
you
just
could see
was
him, Nina.
messing with some technical stuff. Okay, I missed like one. Okay, and it didn't prove any of your points. So, Economo, go ahead. Sorry.
if I can, before Akana Boy, I do want to say, like, in defense of Andrew, since he's the odd one out here, she has demonstrated, at least with her past videos, a pattern of behavior, right?
Sure.
And she has, she has had a GoFundMe in the past for an altercation in a dollar store as well. But before we kind of get back into it, I just want to say, Andrew made this Giga Chad or his person made a Giga Chad thumbnail here that I can't help but appreciate. It
I
says
love it.
Andrew Wilson versus Supernova panel. Did the Brick Lady have it coming? That is amazing. I just have to say, that is an absolute work of art. Honestly, did the Brick Lady have it coming? Anyways, back to it. Connor,
I
why don't
agree.
you-
It is a work of
Yeah,
art.
So
yeah.
My
very
thumbnail
nice.
guy
Trying to point
really
out.
outdid himself on that one.
What I'm trying to point out
It's
here
very
is that
funny.
I'm not really sure that anything you're saying, Andrew, is really a great application to this situation, right? So what you're saying is, well, ultimately it's subjective to try and understand what proportional responses are. But I think reasonable minds can agree that there is a such thing as a disproportionate response, right? And if we disagree with that, that's a very fundamental disagreement that I'm not sure we can reconcile. But for
When it
example,
comes
if somebody,
hold
hold on, hold on. Now I wasn't finished. Okay, just a couple more sentences.
Okay.
Now, for example, if a woman comes up to you and you're the president and she aggressively pokes you in the chest.
Right.
Now, if your response is to call in a nuclear bomb on her house, we might very reasonably say that's a disproportionate response. So just because it's subjective, trying to determine what proportionality is, doesn't mean reasonable minds can't agree on what that actually does look like practically. And I think that most people would say, worst case scenario, she smacks the guy. He reaches for his concealed carry brick and smacks her across the face with it. Saw the result of that. I mean, I think, again, most people, and I think that's fair to lean on, would agree that's a disproportionate response, and we shouldn't
I don't
encourage
know.
that.
See, I don't know. So I can agree with you to an extent and say I think that reasonable minds can maybe get together and identify what's disproportional, but I think it's very hard to identify what's proportional. So here's an example of this back to you, counter back to you. Let's say a man's assaulting a woman on a street and she pulls out a handgun, she shoots him twice and he dies, versus she pulls out an AK-47 that's fully automatic and she pumps 46 rounds from a drum into his chest. I think both are proportional.
I mean, well, yeah, I mean, I guess you'd weigh the risks. I mean, from the individual perspective, you'd want to weigh the risks of any potential future action. And, that's why if, for instance, say if somebody's aggressively...
So the thing is that when we're talking about in the spirit of this conversation, which is self-defense itself, we're talking about personal defense, I don't know that line is so clear-cut, Econo Boy. I think that we could lean on, yes, if you're the president of the United States, you can't nuke a person's house.
Just
that would
because
be
it's not clear doesn't mean
disproportionate.
we can't have these reasonable debates, right? I mean...
And we're having one right now, and I'm telling you, what's unreasonable if this woman attacks a man, if he grabs a brick off the ground and hits her in the face, why is that unreasonable?
Yeah, but you don't have any proof that happened.
Well, but let's just grant that it did happen, right?
Yeah, we're speculating.
Sure. Go ahead.
Can I just ask a question in the other direction? If
fuck it.
If she got hit by a brick, Andrew, and then she pulled out, let's say she was being attacked by this guy and he was part of this group, and the actual accusation is it's a group, and you did nothing for your friend. If she got hit by a brick, felt in fear of her life, and then pulled out, I don't know, a fucking Glock and killed everyone around her, would that be a proportional response to her feeling threatened?
No. However, what would be taken into account in those situations would be panic fire and this type of thing. So I think that would all be considered in a situation like this. In this particular case, though, let's assume for a second that this guy randomly walks over, hits her in the face with a brick, she pulls out a Glock and shoots him. Is there a single person on this panel who would say that that's an unequal use of force or that that's not appropriate? Because I don't think there is a single person here who would, but they would take the alt position and say if she hit him and he hit her with a brick, that's disproportionate, which shows just how gynocentric you all are.
Hold on.
You are just
let's
assuming that.
Let's take this back. Let's take this back because I've heard these fucking arguments before when it came to Rittenhouse, and there is a difference with what happened with Rittenhouse where he's being attacked by actual weapons. You're right. A fist can kill somebody. You can punch somebody, hit them at a bad angle. They can fall over, knock their head, anything. I totally agree with you with those points. But
then what's the
we
problem?
generally understand that if you
no, don't say we generally understand because clearly
okay, well,
legally,
legally, we understand that if you're attacking somebody with a weapon and they're unarmed, that is a disproportionate use of force.
Oh yeah, is that legally what the law is in Florida? Is that legally what the law is in the stand your ground states inside of my country, Beckett?
In
where
Florida,
people,
don't you
yeah,
have to
people,
respond with
no,
alligators?
no, people who attack you,
Isn't that
even
what
with,
you have to do? You have to
even,
throw an alligator at them.
listen,
Alligator
let me,
style.
I'm going to try to explain, I want to try to explain this to you, Beckett, so that you understand how this works.
Mm-hmm.
Once upon a time, under European common law, it is true that you had a duty to retreat before you defended yourself. What used to happen was there was things called circuits. Because the common law was introduced into Europe, judges would ride in circuits on horseback in order to enforce the common law. Okay? We still have circuits to this day called circuit courts, but there is no more duty to retreat. That has been done away with. You do not have to retreat before defense anymore, anywhere.
No,
That's
but
part.
That's
That's
not
hang on. Let
true.
me
That's
finish.
just a
Let me
lie.
finish. Let me finish.
You finished your point.
When
We
I'm
get your
done,
point.
Go
then I
ahead.
finish my point.
Retreat from your
So
point.
what I'm saying to you is that, listen, we no longer have a duty to retreat first before self-defense in any of the 50 states. Not even California do you have a duty to retreat first. Your country has these laws, not my country.
Okay.
There's still a duty of proportionality, though, because even in the Florida
There is
stand
no
your
such
ground
duty.
law, yes, there is.
No, there's
Even
not.
in the Florida stand your ground law, yes, there is, Andrew. Okay, if you let me
Show me
finish,
the law.
Okay. Okay.
Show
I'm just
me the
gonna
law.
keep on talking. So even in the Florida stand your ground law, okay, you're not gonna have somebody say, this toddler kicked me in the shin, so I gunned him down. And so I'm
They
using the
deserved it.
stand your ground defense. No, hold on. So I'm using the stand your ground defense and then gets let off scot-free. Every single time stand your ground has been used to defend violent action or to defend deadly action, what the person always has to claim and prove reasonably is that they felt fear for their life.
Right.
That they would experience great bodily harm. Hold on, stop. That they would experience great bodily harm had they not taken the actions that they did.
Yeah.
And the reason that's required is because we expect in civil society that if you use force against somebody, if you use deadly force especially, that there has to be some justification for it, and it should be somewhat proportional
None
to
of this
either
is
the risk
responding
of
to
them
what I'm saying.
continuing, what they're doing, or obviously your own
This is a
persons, right? And
straw
so-
man argument. My argument
No,
specifically
you misunderstood the
is
law.
that you have no duty to retreat, period, in a
Right, but you
self-defense
do have a
situation.
duty.
If
You
a
do
toddler,
have a
shut up,
duty
it's my
to be
turn. If a
proportional in your
toddler
response.
kicks you, in the shin, right? You don't have to. There's still no duty to retreat. There's also no duty to kill him, right? But if you could somehow go to court and prove to the court that you felt that the toddler was threatening your life, you could fucking kill the toddler, couldn't you?
Yeah, but why is that,
Yeah.
Andrew? It's because you have to. It's because you have to prove. You have to make the claim, and there has to be some belief in this regard that you felt a
Feelings and
fear
belief.
for your
Right.
life.
It's
Okay,
all
but
feelings.
Andrew, we have already agreed. You agreed earlier that obviously just because you might feel something or just because it might be subjective, that we cannot reasonably determine if something was disproportional or if something
Which is
was
why we
justified
have
or
jury
not,
trials.
right? I agree. Put this situation into a criminal court and the situations where she assaulted people as well into a criminal court and figure it out, right? But my point is that there's obviously a responsibility, even in stand your ground states, to be proportional with your response.
You keep saying proportional, but you can't identify the proportionality other than feeling as well. That's my point.
Andrew, we've already agreed that that's
We
the
have
case.
not
But
agreed.
We've also agreed that reasonable minds can determine whether something was proportional or
Who's
disproportional.
reasonable mind if you and I disagree?
Well, obviously, we'd have some arbitration in the case of a court system, right?
But even in courts, people disagree. So the thing is that this does largely come down to even how the jury
Andrew,
feels.
that doesn't
in this
mean that
particular
it's
case.
not a good
Question.
system, right?
No
We
question.
have a reasonable
You're
system
straw
for
manning again.
determining these
Nobody
things.
said anything
Wait a
about
minute.
the system. System's not on trial. I made a point that this is feelings based. You've agreed now with the point multiple times. It's feeling based. No matter which way we swing, it's feelings based.
I
Yes
don't
or
understand,
no?
Andrew. If your
Can we
point,
give
hold on, Stardust, really quick.
Can
If
we-
your point
okay,
is because he asked me a question. Okay, so if your point is, well, don't you just happen to feel that this was disproportionate? Obviously,
That
we're all
is it.
having a debate in that regard, right? But
that
it's sort
really
of like
is
saying,
it.
well, hold on, but Andrew, you can in any debate you could ever have. If your big, checkmate is, don't you just feel that you're correct ultimately? I mean, that would be a pretty
Yeah, but in this
response to
particular,
pretty much any
well,
argument, right?
so I would agree. But in this particular case, you're talking about the concision of law, and law is concise. So law doesn't often take feelings into consideration. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But a stop sign, for instance, if you don't stop at a stop sign, doesn't really matter how you feel about it, right? Or how anybody feels about it. The law is the law. Is the
Right,
law
but
is the
many
law.
laws have
Hang on,
subjective
stop,
feelings
stop.
as a
There
prerequisite.
there are some. There are some. However, many laws are very concise. In the instance of self-defense, not so concise. That's why Stand Your Ground was so controversial to begin with. When we're talking about this, we are talking about, in this one particular case of the law, that feelings tend to be the arbiter of what is reasonable force and what is not. And I disagree with everyone on this panel, at least so far, that it's unreasonable for a dude to hit a woman in the face with a brick who attacked him first, because I think if the roles were reversed, nobody would have any problem with it whatsoever. And you say this is due to your feeling of proportional force,
Andrew,
not
even
reality.
if that was true, even let's say we do flip the roles. Let's say that a man smacks a woman across the face, she hits him with a brick, and let's say
Yeah.
everyone here agrees
Yeah.
that would be proportional versus the otherwise. You said earlier in this panel, what if the guy was half the size of the girl?
Yeah.
Now, that seems to imply that the risk of future force, which is based potentially on the person's size discrepancy, would matter in determining proportionality. And so if we flip the genders
Not in
here,
determining.
hold on, because again, let me just finish this point.
It's still a subjective
If we
analysis.
flip, if we flip the genders,
Mhm.
and now we've got a situation where a much bigger guy is smacking a woman across the face, and she responds with a brick, based on what you've already established in making those determinations, it might indeed be reasonable for that to be a response if the genders were flipped. That doesn't make it illegitimate.
So, according to this subjective analysis, a man who's larger, much larger than a woman, who smacks her in the face with a brick in self-defense could be justified, or a man who's half the size, who smacks her in the face with a brick, may not be justified based on our subjective analysis. Thank you.
If I can.
I
If I can. Wait. No,
Very
Beckett,
simple.
no.
Thank you. I
No.
appreciate that.
Beckett, shut up, okay? Or I'll hit you with a brick again. Xylee wanted to say something, so I want to go to her first, and then I'll go to Beckett.
Nail a brick to him.
It's a work. Have any of y'all ever seen anybody hit with a brick before?
Oh my god.
Not with a brick, but I've seen him hit in the face with a 2x4.
I haven't had the pleasure.
Okay, I have definitely seen a 2x4 and I've seen a brick. And if you get hit in the brick with a temple, if you get hit with a brick in the temple like that, you're not getting up for at least a good
That's
10.
not true. That's absurd. You just
What do you
made
mean
it
that's
up.
not true? Have you ever been in a fight in your life? Because I have.
Xylee.
Yeah. Have you ever
I
won
have.
one? Have you ever won
Yes.
one? Because you don't sound like you have your front teeth. So it would
Absolutely.
surprise me if you had.
It would make it seem like she has been in a fight. If you
Do
feel
you
like
have?
she
Do
sounds
you?
like that.
I mean, it doesn't sound.
Absolutely.
Doesn't
I have
sound like you have.
absolutely been in a
Have
fight,
you?
homeboy. Yes.
Gotcha.
Listen, I'm
And
telling
you've been
you
hit in the
now,
face with a
this
brick?
is a work. This is
Oh,
a
it's
work.
a work. Okay, what makes it a work?
Absolutely, it's a work.
What makes it a work?
Because
What is
I
your
don't think
evidence it's a work?
What's your evidence that it's not?
We have tons of video evidence, including her assaulting
Tons
people
of
previous to this.
no. That okay.
Yeah.
Tons of video
Yeah, tons of evidence.
has
Yes.
nothing to do with that one particular
Xylee,
situation.
No, it
do you
does.
think she?
No,
do you
it
think she
doesn't.
hit her? Do you think she hit herself
I know,
in the head with a
evidence
brick? I
doesn't
mean,
matter.
she clearly she was clearly injured.
Well,
pretty
you do
severely.
know,
I mean,
you do know there is a okay. Hold on. She was what is it? Roma put something out where she has had allergic
Roma
reactions.
Army. Yeah,
Where
okay.
she's had
she has the lowest
where-
IQ of anybody on
and I
this
think you have
panel.
a low
and
IQ,
she's
so
not even
what's the
here.
point?
She's still the
I
lowest IQ
think-
person.
I
here.
Well, she's not on the
you're-
panel then.
Yeah,
Dude.
exactly.
Roma,
Exactly.
seriously, what did Roma Army put out? What's the compelling evidence that
Okay.
tattooed up skank Roma Army put out that you're going to give us today?
Ooh, you like to use skank?
Yeah, she's a skank.
Oh my god, I
love
love
that
small
for her.
pieces
Well,
of
she
energy.
does OnlyFans
Okay.
where she gives dudes blowjobs for money. That's a skank. I'm sorry.
OnlyFans. What does
Never
OnlyFans have to do with this?
OnlyFans?
You asked me
Bro,
what a
what?
skank was, and I told you what it is.
Oh
Well,
my
it's
god.
usually like a small.
I don't
Well,
know.
I
who
know
Roma
another
is. I have
one
no idea.
OnlyFans girl to another, right, Nina? But anyway,
I don't know.
Oh,
she is a
I don't do
skank.
OnlyFans.
I'm
Oh
sorry.
damn, girl.
Anymore.
You gonna let him do that to you?
I don't give a fuck.
Okay, all right, good for you. No, I don't think she was hit by a brick. She might have got smacked, but I don't think she got hit by a brick.
Yeah, and your evidence for that is what?
And what is your evidence?
The evidence is all the eyewitness testimony along with the video right away where she got hit with the brick, dummy.
Dude, but yet no video evidence.
There is video evidence.
Can you link any of that?
She played the video evidence right at the beginning of the stream.
Yes,
Did you watch
and that
it?
wasn't evidence.
It
of
was
that.
evidence.
No,
And
that
the eyewitness
wasn't.
test, so all the eyewitnesses are lying too.
Well,
Just
then
everybody's a liar?
If you go by that eyewitness, they're saying that the dude didn't even hit. She didn't hit the dude. He just hit her with a brick because she was running her mouth.
Well, even if that's true, then it sounds like she got hit with a brick, doesn't it?
Well, then I wish somebody would hit you with a brick. Then
Well, that'll teach me.
Yeah, something needs to teach you,
That's
obviously.
going to help you with that IQ gap. Is me getting hit with a brick.
Oh, you're cute.
I know I am.
Oh, bless your heart.
I know it's a curse and a gift.
I don't think it's either, to be honest.
Well, that'll.
No, I think she's working everybody. I really do. I
Wipe
think
the
she's
roast.
working everybody.
Do you know, like, I want to back Xylee up a little bit. I don't know if I think it's entire con, but I do think that this is a woman who has, like, listen, one GoFundMe when you get hurt is, like, understandable, but pretty rare. 2 for similar events? Come on. There's
Thank
something
you.
else there,
Thank
that,
you.
like,
That's
again,
my point, bro.
Like, have you seen the other, like, one that she, like, put in for? The language is really similar. The way it's, like, put together. Oh, she's a beautiful person. She's never done nothing. She needs to buy a phone and legal costs and hospital bills. All this kind of shit. I don't know, man. Like, you'd think if you go through that
but
once,
hang on,
if
Beckett.
you go through that once,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
probably don't want to, like, put yourself in the position where it's going to happen to you
But
again.
Beckett,
is all I'm
wouldn't
trying to say.
you though, if the first time you put yourself through it, it was highly profitable for you to be a provocateur, provoke a response out of a person, and then when they do something bad to you, you know you're going to get paid for it. So you go out of your way henceforth to be a provocateur, so that you're in that situation, so that you get paid.
But then you're conceding the point that Xylie's right, and it is put together. Even if she did get hit by a brick,
Well, it's not.
intentionally
Well,
put
wait a
there
second.
so she can
could
fucking profit from it.
Wait. These are 2 different arguments. Yes, it is true that she could be
very
provoking. They're not similar. She could be provoking for the response. This is true. And I concede that's true. And not only do I concede it's true, I would say it is because we've seen all of her provocations before this. However, there's a distinction to be made in the fact that clearly she wasn't expecting to get smacked across the face with a fucking brick. Now, even if she orchestrated it to the point where she was pushing this guy's button to get smacked with a brick, that doesn't mean she didn't get smacked with one. That's the point.
I don't think. I think it's a work.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I'm
it
sorry.
seems like we all agree Xylie's conspiracy is not really holding up to the.
I don't
Well,
think
how
she
would
got
you
hit through the
explain
brick.
her? How would you explain her like deformity on her face? I guess.
I don't know. Maybe she got hit with something melting. Maybe
I just.
Oh,
It
she
just
got
wasn't
hit
a
with a
brick.
2x4 instead.
Bean. Okay.
Strategic
I've had.
bee sting potential.
No, I'm not.
Strategic shellfish.
Yeah.
Ironically, like, I don't know
Not
what
a
the fucking
brick.
explanation would be.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. You're right.
The
No,
genuine.
So this
but
kind
here's
of-
the thing. You're saying you are right. We are right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, there's nothing like agreeing with Andrew on something.
I know. Isn't it great?
Sucks.
Goddamn.
So if I can, so this kind of brings us to topic number 2, which I think we've kind of answered the question, but I'll read it anyways.
Let's do it.
Well, it's the same topic, but different question. Are there any inconsistencies in her story that raise doubts about her credibility? Should the woman's previous behavior or actions justify the assault she experienced? Does her history affect whether the incident is deserving of intervention?
I mean, I would say, or are we going in order, or like everyone, or just
Up to
going-
you.
I think
Whatever,
go
if
ahead.
you, yeah.
Go on,
Yeah, I mean,
Connor,
I would just say that, like, I mean, obviously, someone's history can provide reasonable doubt into whatever they tell you, right? It's like, so for instance, you know, if somebody has a history of making, I don't know, like false claims of assault or something like that, and then, you know, that they make another claim of assault. I mean, it's probably reasonable to say this didn't happen, or that it would need to be a much higher standard of evidence before you just give them the benefit of the doubt, right? But I feel like everybody would agree with that, right? I mean, I don't know if anybody would really have any disagreements there.
I need to know the quality of the brick. This brick that I have, kind of dog shit.
What
If
the
I'm being
fuck
honest.
do you have a brick? Where
I
did
have
you
a
even-
house.
like,
What do
did
you mean? Where do you not get bricks?
Beckett, this is America. We all walk
I
around
look,
with fucking
I
bricks all the
walk around,
goddamn
I don't
time.
bricks in our
look at a load of
pocket.
fucking bricks lying around. They're in the wall.
You're the
That's
most
what they're
brick,
for.
like brick savvy people is the English. What are you talking about? All of your buildings are made out
The
of bricks.
Yeah,
The conservatives
like,
carry
all our
guns, the
buildings are made
liberals
out of
carry
bricks.
bricks.
They're not just
That's
fucking lying around. Why do you
I
have
carry
a brick?
both.
Which is why we win.
Also, hold that brick up again.
It's broken.
What is wrong with your fucking bricks? Is that what your bricks look like? Why are they hollow
Well, I
and
don't
shit?
know. It came with
to
the
defend
house.
herself
I don't know what I.
before.
Yeah, it's been
The
my
same reason your red coat is hollow
it fits
inside.
in my pocket very easily. Okay, it's like.
Well, let me
Conservative
interject what again. I do think that we kind of touched on this earlier, but what is called comeuppance, and it's like, look,
I know you hate women.
In my purview, yes, it's all hatred of women, right? So, can you tell me how it would be hatred of a
I'll let you
woman
cook.
to
Go
say
ahead.
that a man has a right to defend himself from a woman? Why would that be hatred of women?
I don't think a man doesn't have a right to.
No, I
defend
asked Nina a
himself.
question. I'd
That's
like her to
obviously not
answer
what I'm
it.
saying. I'm not even gonna like.
Then what are you saying?
I'm saying I know you on an individual level. Let's move on.
And on an individual level, I hate women based on what evidence? The fact that I'm married to one and have many daughters? How many? Like
The fact
what?
that you
What
think
is
that's an
your
argument
evidence?
against that is like very telling, if I'm being honest.
Well, it's very telling. Tell me what your evidence
the
is
fact
that
that
I hate
you're-
women.
I don't want to go on a personal level. This is going to be like completely off track.
No, it's
No,
fine.
go on a personal level,
Personal.
Andrew. He's
By
fine. He hung
all
out with
means.
lovely
We
people.
all
We
know
already
you,
went there,
Andrew.
right?
Andrew, we all know you.
And your evidence that I hate women is
You don't like them to have the right to choose.
to
Did
choose
you vote
what?
for Hillary Clinton?
Did you? Did
To
you
choose what, Nina?
Oh, for
I don't
what
like
do you
them
mean?
to choose
Wait,
what?
you don't know? Do you don't know what I'm talking about?
choose
You have
to
the right to
kill children?
choose. Of like,
Hate
okay,
them 'cause
you
I
would
won't let
not
them
let
kill
your
children, Nina?
your children get like an abortion if they wanted one, right?
I won't let my children kill children? And that means I hate
Exactly.
women? You fucking Fruit Loop?
You don't want to give them the option.
I think you hate men because you want my daughters to kill their sons.
I don't
Nina.
want them
How
to do
dare
anything.
You hate
I want them
men.
to have the choice.
No, you're a man hating harpy, Nina.
Because
and you need
because
to get
of
your
what?
shit together.
Because of what?
Because the fact you just said that my daughters should kill their sons.
I didn't
That's
say
what
that.
You just said.
Did I say that?
Then you said that they should have the right to
I said
choose to
I
kill
want to
their
give
own
them the
sons.
option to be
To
able
kill
to
their
if they
sons.
need to, and you're saying
their
that you
sons.
would not. So those are
You
two
said that
different
you want to give
positions.
them the option to kill their
Yes.
sons if they need to.
Why,
yes.
Wait, only their
And
sons?
so but I'm
wait.
the
The fact that
woman
you're only
hater and you're
mentioning
not the man
sons
hater.
is unironically supporting my fact of you being super misogynistic. Why do you
Well,
only
no, I don't
you,
want them-
you don't give a shit
Nina.
about them aborting daughters?
Bro,
You're just
Nina,
okay of
I
them
don't want
aborting
them
sons?
to kill their daughters either.
Well, why do you
Can
keep
you
mentioning
believe
sons
it?
then?
I think only
crazy?
boy
I don't
babies
want
should be
to kill
aborted.
either.
Personally,
Then why did you say sons? This is a little sussy.
Because
You're a
I
little
was
sussy
making
with
an
that.
example of you who says that
Me?
you
Yep.
are a person
I didn't
who
bring up sons.
thinks that I hate women.
You do
right?
hate women.
And then when I make
I'm
the
sure you
claim,
love
why?
your
You say
wife, I'm
because you
just
won't
saying you
allow
hate women
them.
in general.
You won't allow them to kill their children.
We
You
love
brought up
Rachel.
males, so I said, well, wait a second. You want them to kill their own
I didn't
sons?
bring up males.
You did, and women.
know, I think
So
if I were
I
going to
don't
make
understand.
this, yeah,
I just
if
need
were
to make
gonna-
it equal. I need to make it equal between it. So as long as they can equally kill their children, then I'm not a misogynist, Nina.
I do have to
Unrelated.
say, okay, what I would say is that I have met feminists who are like pro-life, anti-abortion. So what I would say is if I were going to use like a personal belief that Andrew holds to say that like to make an argument that maybe he doesn't like women or doesn't want women to have a certain place in society, I would say probably the repealing women's ability to vote, that would probably be maybe go in
Oh, I
line a little
forgot
bit
that you
better
hate
with
that
it.
shit too. God damn. You're also pro monarchy.
Wait, what?
He's pro
Stardust says
monarchy.
that's
This man is
probably
pro
an
monarchy.
example.
I forgot.
Actually, to be fair,
God
that is
damn,
his
you have the most
basic position.
psychotic
To be
ideology.
fair, the monarchy is really based, and I won't hear
Shut
any
the
words against
fuck up, asshole. But yeah, Andrew's
But
fucking
I
pro
don't
monarchy.
Why would
I
why
think
would me
Andrew-
wanting to limit the voting of both men and women?
Jesus.
Why would that be me
How
hating
did we
women?
get
Because who do you
into
think I
this?
was gonna? Okay, explain how that would go about.
Nina, Come on.
Somebody in chat said that wasn't de-escalatory Stardust. Yeah, I'm sorry. Look, Andrew loves
Throwing a
women in
fucking-
his own way. Okay, he loves women in his
Yeah,
own.
he wants to
own way.
protect them because we're all too fucking
No,
retarded to be
you
like,
won't kiss
able
their
to...
asses. You won't kiss their asses, Andrew. You must hate women. Shut up. You're a bunch of misandrists.
No, I just want you to treat
and
them
you're
normally.
so hang on. You're so gynocentric. You're so
What the fuck does
gynocentric, Nina.
gynocentric mean?
That you
What does
in
that
this
mean?
very I'm telling you, in this very debate panel, you were the only one who
You're
said
not explaining
that
to
you did not think that a man was justified
Well, I'm the only one that has
in
a brick,
defending
so-
himself. Defending himself. So is a man justified in defending himself against a woman or not, Nina?
No, I asked you what gynocentrism is, and now you.
Well, I just asked you. Gynocentrism is a worship
Googling
of
it.
women in society. That's gynocentrism.
Do you think I worship women? Are you kidding me?
Yes. You think that
I
anything
do
that's not
worship
kissing,
women.
you
I
think that
do as
anything that's not kissing women's asses is misogyny because you're an idiot.
That's right.
I hate all
Well, look-
people, and I think they should be Thanos
That's
snapped.
adorable.
Just saying.
I
Okay,
am
so
probably
let's
the
get
most
us back on.
fucking misogynist woman. Okay, whatever. Go ahead.
If you're a misogynist woman, then you would
I
agree with
identify
me
as non-binary,
that a chick
but
getting
anyway.
smacked in the face with a brick,
What was the
as a
third
man
topic?
defends himself, you would say that that's good, right, Nina?
You want to spank?
Okay,
Hit you in the face.
let,
with a
let me
brick?
get let me get back on topic, guys. I will say, for what it's worth, I do worship women, but specifically pregnant women only. If you're not pregnant, I don't worship you. But
That's fair.
yeah. To get
What
back
if you're
on
trans
topic.
and you're pregnant? Stardust. Answer that question. What
You
if
mean
you're
a woman
trans
who's
man?
pregnant?
Yeah.
Do you worship trans men who are pregnant, Stardust?
You mean a woman who's
or do
pregnant?
you exclude them?
A woman who's pregnant.
I'm confused.
That's because it's confusing.
Andrew, being a bigot doesn't make you interesting.
No, that's not bigoted.
All right.
It's
so
truth.
let's get back
Oh
on
wait,
topic.
Nina,
Don't get
Nina,
baited,
Nina,
Nina.
Nina,
Don't get
tell
baited,
me,
Nina.
tell me, Nina, can men get pregnant? Males?
Reject the bait, Nina.
Oh
Can
my
men get
fucking
pregnant?
god! No.
Don't get baited,
We're not
Beckett, you
doing this
idiot.
fucking conversation
Moving
again.
on.
Like, I'm not doing
Wait,
it.
how about this? How about this? Let's save this for after our last question. Okay.
Okay,
I'm
fine.
balancing
Our
this
last
brick.
agree.
question.
Good.
Okay. Are very, very talented. But you're still not pregnant, so I do not worship you. I only worship.
You don't know that.
Well, I don't, but that's true.
Except
or
the
what I
men
do-
that they seem to think can also get pregnant, which is insane, but okay.
Shut up! Oh my god. Go ahead.
Oh, stop talking.
Xylee, feel free to yell whenever you want. This is kind of how you get into these kind of panels. Like, people just, if you've noticed,
That's
people
fair.
just
Oh,
yell,
I'm just
you know?
interested in listening. That's all. I'm good.
Yeah, it's
I'm
very
good.
funny. It is very entertaining. Okay, so third question.
Because
here.
I'm here.
You are very entertaining. To
Yes.
what extent do societal roles and expectations contribute to gender-based violence, and how can we address this issue effectively?
Oh man.
Can we go back to the fact that Andrew was like, well, if the roles were reversed, people would be fine with this? Look, if a woman hit a guy with a brick when he was like, I don't know, even squaring up to her, I think we'd call that disproportionate. Like, I think the idea of
I think
having
wait, Beckett, be fair here. And I'll be fair back to you. We'll have a good faith discussion for a second.
Okay, let's do good faith. Go on.
You really think
Sit up for
that the gynocentric society which you live in currently in what, England, would actually not view this in a negative light, especially the amount of rampant rabid feminism you have there? Don't you think that they would do everything in their power to justify that over the alternative? Tell the truth.
Unfettered feminism.
Wait, I think your view of England's are wrong. I think that we're far more. I think Scotland's pretty bad, but England's got
Beckett
better
would be
over time.
drawn
We're
and
less.
quartered
We're less.
if he said anything different. Andrew.
We're less feminist than
Stop
we used to be.
obfuscating and answer the fucking question.
No, I think that generally speaking, when we've seen stuff like this in England of like a man hitting a woman back,
Example?
social media. So there was a bus driver, basically where a woman was striking out at him, and he just had enough. Just
What was
backhanded
the bus driver's name so I can go to the threads and watch the rabid feminisms justify
Are we back
why
in
it was
2016?
not okay?
Have we gotten a time machine? No, the threads were
It's
all
your
like,
example.
shouldn't
It's
set
your
up.
example.
No. The threads at the time were very much on the side that if you don't want to get hit, don't talk shit.
Then send me the case and I'll pull up the threads and let's see if it's true.
Fine. Well, I can't do it off the top of my head. I didn't think I'd get this question about some obscure case. I'm trying to think of like situations where kind of a woman's throwing hands, and generally speaking, the internet isn't in support of her kind of getting
I
some
recall,
sort of
yeah. I mean, I recall an instance. It was actually on The View, and I don't think The View can be characterized as a particularly
Watch the fucking View.
Man, no, it was
For
a
real?
clip of The View. I don't watch.
You
it on
watch
a
clips of
fucking
The
daily
View?
basis. No, this was a viral moment, right? So I can't recall the context, but it was similar to what you're describing, where a woman hit a man, and the man basically hit her back. And The View is it's a female-dominated show, obviously, and same thing with the audience.
Is The View a female dominant? I didn't know that.
Well, no, but it goes to my point, right? Which is that Whoopi Goldberg, during this discussion on this instance where a man hit a woman after she hit him first, she basically said kind of what we all seem to agree with, which is that, look, as a woman, if you hit a man, you just simply can't expect he's just going to let you beat him. You know, I mean, he might put his fucking hands on you.
Well, let me guess.
And hold on.
Yeah.
And the crowd cheered for that response.
Yeah, and did Joy
Seems like
Behar?
women
Did Joy
agree
Behar
with
go?
that.
I think that he could have
Joy
restrained
Behar?
her. I think he could have restrained her
No,
a
but
little
Andrew,
bit.
if your point, but Andrew, if your point is that some people think that women basically should just be able to hit men all the time, that's fine. But you seem to be making a claim that the cultural dominant point of view is that women should just be able to assault men with no
Then I'll
consequences.
tell
That's
you
something
what,
that's true.
If this isn't true, why do you think it is that women for the same crime as men get lighter sentences?
Because of sexism.
I don't know what you're describing.
Well,
What crime?
Yeah, any crime. Literally every violent crime that you can think of,
Okay,
women get lighter
that is
sentences.
not
Shut up,
that's
Nina.
not an
Well,
argument.
every single
That's not an
violent
argument.
crime.
You're correct on
answer
that.
My,
You are correct.
Answer my question. Answer my question. Why do you think that is?
Wait, are you
If think
asking
it's
me
not
or Nina?
Yeah, I'm asking you, Econo Boy, the guy I was talking to.
Mhm.
Why is it that you think they get such lighter sentences for the exact same violent crimes if it's not cultural and it's just a few bad actors?
Okay,
So I think, yeah. No,
Well,
I think
the thing
the answer to
is,
this.
you understand that
you know,
supports our
you know,
you understand that
I don't wanna-
supports
I don't
our
wanna call-
argument, right? You understand
I
that
don't wanna
supports
call-
our argument.
I
Just
don't want
butt
to cut
in.
off the Konobo's answer, but at the same time, I really want to ask Andrew something. You're saying a lot about
That was
gynocentric
funny.
stuff, and I've been wanting to ask about this. You had Pearl around your house, right? Do you
I'm
have
sorry, I
pearly
did-
things around your house?
No.
No. Did your wife meet pearly things? Am I just imagining this?
No, you're not imagining it. I went out. Well, I'm not going to speak too much to it, just like I don't for other creators that I go and meet with. But she hosted me and my wife, and it was a lovely time. And she's a very, very, very nice lady.
Okay, and I'm sure all of that's true,
Mhm.
but like Pearl has said insane things on the internet.
Oh God.
And like
Backed
really
out of a debate,
driven
apparently.
dialogues into weird places. Would you have given would you be that forgiving of a guy who was doing that and just being that provocative, or do you think you were holding?
I think
to the
that Pearly Things is provocations. And yes, she's very provocative and meaningfully provocative. It's to shine a light on this theme that I call What About Domindo, which is a form of liberal martial arts where anytime you bring up the bad behavior of women as a collective group, the progressives go, but what about Domindo? And they use the karate chop of What About
Well,
Domindo.
I'm not doing that, but I've got a genuine question about this because, like,
Okay,
this was
then
around the time.
ask the question.
This was around the time that she came out with a video where she was basically singing, like, why couldn't she ask about questions about Hitler and things, and she got brought up on Piers Morgan. Would you then agree that that's like a dumb thing to do?
Do you want me to tell you a story, a true story?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I'm always up for Andrew's story time.
I told Pearl directly that if I were her, I wouldn't have gone on with Piers Morgan because he was going to try to make her look like an anti-Semite, which is exactly what he did. Now, Pearl did it anyway, okay, and that's exactly what he tried to do. But one thing that this panel can agree on, whether you think that I'm homophobic and I am evil towards the opposite sex.
I've never fucking accused you of that.
Stop,
But you're obfuscating from my question. My question is this.
Let me finish. I'm almost done. It'll take me 1 second. It'll take me 1 second. It'll take me 1 second. Okay? Ain't no one here going to accuse me of being a racialist or any of this type of thing. This is fundamentally against Christian ethics. I've been very clear about that. Now, you can ask me whatever else you want, but her provocations, especially when it comes down to the degrees of sex, I think are insanely important, and that the light needs to be shined there, and she's doing a fantastic job getting people to pay attention to the other sex without what about Domindo?
Okay, but the point is, from this, you're saying a lot of chat shit, get hit kind of stuff. She went out there, constantly provoked in the dumbest ways possible, and has
Which
done
ways?
harm. Like that song, for instance, the way
Mhm.
that she's kind of
Yeah, that was dumb.
positioned herself
I agree.
as.
Look,
Okay,
look, I agree on
let me
that
finish the
one
question. Let me finish.
instance.
Let me finish the examples. Let me finish the examples. You've
Mhm.
got like situations where she's basically calling out other people's looks. She's attacking other random creators.
That's
and
because she's
women.
a retard that doesn't even brush her hair. Okay.
And you're retarded without any front teeth.
Okay, but the point is,
Front teeth, thank you very much.
You're saying she shouldn't have gone on because Piers Morgan will have made her look like an anti-Semite, but at
Would
the same
try
time,
to.
that's a response to the action she's taken. So, like,
What did she do that was wrong?
what did she do? Look, everyone should know that you shouldn't
Answer
sing a
my
song.
fucking question. What did she do that was
Do you think
wrong?
that JQ is wrong?
That's not my question. I asked what she did that was wrong.
Do you think that JQ is wrong?
I asked you a
She did the
question.
Jewish
Answer
question.
it.
She did the
She
Jewish
sang a
question.
song asking questions about why certain ideas were censored.
And
but at the
why
same
was
time-
that wrong or immoral?
Because I think that
Because she's making light of the fact of serious serious
Why
topics.
was that immoral in a free speech society,
Because
which is
she's
what
doing
you
it for
Beckett
attention.
advocate for? Why is
I
what
do
she
advocate-
did
I
immoral?
do advocate for that, but what I don't advocate
Shut
for.
up, Beckett.
No,
You have no
because this
argument.
isn't. No.
I didn't
Because
catch
there is a
that.
difference between freedom of freedom from like repercussions for your speech, like legal repercussions, and freedom from consequences. What she's going through, like what she went through, was the
I
consequences.
asked you what is immoral about what she did.
You shouldn't be singing a
doing
song
the
as a huge
JQ.
creator about like I don't know whether Hitler was such a bad fucking guy.
True.
Is it immoral that she sang that song, Beckett? Why?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Are you too
that's an
fucking
immoral
retarded
act,
to understand what Hitler did?
Is
Why
it
are you
immoral that
questioning?
she did
Do
that?
you have no
Why
understanding?
won't you answer the fucking
Andrew,
question?
do you understand? I am answering the question. Do you understand what Hitler did? He fucking killed millions and millions of fucking Jews. What the fuck are you talking
Yes.
about for no fucking reason?
What does that have to do
and
with
you
why
have
it's
a problem
immoral
with that.
for her to sing
You
the
just don't
song
have
on
a problem
Twitter?
with that, don't you?
Because
Love
the
that.
song came out at a time when Nick Fuentes was on multiple fucking streams talking about, like, alluding to stuff. She then that song then piggybacks on the questions he is asking to talk about censorship. And like,
Why?
firstly,
Okay, one more time. Let me be very concise. Because
she
even
is-
though
Hitler
this is
is
50
bad.
times,
I'm
shut
sorry,
up.
that's
It's
hard for you to
It's my turn. It's my turn. Nina, it's my turn. I'm asking why?
Is Hitler bad?
Why is it immoral for her to make a song, even if you think everything in the song is wrong, which I would agree with some of that largely? Why was it immoral for her to make the song Beckett?
Dude, it's crazy
Because
when
she
like
is
people
trying
move
to
their arms
profit.
and then kill
She's-
people. Like, what are you talking? That
Because
is like
she is
the
trying
dumbest
to
thing I've ever
profit.
heard.
She is trying to
let's let
profit.
Beckett
Go ahead.
She's trying to use current controversy on of alt-right talking points to push
Okay.
herself forward in the media eye.
And why is this immoral?
Because she's a grifter.
Because
It's bad to make Hitler look good because he represented a lot of very, 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 very bad ideas.
And here's the thing, backing up.
That's
okay,
the answer, Andrew.
Are you pro? Wait,
again,
Andrew, are you pro
I've said
anti-Semitism?
I said 50 times that I don't support the meme here, but you can't
No,
say
do you support
that you
anti-Semitism?
shut up.
I'm just
you
asking
can't
you a very
say-
simple question. Can you just
I'm
answer that?
answering the fucking question.
yes or no?
You can't. No, you
Okay.
can't say. You cannot say though. You cannot say that you are pro free speech and you're a free speech advocate, and then when somebody comes out with a song like that, you cry fucking foul. That's bullshit.
Who is saying that?
Wait a minute. You
No, no,
can't
no, no,
say
no, no,
that
no, no.
somebody can have free speech and there's no consequences to it. There's
What's the
always
consequence?
consequences to everything you say.
What should the
her
consequence be?
consequence, she got to go on Piers Morgan and look
I think
stupid.
we're losing. Wait, guys,
What's her
guys.
consequence?
Then you have a contradiction.
go
you
ahead,
can't be.
Zion.
You cannot be. Hang on. Let me finish my point. I'm almost done. You cannot be somebody like Beckett of Crabs or like Nina or like any of you. Now, I'm not a free speech advocate, but you claim to be. You cannot say that you're a free speech advocate and then say that you promote that there's consequences from private companies on free speech. That makes no fucking sense. You morons.
Consequences with everything that you.
Yeah,
Nina,
that's
hold
an
on a second.
statement.
Nina, hold
That's
on.
an is
There
statement.
is
It's an is statement.
Wait.
Hey, let Xylee speak. Okay, go ahead, Xylee.
Shit! There are consequences with everything that you say, good, bad, or
Yeah, that's
indifferent.
an
with
is
every
statement.
word that comes out of
Yeah,
your
that's
fucking
is. That's
mouth.
not ought.
Her
That's not ought.
consequence was going on to Piers Morgan and looking
That's not
fucking
not
stupid.
statement. I don't care.
Xylee,
But the
don't get
point
baited,
being, the
okay?
point being,
I mean, but
is
it's
it doesn't
true,
matter.
though.
It doesn't matter what is if you are
A
a
fact
free.
is a fact is a fact,
And
homeboy.
the fact is, if you say I'm a free speech advocate, you can't support companies.
We're all getting baited.
No,
okay?
let me finish. Let me finish, Chicano boy. I'm
You can
almost
say
done.
what you want, but you'll get punished for it, maybe or maybe not.
The right response.
It's obviously the case that when most
That
people
you're a
say
liar
that they
and you're
believe
cutting
in
me.
free
I want to
speech,
finish. I
that
want to finish.
They believe that
No,
the
you
government
don't get to cut
should
in.
not punish people
You don't
for their
get to
speech.
cut in. You don't
but
get
of
to cut
course,
in.
I mean, I am cutting in, but socially,
Yeah, but
you can still face
okay.
consequences for your speech.
If I
That's very
turned around and
reasonable.
told my boss,
One more time, Econo boy. Econo boy. How is it not a hypocrisy? How is it not a hypocrisy to say though that you're an advocate for free speech, but then not condemn companies who go after free speech? Can you explain that to me?
I could, but it's
Then
not
do
the
it.
topic. To be
Oh,
fair.
okay, so you can't do it.
If Stardust wants us to talk about this, we can, but it's a pretty clear
So if
answer.
I want to kind of interject here. I feel like we're getting lost on the point, right? I think that like Andrew made a point earlier that this woman was running her mouth and she got hit with a brick, right? And she kind of faced the consequences of that of her running her mouth, right? I think Beckett was onto something when he talked about how in some people's view, Pearl was running her mouth with that song, and when she went on to Piers Morgan, she faced the consequences of running her mouth, right? I don't think any of us are, well, I'm certainly not an advocate of somebody getting deplatformed or somebody losing their, payment.
Then what's the problem?
I do think, well, no, I don't think there's a problem. I'm just saying that.
Okay, well then what's there to argue about?
I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm not sure if Andrew would say, like, for instance, Andrew, here's a question. If
I'm not
if
a
she
free
had
speech
just,
advocate, just so you know.
Well, no, but Andrew, here's the question. If she had just come up, because I feel like you're
You're an
operating on the assumption she must
authoritarian.
have assaulted the person first, right? So,
Oh, you
but
mean on
let's
the
just
brick lady
say,
chick.
but the brick lady chick. So let's just say that she goes up to a guy and says, hey, you're a stupid fucking cracker, kill yourself. Let's just, whatever, an example, right?
As we do.
And so let's just say that she did that.
Yeah.
And let's say that the guy, and that's what prompted the guy to hit her with the brick. I don't even know if the guy was white. It's just an example.
Okay.
Would you say that that would be an appropriate response?
No, that would be
Right.
immoral, fundamentally.
Well, yeah. So it sounds like we would, to Stardust's point, it sounds like we would say that we would agree that obviously, just because you say something insulting to someone doesn't necessarily mean you can physically assault them.
But let me qualify this, Econo boy, kind of with a
Okay.
retort here, which is that if she had smacked 15 white dudes in a row, in the 16th, cocked his arm back and punched her across the face, we could say that that's immoral, but it's also comeuppance, and she fucking had it coming, right?
Well, I don't know if I'd say that that was immoral personally, because
Okay,
again,
well then fair enough. Then if you wouldn't, then I don't even know that we have much to argue about.
Well, because again, like it's just if you have a reasonable expectation that you're about to be assaulted, just because you don't have to wait for someone to assault you before you can defend yourself.
Well,
there are
let's
many
say she
examples in
doesn't
the law.
slap the last one. Let's just say she gets in his face and talks shit. He kirks his arm back and he slugs her after she had slapped 15 guys before him who did nothing. I would still say that that's comeuppance.
Well, yeah,
I
that's
would
what I'm
laugh.
saying.
It's hilarious, and don't you think it should be laughed at?
Well, yeah. I mean, for instance, like if somebody, say that somebody's stalking somebody. Now, a stalker, I think by definition, is not physically assaulting somebody, but we would say that they're doing something threatening and wrong, and it's punishable under the law. So, I mean, again, just because somebody doesn't physically lay their hands on you doesn't mean that they're not sort of encroaching on your safety. And so, your example,
Well,
that's why I would
again,
say
but
it's
we're
not
kind of
necessarily-
moving back into that subjective metric, which I think that we agree
Well, obviously,
and
yeah.
disagree on. But the thing is, I guess ultimately, what you I would still like to get back. Now I answered your questions, but I would like to get back to this idea of I'm an unlimited free speech advocate, but I want free speech to be curtailed by private companies. Can
Who
we?
said that?
You did. All
no,
of
I
you
didn't.
did.
I didn't say that at all. That's not what I said.
If I can. I've
I mean,
always
I said that to be fair.
okay. I have always maintained.
You
I
did say
don't
that,
think
to be fair.
I didn't.
If
Yeah,
I
but
can.
Nina and Beckett and E-Boy and Stardust have all agreed.
No, I have not.
Hold on,
Wait,
no, I want
wait.
to finish.
No,
I want to finish.
no,
because I'm
no.
being
I
accused
was
of
speaking
something.
first.
Stardust
I was speaking
believes
first.
in the
I
gulag.
was
He
speaking
said that
first.
on this
I
panel.
was speaking first. I was speaking first. Okay. First off.
Yeah, but
all
you're a
I
woman,
said,
Stardust. No.
okay.
I
So
couldn't help it.
what I was gonna say is that I said that I am fine with if somebody says something stupid and then they go on somebody else's show and that somebody else makes them look stupid on their show, I have no fucking problem with that. I think that's hilarious.
I think that's
But
beside the point.
I've never supported private companies curtailing free speech. I don't know where
Then
you
there
got
was nothing actually wrong with what Pearl did.
no, I don't think that there was anything wrong like with what she did. Yeah.
Am I living in a fucking
Thank you, Stardust.
I
This is
never
an
said
anti-Semite.
that they could curtail
Call
her free speech.
Stardust an anti-Semite right this second. The rest of the panel, do it. Do
Look,
it.
Stardust is the
She
most
just-
anti-Semitic
Wait,
person
wait,
I
wait,
know.
wait,
Nothing
wait.
wrong
Right.
for her to have done that song.
I don't approve of the song. I think that I think that she is working like she's kind of working with an audience already like super conspiracy brained, especially about the Jews, right?
Right. So
But
you're agreeing that
I
that's
don't.
I would imagine that's a problem in your ideology. correct?
I think it's irresponsible, but I don't think that she should be limited
Are
from her
you
right to do that.
ridiculous? Stop. Like I have a brick on my
Well,
head right now,
obviously-
and you're really
I'm
gonna
the-
tell me
I'm the
right now
platforming
that
queen.
you
I
think
literally-
that shit's like. I'm not talking about platforming. I'm saying what she said.
It follows
didn't-
the same rules as
What's your
platforming for
opinion on
me.
the JQ?
On the JQ, I think it's wrong. Yeah.
Hold on,
Why
can
are
we
you
just-
okay
Stardust
with
would
it?
agree.
She
No, hold
is
on, can we just stop for a
overtly
second?
JQing.
Hold on.
Yeah,
can we just
and then
stop for a
somebody
second?
should
Because there's a
covertly
difference-
maybe call her
Fucking
a
Andrew,
stupid,
I
dumb fucking bitch,
cannot
But
right?
believe
you're not gonna be the
Because
one to do
it's
it. I'll
wrong.
call her a dumb stupid bitch, but
Overtly.
it's not gonna be you.
I think no, it is going to be me.
Call her
That
a
is
dumb
what
stupid
freedom
bitch
of
right now.
speech is.
It's
She's
because
a dumb,
Andrew's
stupid
conflating
bitch.
two fucking arguments. Hold on.
Yes.
Because
You've all been
Andrew's
baited.
conflating two fucking arguments
Okay.
to start a fight. There's a difference between saying we want to see private companies deplatform people for random shit, which is what he's making the claim we're doing when no one has said that. He's just randomly asserted it. Between
Wait.
saying Pearl's a fucking
Stop.
retard.
To be fair,
those are two different
if
things.
I'm making
That's
two
two
different
different
arguments,
things.
if I'm making
Andrew, I support your right to say
Beckett,
whatever you want, but I
Beckett,
still want to call you a cunt.
if I'm wrong on this, then why did both Econoboy and Stardust, which Econoboy would have to bite the bullet that he's an anti-Semite too, both of them agreed that he doesn't think that private companies should deplatform these people. They both said it. So how am I conflating anything?
Well, to be clear, I think private companies have the right to deplatform people if they want. Each individual instance is up for debate, obviously, but it's
they
just a
shouldn't,
matter of
right? They shouldn't.
They shouldn't what?
They shouldn't deplatform them, though, right?
Well, no, I mean, I think in the case of Pearl, right? If I ran a news network, I wouldn't have fucking Pearl on my goddamn news network.
So you
that's
think
for
they
sure.
should deplatform people?
No, I'm not really making a strong comment in that regard. I'm saying if it was up to me,
Well, I mean,
would have deplatformed her.
one has
but
to be
if
true.
they don't want
the
to, they
other
don't
has
have
to be. One has to be true, and one has to be false. Either they
No,
should
the principle, it's
deplatform
just
or they
no,
shouldn't.
Andrew, I'm falling for the bait myself. But to answer your question, okay, the
It can't
reality
be
is
bait because
that
I didn't
the
bring it up,
principle,
by the way. I didn't bring this up.
The principle that I'm appealing to is that when it comes to the rights of institutions and agencies and people, you have a right to deplatform or platform people, assuming it's your own platform, right? Now, when it comes to the government is a collective entity of the people, in theory. I mean, I'm a Democrat, so I believe in democracy, obviously, just big D Democrat, let's say. And so given that, I don't think the government should be, putting people in jail or finding people or, the shit they do in the UK. I'm not really in favor of these sort of anti-free speech laws like this, right? But if a company says I don't want to host your content on my platform, I mean that's perfectly reasonable for them to
But
do.
do
I
you
don't
think
that's...
they should deplatform these people?
I really honestly don't have a strong opinion, right? I think they have the right to do it or not do it if they want, right?
Should YouTube have deplatformed? Should YouTube have deplatformed Pearl for that song, and or should Twitter have?
No, what I'm telling you is, in my view, yeah, I wouldn't want that content on my fucking platform if I
So,
was YouTube. But I'm not
if
YouTube.
you're Twitter, where she posted the video, should Twitter have deplatformed her or not, Econo Boy?
Twitter
answer
should
that?
do whatever they want. Okay,
That's
I'm
not my
just
question.
saying.
I asked you, should they do it?
I'm just gonna give you the same answer. I
Yeah,
don't know. How
you
to
don't
answer it any
fucking know.
differently.
You're pathetic, dude.
I
You're all
say no.
pathetic.
I say
weaklings.
no. Don't deplatform her because I can't fight her if she's not on the platform.
So fucking weak.
Well,
what a
she
weak
got ended
position.
up doing a debate with me, so
I can't.
I guess you can't really
fight
fight
her
at all.
if she's not on the platform. I can't fight her. I need her on the platform to fight her.
I agree with that. That's you know. I
Oh
think
yeah, you
that,
didn't agree with it 4 seconds ago.
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
Should Twitter deplatform Pearl Stardust?
Are you mixing the two of us up? Because
No,
I don't
I'm
think Twitter
asking
should
you a
deplat-
direct question. Should
don't
Pearl
think- no, I
deplatform
don't.
Twitter? Yeah,
I don't
should she
think
be-
Twitter should
Neither.
deplatform her.
Actually,
No, I
both
don't.
stars said no. Actually,
Yeah,
So then how
literally,
come
Andrew.
they're-
Andrew, you're talking to me.
So
Hello?
then how come
People
they're-
call for my
so
deplatforming.
then Nina, if that's true, hang on. If that's true, then Nina, how come they're not anti-Semites?
I have not been speaking. Are you getting us confused as well?
No, I'm confused. Yeah, I am confused. Why aren't they
think they are.
anti-Semites for not wanting to deplatform Pearl from Twitter after such an anti-Semitic song?
That's a little bit of a tendency.
Answer my question.
I did.
What is the answer?
If you are objectively against deplatforming Pearl out because of specifically related to her anti-Semitic song, if people are doing like this free speech absolutist bullshit or whatever, yeah, I think that's anti-Semitic.
So Stardust and Econo Boy are both anti-Semites. Say it.
I don't know. Is that their take?
That's your take. You just said that if they refuse to deplatform Pearl, they're anti-Semitic. So say it out loud.
Okay, what's your argument against that?
My argument
No, not yours.
is
I'm not
very
asking
simple.
You're asking me to ask them. What are your arguments against that?
Yeah, what are your arguments against
Hold
that?
on. Can I? Because I feel like I've been just horrifically left out, and I'm vehemently.
You want to be anti-Semitic?
Well, the difference is
Anti-Semitic.
Okay, so there's a couple ones. No. Like people can say what they want about the position. It doesn't really bother me if people are like, yeah, you're a fucking Nazi. I've had it before. But like, basically, deplatforming doesn't fucking work. That's one of the biggest ones. You just create markets.
That's
You end up with
why.
people
That's
like-
why.
You wake up with like
it happened with
Alaska,
Andrew
Nick
Tate.
Fuentes.
It happened with Andrew Tate. He got murdered.
Yeah, you just end up turning people
as you
into
can tell,
markets.
people very much care more about Andrew Tate now than they did. Like, you ever look at like the
Yeah,
Google
the-
Trends?
And the second one is, at least when you've got people who are still on platform, they tend to be like much more in the media eye. If Pearly Things had done this on like fucking Rumble, no one except her fan base would
Well,
have seen
gee,
it.
it sure
But,
sounds like they're a bunch
hold
of
on, hold on.
anti-Semites, Nina.
Hold on, let me
I don't
finish
know,
the
are
fight.
there?
But she did it on fucking Twitter. She got called out by everybody and ended up on national television getting called a retard by Piers Morgan. Like, let people do the stupid shit. Just let them dig themselves holes. And Andrew, by the way, like from this sense, you're real fucking careful around this shit as well. Like, you won't allow half this stuff, like conversations. You'll veer like heavily away from stuff that would get your channel like demonetized or deplatformed. Because you understand it's a business as well, right? Like you do this with principle.
Beckett, because I'm at the mercy of the companies I'm at the mercy for, and so therefore follow the terms of service of those companies, does not mean I'm any less at the mercy of them. That's one. Two, this question
that
still,
sounds like a much weaker
this
position than anything I said.
This question still has
My
not
God.
actually been answered, which is Nina's position is that if you are a person who does think that X should keep Pearl platformed after what Nina considers an anti-Semitic pro-Hitler song, then that makes you anti-Semitic yourself.
Well-
How does Stardust and Econo Boy and Beckett not fall into that category, Nina?
I don't necessarily think as an individual, but yeah, I think that I would generally consider them being anti-Semitic. I agree with that.
Damn.
That's fine. I mean, in my case, it balances out most of my Israel positions, which I
Why?
often get accused of being a Zionist. So, like,
Gross.
Why are you
Wait,
anti-Semites,
just
Nina?
you know,
Why are you here with a
instead
bunch of
of
anti-Semites?
doing this like loop-de-loop, what are your positions? I assume you probably think Zionism is bad, correct? Or no?
How? Oh, Nina, come on.
I'm asking. I'm just trying to say yes or no.
I cannot get into an argument about Israel versus Palestine.
No,
That is
I'm
going
asking
to
about Zionism. I'm
explode.
not talking about Israel versus Palestine. Do you think Zionism is bad?
Was that to me? Or-
To the panel, I guess.
What is that? I'm just confused about what Zionism has.
Zionism is the idea, basically, that like I probably can't explain it in the best way, but it's like that the Jews should have the homeland or whatever. So they should.
How are you asking a question you can't explain?
What? Because Zionism is more complicated than I'm able to explain. Like I understand what Zionism is. You understand what Zionism is?
Basically, just to like nutshell it, like,
Yeah.
I think Israel should exist, and it's very unlikely
But
that we're
Nina,
ever going to get a decision
Wait.
I just gotta ask one question.
Okay, hold on. I guess I need to finish this with, do you think
Okay.
that it's fair that the idea of Zionism is to, basically, a lot of the elements of that is to say that, like, the people who historically have been there, like the, not Hindu, oh my god, I'm having a brain fart. What's the Muslim?
The Hindus?
Sorry,
the
I'm sorry.
Hindus who have historically been there?
Fart. Stop. I was having a brain fart. I literally specifically said that. The Muslims that were historically there are now like trying to basically get genocided. Like, yeah, like I
I'm
don't
glad I didn't take edibles before this one.
God
damn.
Yeah.
Can I
I just had one last thing, and
Just
then I'll
saying,
shut up. I promise.
Zionism basically means that you want to completely genocide the Hindus.
Nina,
I
just
God
gotta
damn
ask
it, now
you-
you fucked me up with this shit.
Well, but it was my turn.
The
So I just gotta ask. I just got one last final. Okay, go ahead.
They want to fucking genocide basically the Muslims that are all there because they think it's all their territory. Go ahead.
Okay, got it. But I just have this one final question, Nina. Why would you be on a panel with 1, 2, 3 self-described by
Count
your
'em up.
metric anti-Semites? Why would you do that? You just called all of them anti-Semitic. Why are you on a panel with them right
whether
now?
or not that is the case, I think you're a fucking misogynistic piece of shit, and I'm still on a panel with you all the time.
Oh, that's true. But back to my question. Answer
I like
it,
to
please.
argue with people.
So then you don't want them deplatformed for being
I
anti-Semites,
didn't
just
say.
Pearl.
I never said I did.
Just Pearl.
What? I never said I did.
You did say you wanted
When did
Pearl
I say that?
deplatformed.
When did I
Anybody
say
who
that?
supported that was an anti-Semite. So explain, why are you on
Yeah, 'cause she's
1,
boring
2,
and
3
annoying.
anti-Semites panels right now?
And she backed down from doing a debate with me. But like, no,
So answer my question.
I was not like trying to do some like savior for like the idea of like getting her deplatformed because of some ideological difference. I don't care.
Got it.
She's
so
a
then you
lolcow,
don't mind.
dude.
So then
I
you
want her
don't
to make
mind.
lots of content.
So then you actually don't mind if she made an anti-Semitic song, right?
Anti-Semite.
What's that?
I think she's an anti-Semite for making said song.
Yeah, but you don't mind that she made the song.
I don't
right?
mind it. No, it bothers me.
Okay.
She's just gonna do
And
content on
if-
Kick. I
do
want
you
her to go
think
to
she
some
should get-
asshole like website like Kick, who's not gonna pay her shit. I don't want her on
So
like a
should she get kicked off
mainstream
the
website like
platform or not?
YouTube.
Should she get kicked off the platform or not?
Oh, for that song? Yeah, absolutely.
Well, then why are you on a panel with all these people and not advocating that they get kicked off the platform, Nina?
Policies are.
Why don't you want these people kicked off the platform, Nina?
Because what? Why would I
Because
want them
they
kicked off?
support the fact that she did it and you called them all anti-Semites.
Okay, but did they do a song about the
No, they
Jews?
support the song though, and you said they're anti-Semites. Why
They did
don't you
not
want
say
them
that
kicked
they
off?
supported the song. You're being so dramatic.
They, bro,
Calm down.
All three of them literally just said, it's okay. I don't want her deplatformed. You said they're anti-Semites. You want her deplatformed because she's an anti-Semite.
I said it's
Why
an
don't you want them
anti-Semitic view to
deplatformed?
be okay with the song. I think
So
you could
they're
be okay with the
anti-Semites.
song and like not want her to be completely like yeah.
So why don't you want them banned?
I don't understand why like you have this like insane idea that like okay, well they're kicked off YouTube. So all of a sudden they're deplatformed. Kick's a pretty big platform. She can go fucking thrive there.
So you do want these guys
she can
kicked
go
off YouTube,
soak
right?
in the anti-Semitism and
So you
on,
want all of
Kick, I
these
guess.
people kicked off of YouTube
Why
as well,
do I
right?
want other people that have
Because
said one
you said
word
they're
about them?
anti-Semites like Pearl. My question here,
I did
I'll
not
literally
say
give it to
anyone
you.
was an I said
You
it was
did.
anti-Semitical position.
Do you want the timestamp? I'll give you the timestamp.
What
You
did I
said
say?
all three of them have to be anti-Semites if they agree with this. You said that.
I phrased the question
If I
that way?
can, I would like to interject, guys. We've kind of gone through the whole original topic for this panel. Feel free to stay if you'd like. I don't want to keep anybody here if they don't want to be here. I will open it up. I do believe King Brick wants to jump in. But I also want to say I
love
also I also want to say that for the record, love Jewish people. They are the best comedians. They also make banger bagels.
And you don't want Pearl deplatformed? And you don't want Pearl
And I don't
deplatformed?
want Pearl deplatformed. I
So
don't
you're
want
an
Pearl deplatformed.
anti-Semite. Ah!
I want Pearl on Kick like with the rest of the assholes.
Okay, I'm gonna pull King Brick in.
Brick,
what's your opinion on my brick?
I like the brick. It's aerodynamic. It's good for bouncing
Thank
on the head.
you.
It's a good quality brick right there.
Solid. Thank
I first want to get ahead of this. I did some research. I covered this on my show over the weekend. It was a cinder block. Okay, people need to stop defaming bricks. Okay, we don't do this type of things. It was a cinder block. All right, big difference. You're allowed to hit women with cinder blocks. Bricks, don't do that.
The
all
cinder
right?
block.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah.
reasonable.
They're just cinders, ashes. Anyway. On to the next thing. Andrew, you have some interesting takes, and I was taking some notes. So you think that like it's okay to hit women in the face with cinder blocks or bricks or whatever you want to, people aren't like builder pilled.
I
So
believe he said
might
that.
not know.
Direct quote.
Do you think it's not?
Yeah, I mean generally, right?
Under
Like
any circumstances?
let's get into some misogyny, right? Men are
Yeah.
bigger and stronger, right?
Yeah.
Right. So when a woman is being threatening to a man, right? Like you have to understand as a man, you do something different than if like you were a woman being threatened by a man, right?
What?
Like if you're a man, right, and you're threatening a
Mhm.
woman, you expect her to like grab a weapon or like ask for help, right? Because she's smaller and weaker, right?
I expect both of them to
As
do
you
that.
do.
No. So if you're being threatened by a woman who's like, I don't know how tall you are, but if you're threatened by a woman who's like 5 foot, like even, right, and she's in your face yelling type of shit,
Mhm.
and you're gonna go and grab a brick, like that's the logical argument.
Tell
Like,
me
you
what's the
expect-
problem? Why is there an actual problem with that?
Well, because you're bigger and stronger, right? So you're just supposed to use your physical
Why
strength.
does that
to-
have to do with my question, which is why is it a logical extension that I'm not allowed? If a 5 foot man
Mhm.
attacked me, would I be justified then in grabbing a brick?
I don't think you should ever. Well, I mean, one, I think in legal eyes, like no, because that would be like assault with a weapon at that point, right? Like that would elevate the charges.
Why
You
would
can't
that be problematic if you're defending yourself to defend yourself with a
no,
weapon?
because at a certain point, it's not. If you bring a weapon in, that's not.
So
defending
so
yourself
if a
anymore, right?
5 foot tall
But
man,
you're changing the subject to
no,
man
I'm
on
not.
man.
This is
Like,
on
I
the
understand
subject.
you may like
They're
man on
both
man action. I
equivalent.
get
It's
that, but
it's
no,
an
it's not
equivalency.
It's
Stop
not equivalent.
filling strings. Let
No,
me
we're
ask
not
my
filibustering. Men
question.
and women are not the same, right?
Let
That's
me
your
ask my
argument, right?
question, and I'll let you ask yours. I
Sure.
promise.
I mean, you're trying to filibuster, but yeah, have it.
If a 5 foot tall man attacks another man, he pulls out a gun and he shoots him. Is that wrong?
If a 5 foot tall man attacks a what? Like
A
another
6
5
foot
tall
four, 6'4" man, and he pulls out a gun and he shoots him
Well, I'm sure
because this other.
the state prosecutors would have fun with that because, like, yeah, you can
Yeah, they
argue
would say
like
it was justified.
no,
right?
they wouldn't, right? Because you're allowed to shoot somebody,
Then
right?
give me the
I'll tell you why, right?
Yeah,
You're allowed to shoot
okay.
somebody, right? Only when you're under impression that you are going to suffer physical, like a permanent physical harm and duress, right?
No.
Yeah, that's the time
You
you're
just
allowed
have
to
to
use legal
feel.
force.
You just have to feel
Yes,
that
feel
this.
exactly. Yes,
Yeah.
and then what I'm saying is the prosecutor would have a time saying like, "Oh, you're fucking 6 foot, 300 pounds, and here's a woman who's
Mhm.
120 pounds, right?" Because let's change it to what we're really talking about, not a
And would
man
he
on a
hold
man
the
action.
standard? So, do you think that the
If the woman
prosecutor?
had a gun or a knife,
So
yeah,
do
you can get away
think
with
that
that.
so do you think that the woman or the prosecutor will hold the same standard if it was a 120-pound man attacking another man versus a 120-pound woman attacking a man? I don't think that the prosecutor will hold the same standard. Do you?
Of course not. When a woman, because
You
we're
have a
agreeing that
logical problem now.
no, there's no logical problem. Maybe you're
Yeah,
not.
there's a
Maybe
problem.
there's a
Makes no
problem.
sense. You're
You want
fucking dumb,
Let
bro.
him cook.
No, hold on, wait. I'm dumb, right? So
Yeah.
you think men and women are the same?
No.
No. Okay. So then your logical argument where a 5-foot man attacks another man is out the door, right? Because
Yeah,
they're not
but
the
I
same.
gave you an
No, because no,
equivalency.
but they're not, but
I gave you
wait,
the
hold on. I'm
equivalency.
out. You're talking, right? They're not
Yeah, but I
equivalent.
gave you the
But
equivalency.
you just said it's not equivalent. You
Yeah, but
just
I can
said
give you an
2 seconds ago. You're
example.
dumb, bro.
Yeah,
You're
but I
dumb,
can
bro.
give you an example of a man and a woman who are equivalent, which I did.
But they're not
You
equivalent.
said that they would
Are
still.
they equivalent or not? You said before, are they equivalent or not? They either are equivalent, men and women, and then you could go and use your
Yeah.
5-foot man as a stand-in for a
That actually
woman.
doesn't make
But
any
they're not.
sense.
Well, because you're dumb. I
So
understand. You
listen,
can't
back
keep up.
up, back up,
Oh,
calm
sorry.
down,
That
calm
mixed
down.
factor. You saw that shit?
You and I can both agree that there are men and women who can be the exact same height and weight, right?
And at the same height and weight, men and women, men are pound for pound stronger than women.
On average, but not
No,
always.
no, like almost always.
So that
Like
would be on
almost always.
average. So on average,
No. Do you understand averages? No, like almost always, men are pound for pound stronger than that height and weight of the same
okay,
size woman.
I'll just ground it, but not every time, right?
Maybe like a fucking less than 10%.
So
Right?
not every time.
But that's not even close to an average, right?
Yes,
Like
and
you just
so
wanted to say. So what you were saying
not.
before, that was a false equivalency,
So
right?
I'm just granting it. So not
No,
every
you're not
time,
granting
right?
it. It's the truth. You don't get
I
to grant
just granted
it.
it.
It's the truth
I
or
just
not.
grant it doesn't matter. So one more time,
Doesn't
answer
matter.
my
You
question.
want to call me dumb, and you're gonna
So
grant like
well, you
equivalency.
are dumb.
Truth
You
is,
still won't answer the question. You're just filibustering. So do
I'm
you
not.
want to have?
You don't want to. You don't want to be putting a
You
back
say
on the back
you
foot. I
say
get it.
whatever
You
you
want to
want
go
to.
and
I'll tell you what. You
what?
can say whatever you want to say, and I'll sit here. When you want to have an engagement, let me know.
So men and women are not the same. We both agree. Men are pound for pound stronger than women, right?
Are we actually doing an engagement?
Yes, we are. Are you listening?
Then let me propose something which would be fair across the board. You ask a question, I ask a question back. Is that fair?
Fair enough. Do you want to do a time thing? Do you want to cut my second clock? My
Nope.
clock with
I
the
just
second hand up?
do you agree? Do you
think
agree
we
to the
can-
terms or no?
Could y'all answer each other's questions instead of asking
fine.
questions?
I think that's fair. But remember, you ask, then I ask, right?
And when I want to talk, you won't interrupt, right?
Correct.
Fair. Okay.
Okay.
So, ignoring what the whole shit show we just got into before, right? About men and women being equivalent when they're not, right? Men and women are not equivalent, right? Pound for pound, same size, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Now it's my turn to ask a
Fair.
question by the rules
Sure.
that you just agreed to. But you would agree that you can have men and women who have the exact equal weight and strength to each other.
And that's a rarity.
That's not my question. Can you
No,
answer my
but
question?
no, your
Just
question is,
answered your question. Can you
that
answer
is
my
your
question?
It is your question that you
You
stated to
broke
me.
the rules of the engagement, sir.
No, you did because you asked me
You
a question.
didn't answer the fucking question
You're not-
again.
So he's
I didn't
asking.
I didn't answer the
Wait,
question the way
wait,
you
guys,
wanted
guys,
an answer.
guys,
You
guys,
just
guys,
didn't
guys.
answer it at all.
Okay. So what Andrew wants is like an affirmative or a negative, right? A yes or a no.
Just
So
like I answered yours.
So what he's asking for, would you agree that there are cases where a man and a woman can be as
Don't
strong
give us a
as
qualifier. We don't need it. Just answer the fucking question.
No, you don't get to tell me how I get to answer my question.
So then you're not going to answer the question.
No, I'm going to answer the question. It's
Then
exceedingly
answer
rare,
it.
but yes.
Okay, so the answer is yes.
Exceedingly rare in extraneous circumstance, right?
So the answer is yes.
I mean,
Well,
do
so
do
even
cars
if it's a
fly? Sometimes
rarity-
cars fly and float, but we all agree that cars don't fly and float, right? But sometimes
No, we
there
don't
is-
agree to that.
What,
Can
cars-
can some cars fly and float? The answer would be yes.
But do cars fly and float as a generalization?
No.
Okay, so and the
What is that?
generalization.
And
is it
just
generalization?
answer your question. It's my turn. It's my turn. I just answered yours. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So the next question is: if you have a man and a woman who are of equal weight and equal strength, and they both committed the same crime, would you say that the prosecutor would look at them equally?
Would I say the prosecutor would look at them equally? I don't know because I don't know the prosecutor.
Well, I
It's a
can
subjective
just
question. No,
I
you're
can
gonna
just
apply
qual.
generalization because it's my turn to talk, right? By the rules you agree to,
Sure,
right?
go ahead.
So again, you're getting off into the weeds. We're changing away from like the reality
Do you
between
have a question?
physical.
If you do,
No,
ask the
I'm allowed to
question.
talk, right? I'm allowed to talk. Is it
No,
just
you're
does it
allowed
have,
to
does it
ask a
have to just
question. That was
does it
our
have to just
rules.
well,
Ask the
okay, my
question.
questions, if you know me, my questions tend to be long-winded and circuitous,
We'll
right? So
get to
bear
it at
with
some
me.
point.
No, well, bear with me, okay?
Okay,
You
go
know, you
ahead.
have that attention
I don't
span,
need
right?
an analogy. Just
Yeah,
ask
go
the
ahead.
fucking question.
Well, you were supposed to not talk when I was asking questions,
Wait,
right?
weren't you
But
asking
then
Okay,
him?
okay, let's
you're
break
violating
it
the
up.
rules.
Break it up, okay?
Right.
Ask your question.
Fair.
Break.
Okay. So getting away from that, if he's asking, well, actually, the question he asked
So
me,
you still
right?
haven't asked the fucking question.
Would a prosecutor view men and women the same? We don't know, right? Because extenuating cases, you could look at averages in the system, right, and then draw an inference from there, right? But that's not the case because in each case there's subjective like things that has to do with how the prosecutors are, how each like county is, the nature of the crime, right?
Sure.
So that like to paint broad pictures from statistics is exactly how like
Are
probably
you
how
gonna
things
ask the fucking question or not?
yeah. So
He's gonna ask. He's gonna ask.
yeah, so
He's
we're
gonna ask.
divorcing from that question, right? And going back to this to the statement, right? If a man is bigger than a woman, right?
Uh-huh.
Would you expect the man to be the stronger person, right? And not resort to gross physical violence in the
No.
situation?
The
No?
answer is no. Now, my question now.
Okay.
So my question back to you is knowing for sure, and I'll give you all the stats that you want right this second if you want them, that in all cases of violent crime, women are given a lesser punishment than men. Do you still hold to the position that on average, just on average, that women who are responsible for the same crimes are viewed the same way?
It's not. We love crazy women. What are you talking about?
Hell yeah.
Are you going to
We don't
answer
wanna-
my
we don't want-
question?
We don't want them to, I did. We love crazy women. We don't want them in jail. We want them so they can stab us, you know? But you don't want to argue with them and make them stab you, right?
Can I
Is
ask
the
you
question
something?
yes or is the answer yes or no?
It's not the same. First of all, we're way off base from the man hitting a woman with a brick,
I don't
right?
think we are, but I just want you to answer the question with yes or no. So is the answer yes? You would concede that that's true?
I would concede that that's true. You're trying
Okay,
to bring
your
in-
question.
You're trying to bring
So
statistics
then
in, right?
your question now. I'm ready.
Right. You're great. So aside from conflating like crime statistics with an individual crime, right?
Mhm.
Right. Do you not believe as a man, right? You are supposed to use the power you have as a man, right? Now, how misogynistic you want to get about it, right? Men are smarter, more calm, collected, stronger, all that shit like that, right? Do you think, right, that you should use the fact that you're stronger, right,
Mhm.
to de-escalate a situation,
No.
right? No?
So then no, I answered the question. So next, now it's my question time, right?
Do you think that? Can I add a caveat to that one
I
real quick? Can I get one more?
I already answered your question. It's my turn.
No, I'm asking you a
It's my
question. Can
turn.
I?
It's my
Okay, so
turn.
you want to be stopped?
Now,
I get it.
now on. I'm sorry. These were the rules. I'm following the rules.
I'm trying to like have a
I'm
conversation with you,
following
and you're
the
trying to be
rules
autistic
that
about the
we
rules.
Let's
just
break
agreed.
it. Break it up. Break it
We
up.
just
break it up.
agreed, bro. We
Break
just
it up.
agreed to the rules.
I
So now,
wanted to pin on another
yeah,
question.
that's
and
great.
You
It's
don't want me
my
to pin on
turn.
the other question.
Whose turn is it?
Wait, guys.
I'm
guys.
sorry, you can't agree to the
You
rules
guys
and then
did-
break them.
You guys did.
Do you
guys
think
did
it's
agree to.
so? Again, so now back to my question. Now that you have agreed that even though the situation can be completely similar, where they're in the same height, weight, everything, class,
No, I
and
never
still
agreed to that.
viewed. Not only did you agree
No
to it,
way,
but you
so
said
there-
affirmative yes.
I never agree that they're the same situation. I said multiple times that men are stronger than women almost all the time.
Yeah, but
I
in
think
this,
what he's
and
asking.
you're misconstruing.
Wait.
you're
What?
misconstruing
Wait. What he's
I'm so
asking. What he's
confused.
asking. What he's asking is that you did when Sam asked. Not Sam. Sorry. Andrew asked. That when Andrew asked, do you acknowledge that there can be men and women who are of equal strength? You said yes. You
Yes.
did concede to that.
You
that
did
that
say
can- That
yes.
is a possibility. So now what he's asking, given that you have acknowledged that that is a possibility, however rare
And
it is,
that it's an unequal, and he also conceded that it's unequal when it comes to the prosecution of these women, even if they're in the same class as the man,
I mean, if you want to misrepresent
this is my.
qualifiers, that's all for you. I mean, I get that.
Who cares? You
I'm
guys are
not
both being dumb.
not
This is such a dumb
misrepresenting
argument,
anything.
guys.
Yeah, I mean, if
To
I
be
book an
honest.
Uber right now, is the car gonna come flying, floating, or fucking? Like,
Well, so now it's my turn.
They're gonna come. They're gonna come driving on four wheels.
Is it my
right?
turn for my question or no?
No, misrepresent along. Go, and I'll ask you another question after that. Sure.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine with you asking me whatever you want.
Can I
So if
can I ask you a question?
Nope, you didn't. You're not in the rules. There's serious rules.
Oh
to
my
this
god,
right
yes,
now.
yes you can. Yes you can.
Let's
Fucking just ask the
yeah,
question.
okay.
Andrew,
so
have you
let's let
ever
Andrew finish his question, and then we'll open it up to the rest of the panel. Is that
You can
okay?
have my question. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
If a 6'4" man is being attacked by a 5'5" man, should he have the right to use lethal force if he deems it necessary?
No.
If he deems it necessary, but he has to prove that to a jury.
That's not my question.
No, that's the reality. Do you want to live in like La La Land or
Are you going to
reality?
answer my question or
I
not?
answered your question.
So the answer is yes.
He's allowed to. It depends how the jury and the law is going to
No,
hold it.
I asked a should question. Should he do
Should I be a
this?
millionaire? Probably, but I'm not.
So you're not going to answer the question.
No, but I mean, you want to look.
No,
You're, look, you're doing this thing where you're trying to tie two things
Alright,
together.
just either
You're trying to-
yes or no with, on this one. Like
No,
You can't do it.
Let me call it what you're doing, right?
Sure,
Dude, you
sure.
can't do
No,
it.
you're
You can't
trying.
do
No,
Okay.
I'm gonna call you out for what you're doing, right?
Uh-huh.
You're trying to tie like hypothetical.
Call me out, bro.
Yeah, you're
Mhm.
trying to tie hypothetical, extraneous situations.
You lost badly. You still can't answer the question by your own. That's funny. This was your own. This was your rules.
If you didn't lose,
They
you
were
wouldn't be
your
afraid of me
rules.
telling you,
They
right?
were your rules. Your
Yeah,
rules.
shut for
All
1 minute.
right.
I'll tell you why
All
you're
right.
wrong.
All right, guys.
You tell me why
let
I'm
me-
wrong, bro.
Yeah.
Let me can I get in here? Okay, so even if a situation even if a situation is for like, is for like, we're talking about like a rare situation. Even if it is a super rare situation, it is still kind of like these outliers are kind of like what we make laws on, right? So we still like outliers still matter, I guess, is what I think. I think
I
we're
think
trying to
Do we make
communicate,
the laws on
right?
the outliers, or do we make the law on like the reason? I think most law is based on like the reasonableness of like what the average person would do, and the outliers have to be applied to the reasonableness of the average man, the reasonable man. That's how we make laws, and that's why. And if Andrew lets me talk, I'll tell you why your problem, like why the way you're arguing is really shitty, right? Because you're trying to apply extraneous situations to the like average like case law, right? And you're trying to do these things that are like they're fundamentally in conflict of each other. Either you're going to look at things as an extraneous situation and we'll take it in that and we'll look at that as a very specific case, right? Or we're going to look at averages in case law of like women getting prosecuted and sentenced as men, right? And like in relation to men, right? So you can't have both. You can't be wanting to talk about some crazy extreme while also appealing to the law of averages because it's in conflict with itself. And that's my problem with the way you're trying to represent my argument. And yeah, that if you let me like talk before, you would have heard this instead of just saying, "Oh, you lost, bro." That's your problem. And you could talk now. You're muted, by the way.
Yeah, I'm aware. I just wanted to make sure
But
that
you were talking while you were muted, so I want to
Yeah,
tell you.
but I wasn't talking to you.
He's right
So
under his chat.
anyway, can you concede that I did not interrupt you once?
You did interrupt me.
Oh, well, that whole
All right,
diatribe
it's
you just
fine.
did. Did I interrupt you even one time?
That time, no, because you're muted.
Okay, so can you do me a favor also and not
Obvious
interrupt
thing
me?
is obvious. Sure.
Yeah, okay, great. So, first of all, you're engaging what's called a bifurcation. You presented two options as the only options, and they're not the only two options. There's actually like 400 different options we can go down here.
Right, if you
But
want to
the
talk about
reason,
extraneous
stop,
situations, yeah.
you just cut me off again. I didn't do that to you.
Okay, I cut you off. I'm butting in.
Yeah, are you willing to let me make
Yeah,
my
go
case
ahead,
or
go
no?
ahead, go ahead.
Okay, so after we get past the bifurcation, though, understand that I conceded and agreed to rules of engagement that you yourself put down. Followed those rules to the letter. You broke those rules immediately. The reason is because you have trouble following your line of logic to the end. And let me explain to you what the line of logic is. You and I can agree that on average, of course, men are far stronger than women. I make this case all the time. In fact, we'll give it a hyper average, a beyond average. They're almost always stronger than women in almost every single case that you can think of. However, both of us can agree that if we're looking at men and women who are in the same dynamic, the same situation, at the same poundage, same strength, same everything, or at least roughly so, that prosecutorial viewpoints on this are going to always skew towards the woman. And if that's the case, and you conceded that that's the case, then I want to know why you think it's okay to distinguish that a man cannot do X, but woman can.
No, I mean, you just said
Wait. Can you clarify
prosecutors will
that?
think-
Wait, hold on. Can you clarify the position before we get into that? Because I would like to engage with this, but you're talking about specifically when it comes to like criminal justice, right?
Well, not just in criminal justice, but the gynocentric society at large. Why is it that
You
we
just keep
think
saying
that
this.
it's...
What do you mean by that? In this particular situation?
I'm trying to qualify it for you.
Right. Yeah. In this particular, no, I understand, but in this particular situation, why is this applicable?
Yeah, so in this particular situation, I'm saying that women have felt licensed for a long time to abuse men physically because men's benevolence is that they don't abuse them back. And the excuse making from your side seems to be, but that's because men are bigger and stronger. But this is not the case in every case. And yet, even in those cases, society seems to be skewed towards it, which puts a black eye on your egalitarian viewpoint, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, you're saying things that I don't actually support. Can you? I feel like you didn't finish what you were trying to say.
Yeah, do you have a case where there's like a 6'8" woman who's like jacked and like a bodybuilder beating up a 5'2" man?
I guess I don't really understand your end of the day condition. You know, like
Actually, I'll give you the
Please.
case right now.
Go ahead.
The case is the one that we're talking about currently, which is why I'm making this argument to begin with. So in
the
the
guy with the brick, how big was he?
Oh shit! I forgot my.
I have no idea.
I lost my
Okay,
brick.
so then you have no idea. So then how could you make the
Why,
argument?
well, I don't need to have an idea of how big he is because I reject the fundamental premise that actually matters.
That size matters?
Yeah.
Oh, size does matter.
So do you think it's okay for a like?
Well, then
like,
you're
would
in
you
trouble with
have
your
that-
girlfriend, bro.
I just have to ask
Nah,
you.
maybe you are, man.
I mean, I know that you tend to make this like a very like sex-based argument. So I guess I would ask you, do you think that the argument, the way that you are saying it, do you think that should apply to like, I don't know, like men that are just smaller, maybe they're like handicapped or something. Like, do you think
Right.
that
Actually, this is
Andrew, would you hit me or would you understand that? That's
this is pivotal actually to my argument, which is
Yeah, I'm
that
asking your
I
position.
don't think that society or you, Nina, or you, guy who
Okay.
joined, or Econoboy or anybody
Hello,
else
guy who joined.
thinks that it's
Brick, by the way.
inappropriate for a brick. Sorry,
Yes.
I don't think that anybody thinks that it's inappropriate
my
for a
brick.
man who's 6'5" to defend himself, even with his fists or other things, against a man who's 5'5". Yet, if the strength was equalized to a woman who was 5'5", I do think that they would take issue with it, and I think that that's a
Well, how would
performative
they know
contradiction.
how good they were at fighting each other unless they fought each other?
That has nothing to do with anything.
But not even that.
Andrew, can I ask you? Hold on. This is really important. Have you ever hit a woman?
Have I ever hit a woman?
Yes.
No.
You've never hit a woman.
No.
Okay.
Is this a shock to you? Why
No,
would
I
hit
was just
women?
curious because
What?
it seems
What
like
are
you
talking
like
about?
you're fantasizing about it. So I just
Have you
was
ever hit
curious.
a man?
He's not. I don't.
No,
Have I
no,
ever
I want
hit
to
a-
answer my question now. Have you ever hit a man?
What do you mean?
Tell the truth. Have you ever struck a man?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I fucking
What do you mean?
thought.
Yeah.
Andrew, you never hit a woman?
I like slapped him in the arm because I thought it was being funny, and then he told me he didn't like it, and then I was
Yeah,
like, "Oh, I didn't
whatever.
realize
Shut
that
up.
I."
You know you've smacked
telling
fucking
you,
men.
let me tell me.
Unbelievable.
You
See,
have to
more
let me.
of
You
the
have to let
relying
me
on male
explain the
benevolence.
story. It was literally Razor. I like slapped him in the arm
Do you think
in a
that's
way that
okay
I thought
that
it was
she
being
hit men?
jokingly.
Who on this panel thinks it's
I
okay
thought it
that
was
she
being
hit a
joking.
man?
I feel like you're lying because I will say like what I did was I hit Razor in the arm as like a joke,
tell
like because
her
like
why it's
we
okay
were
that
just
she
being
hit a man.
silly, and he told me
Yeah,
he
you
did,
hit her.
and then he told me
You
he
know,
didn't like it,
yeah.
and then I
Hit
was
her.
like, oh,
Yeah.
I didn't realize
Awesome.
that like I was.
So you think it's okay
able
to
do
hit
that.
men?
No,
Do you
I don't.
think
That's
it's okay
exactly
to
what
hit
I'm.
men?
That's exactly. If you fucking
it
listen for
sounds
more
like
than 2
Nina was
seconds,
lucky
that's
that guy didn't have a
exactly.
brick.
That is
It
exactly.
does sound like she's lucky
But
about
that's
that.
exactly what I'm saying. Like he was saying, like, you know what? I really didn't like that, and I was like, oh, I didn't realize that I actually like you hurt you or whatever. So like then I was like, you know, I will never do that again because I didn't realize what I was doing. So I respected what his wishes were. Like Why do you think that's crazy? Do you think that's a bad thing?
That you hit a man? Yes.
I just can't believe.
Just in
Andrew
general,
never
like, I
hit a
should just
woman.
like what get like crucified because I like did it one time.
But
I want to
Connor
give.
boy,
I want to
Connor boy,
give.
when did
Wait,
you stop
guys.
beating your wife?
Guys,
When did you stop?
I want to give Econo Boy a chance to get in here because he's been waiting
Go
very
ahead.
patiently. So.
Oh no, I feel like King Brick's conversation with Andrew was essentially entirely pointless, so I ignored most of it. I'll be honest.
I actually agree with you, Econo Boy.
Yeah.
That's the second time we've agreed tonight, by the way.
I lost my brick. I don't know
That's
where
how
it
I
went.
feel.
Econo boy, I'm
no, I
sorry.
don't-
You're basically far right adjacent now.
You know,
I'm gonna
look,
have to
I
cancel
think
you.
the
And an
conclusion
anti-Semite.
look, it seems like what we've come to the conclusion of this woman getting hit by a brick is that mine and Stardust's and Beckett's virulent anti-Semitism must be stopped, and
Of
we
course.
all three of us need to be deplatformed, and that's the only consistent position that any of us can come to. So
That's right.
That's how I
It
feel.
is, and it was my position. You're all welcome.
You're still wrong.
The least anti-Semitic person.
Well, then why does everybody concede my points are true?
Tell Rachel I love her.
Your points are true. Want to
Andrew,
change?
we
How
just
about- can we-
understand that you are the greatest
Then you just
defender of
conceded
ethnic
you're wrong
equality.
again. I love this. This is great.
We'll have a discussion on like my panel one day where we could like, sorry Stardust, but you don't seem to want to have like good ground rules. That's fine and fair. I don't
Ground
even
rule that you broke your own ground rules, stupid.
You talk shit on Stardust, I will come for you, bitch. If you're gonna talk shit on Stardust,
rules, right? I was
you
just
do
trying
not
want
to get my anger.
Guys,
Okay.
wait a minute here,
All right.
okay? If you want to run a panel and cuck your own content, then go right ahead, okay? I don't cuck my content, okay? I like to let people kind of go, and I think that leads to some really great moments like we've had in the past. So that's just kind of my opinion. I will step in when I feel like it's just getting a little bit too much and people aren't getting enough to say. Speaking of which, Xylee, did you have anything that you wanted to contribute?
No, I'm good.
One,
Giga
I don't
chat.
believe you never hit a woman, Andrew. I don't
What
believe
is
it,
that as an
right? 'Cause-
argument? Like, what are you gonna
Yeah,
like
but
try
I don't
and
believe-
like?
Well, because it
Hang
means
on.
it means that he's gonna.
It's fair.
Like,
listen,
omit
listen.
facts, right?
Hang on,
Like,
bro. That's fair. I don't believe you never sucked a dick.
well, that's wrong with you.
I mean, you have sucked dick,
If you want to
right?
project, no, I've never have. I've hit a woman
No,
though.
You've
Right?
sucked dick, and you've hit women. Oh fuck, dude.
Yeah, in the bed. She wanted me to slap her.
I've
She
never
wanted me to
done
slap her.
either. I've never sucked a dick,
Hey.
and I've never smacked a woman.
You
I
never
feel like
smacked
we've
a
all
woman?
sucked the
You never smacked a
proverbial
woman on the
penis
ass
a time or
ever?
two.
You've never smacked a girl on the ass? Never smacked your wife in the ass?
I
You
don't
ever
think
smacked your wife in
that.
the
Okay,
face?
I understand what you're trying to
ridiculous. I
do,
would
but
never
this
do
is not
anything
doing
which
what
was
you're
untoward
trying to
towards a
do,
woman.
my guy. This is not doing what I think you're trying to do.
We're in this. I feel like everyone on this panel besides Brick
That's-
is in
it's
this
kinda
awkward
like saying-
conversation
I
where
lost my
hold on.
brick.
I feel like we're all in the awkward position where Andrew's wrong, but the guy arguing against him is making such stupid arguments that none of us can really
That hitting
jump
women?
in.
What, you guys don't want
and
to talk about
help
hitting
a
women
brother
with bricks?
out.
I thought the whole
Correct,
point was
correct.
hitting women with bricks. That's the whole point we're here. Like, and
Rick,
when
have
we
you
talk
ever
about who
been? Have
hits
you
a
ever been
woman,
attracted to a child? Have you ever been
No.
attracted to a child?
No.
Even when you were a kid, you were never attracted to a child when you were a kid.
For sure, he's attracted to a child. You called it. He's a pedophile. Get him off this panel.
Okay,
Okay, I'm just trying to point out how fucking
I
stupid this
I guess-
argument
I guess-
is.
I
Okay?
guess-
It's just
military?
really dumb.
Bricks.
It's really dumb, and I
Right,
want to
right.
die. It is so
Right, but
fucking
he
hot
brought- he
here,
brought-
and
look, he
all I
brought-
can hear is a load of Americans screaming at each other over whether they hit women or not. Andrew,
whole point is hitting women
I
with bricks.
blame you for this. I have watched you the entire panel just quietly try and turn people against each other, and I don't know why any of us have let you fucking do it.
I'm telling you, he's a master baiter. He baited us.
Fucking
He got
Nah,
us.
he
so
just,
annoying.
he just wants to get like false platitudes and shit like that. I mean, that's fine.
King, I
Look,
don't know
you-
what that means. I'll be honest.
I'll be
Well,
honest.
he wants to like he's trying to make this appeal to
King,
the
there's
fact
some
that, like-
element of this that makes it like a little inert if you're not gonna have your cam on.
My cam's not on.
Okay.
Oh shit! Hold
If
up.
I can, I would like to say for the record, I do not.
Wait, you've been
I
talking
do
shit this whole
not-
time when you didn't realize
Hey,
your cam.
hey, I'm speaking.
Gotcha. Sorry.
Don't talk over
All right.
Star.
My bad.
Did I give you permission, Brick? Did I? Okay. What I was saying for the record, I don't think Andrew beats his wife or beats women or hits women. I think that he is. I think he is way too much of a patriarch to endorse that kind of behavior. He's all about protecting women, right? So
You've seen Rachel; she blatantly beats him. Come on, are you fucking serious?
Me surprised.
That is not a woman.
As,
Like,
okay, look, let me just say, as
much
much as I disagree with Andrew, I disagree with all of his views, right, or most of them. I disagree with him vehemently. I don't think he beats his wife, is what I will say. Yeah. So.
Andrew, are you a beaten man? Are you abused? You can tell us. It's a safe space.
Should I blink twice? Let me ask you a question, Beckett. I'm just curious. Does Stardust beat you?
No.
Has she ever struck you even once?
She does try.
I figured that she did. I figured
she tries.
did.
She is incredibly
She pays
weak,
other people to do
Yeah.
it,
But she
they're
does
not
try.
very good.
See, the nice thing about my wife, right, is that I can shame and humiliate her. I never have to use physical force. That's ridiculous. I mean, come on, guys.
Fair enough. But
God.
if you want to appeal,
It's kinda like what I did to all of you.
If you want to appeal to legal realities, right, and you want to talk about a 6-foot man, a
humiliated
5-foot
by it,
man,
yeah.
right, the only time you're allowed to use lethal force is if you can prove to the court that you are in fear of permanent physical bodily grave bodily harm, right?
A lot
And
of
it's
times these things never go to
and-
a court.
And it's a lot hard, but we're talking. You wanted to appeal to the legal basis of it, right?
Yeah,
Not
and
me,
I am still.
right?
I am still. And most of the time, these things don't even go to court.
If you're going to use lethal force, you have to show that you fear for your life and you fear of grave bodily harm.
Okay,
Using your feelings.
Can you chill
Yes.
with the strobes a little bit?
Using judgment. All right, yeah.
Sorry.
Actually, no, I can't. Is it too much? All right.
Yeah, you're gonna give Nina a
It's
seizure.
literally
I don't
unironically.
want to give
Because
anybody. I don't want to give
care,
anybody a seizure.
because I care so much about women, I do not want to see Nina have a seizure.
Yeah, it'd be terrible. Just don't look. Just don't look when I talk. It only.
I'm trying not to.
my
I'm just
strokes when
saying
I
it's a
talk.
little bit much for. Thank you.
Just don't look at him.
I think Rachel's
bit
gonna
much.
join us. She seems to want to join.
We love
so.
Rachel.
There we go.
Look, if you're gonna appeal to like the courts,
It's about
right?
time somebody
Grave
joined
physical harm
that could help
has
Andrew.
to be like shown,
1v5
right?
or 6.
With a
True.
reasonable
it's-
judgment, right? If you're an adult, right, and there's a 12-year-old who has a fucking frying pan, you don't get to tell the courts that you felt like you were in grave physical harm. Now, if that 12-year-old had a gun, you could
I
tell
disagree.
the courts that. Well, that's the lawyer.
You should be able
so
to
it's
hit
a
12-year-olds
feeling.
with pans.
Right,
if
so
you
it's a
have to.
fan. You should hit him with a pan, stupid
Yeah, what are
fucking
you
idiot.
bad at,
he has the he has the
I
pad,
do.
right?
I just want to say I don't beat Beckett. I do not beat him.
I
don't know
don't.
why
I
he's
don't
saying
believe that. I don't
Don't
believe
let
it.
her tell these lies.
I don't
guys.
believe it.
Why don't you? It's
Beckett
you have the
looks
right
like an
to in the
abused man.
courts.
No, it's just.
I mean,
You'll
he
get
grew
off
he
on
grew
an
the
easy
beard out to hide
sentence.
all the bruises. You know.
That is true. That is
Yeah.
true. I do need to like put makeup on, cover up the black eyes. And
Have you heard Stardust scream? Of course she beats him.
God.
Oh, poor Star. Poor Star. Nah, it's fine.
You guys have pets?
2 dogs.
Dogs?
Got some cats.
Got some cat?
We cat
I
guy.
do want to have a conversation about the platforming thing later.
Okay.
Because I swear, I have my reasons, man. It's part of my liberal beliefs. Okay, so.
Stardust, I'm curious. What do you consider yourself? You had to
I am a
choose.
liberal.
You call yourself a lib?
Yeah.
Liberal, just liberal?
Yeah, a feminist. I am a feminist.
Sure.
She says that, but then she asked me to dress up in this SF's uniform. It's really weird.
Well,
she gets really pushy about it.
No, I don't.
Well, that's more of a kink thing, I feel like.
I do not.
I don't know how the Nazis felt about gingers.
Meme. I do not need that meme floating around, please. But yeah, no, I'm a lib. I just think that like Beckett said, like there's a reason libs of TikTok is so much more prominent than like conservatives of TikTok. It's because we've deplatformed and like demonized all
There's so
the
many
people.
jokes.
But I'm sorry, but it's just not the same prominence. Like the
But
prominence.
you understand what
it's
lives in
because
TikTok is, though, right?
I understand what it is, but there's a reason why there's so much ammo out there for people to make fun of libs and lefties, but we
You
don't
doing a lot
have
of
nearly as
grooming,
much ammo.
or-
Let me finish. We don't have a whole lot of ammo against like cringe conservatives on TikTok and other platforms. It's because we kick them off of those platforms before we get a chance to make fun of them. I just
Mhm.
You watch
I
Hog
feel
Talk?
like
What do you mean?
Oh, we don't. We just don't. We don't have nearly the amount. We just don't have nearly the amount of ammo, and that's why I go into other spaces. Partly is because one, the drama is fucking hilarious. I love to
course,
like watch
always.
the drama that goes on. Yeah, and who doesn't? You know, I just think that we need just like there's a freedom of speech. There's also freedom to look stupid, right? And I think everybody deserves the right and the freedom to look stupid. So.
Yeah. There you go.
Well, conservatives probably also just are more conservative, so they don't go on feel like they should go on
They're a
TikTok
little
and scream.
they're a
you
little
know?
bit more reserved, but there are still a lot of them that I feel just get driven off of
No, the
different
Hogs
platforms.
love TikTok.
Who? Those TikTok?
Yeah.
The Hogs.
The Hogs? What are the Hogs?
The conservatives.
that?
What do you mean? Like the people who are like, we're gonna go and try and we're gonna fight for Trump's rights.
Wait, so you think all conservatives sound country?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that a
Xylee
lot.
sharpens
I'm
the
saying
knife.
that Hogs
Oh my fucking
sound
god.
like that. It's not my fault that that's where they come from. That's a you problem.
Hey,
No,
statistically,
that's
on
a
average, all conservatives are Southern.
You can make fun of all the fucking libs of being like sound like Valley Girl like I do. Like you can absolutely make fun of me for that type of shit. Like I'm not personally offended
yeah, but I
by
wouldn't
it.
do that though. I wouldn't
Bro,
do
there's
that.
somebody
Though.
so
Why?
angry
What,
at
you're
me
not good
on
at
YouTube
jokes?
now.
Who's mad at you?
They're like, you have all the platforms to
Fuck.
use to make TikTok stardust, you twat. What
This
are you
can be
calling me a
dangerous.
twat for?
Oh God.
This brick is not.
That's
It's
Beckett's
gonna
alt
start causing
account.
stuff.
He gave it away by saying twat.
No, fuck, I don't do this on an alt account. I do it publicly. You kidding me?
My goodness. No, I mean, I don't know. I feel
can
like
I can I get a word in here? I
Of
was
course,
just
you're.
Oh yeah, you haven't spoken enough at all, Andrew. Please go ahead.
Well,
Sorry.
that's fair. If you guys want to continue,
You know,
I will.
Where's your wife? Where's your
Yeah, where's your
fucking
You know,
wife? Where
I
the
was
fuck is she
I'm
at?
trying to be nice. I just had a quick question for Beckett. Beckett, how does it feel
Casually.
that Nina has now called you an anti-Semite and demanded that you be platformed? What do you think of that, Beckett?
Oh, I don't care. I
she's
mean,
British
like,
as
actually,
well.
Is
on
that
a
what I
genuine
did?
sense, if you want a genuine answer, like, I know you're trying to start like a fight, but like, people can call me whatever they want.
I'm really not trying to start a fight. I'm
No, no, no,
really
no, I mean,
curious.
genuinely,
Do you
I
see
think-
the?
I-
Do you
We're
see?
allies.
Do you guys understand the distinction when one of these lefty, fucking leftoid dumbasses says something as stupid as "No, you got to deplatform everybody I don't like," and how that's contrary
that's
to your
exactly what I
actual
said.
position, but you actually refuse to take them on? Why do you do that? Why won't you just take her on and tell her she's fucking dumb? And that makes no sense. Why won't you do that, Beckett?
Probably because that's not what I said.
I think Beckett's parents taught him manners. Probably.
We've
You know,
all-
just have a
well,
reasonable
Again,
conversation.
we're
with
already
people.
allies.
Over you.
We've done a
Let him
debate
step all over
together.
you. Let him
I mean,
step
you don't
all
have to
over
call
you.
someone a fucking idiot to disagree with them,
What
right?
if they
I mean, that's
are a
pretty
fucking
reasonable.
idiot? Why can't you tell them that?
I don't think
Well, I
he's
think
an
there's
idiot.
synonyms to fucking idiot you can use it as a.
Okay, well
alternative
then
for
will
it.
you start using some of those synonyms for the fact this chick said you're an anti-Semite deserves to be deplatformed on YouTube because he could just have his TikTok and stuff?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously we don't agree. I mean, I don't think. What do you call it? I don't think Stardust. I think probably has more reason to clarify her position. Obviously, of saying the song.
Oh,
wasn't
but not
wrong or anything
you.
like
You
that,
said
but-
it wasn't.
Oh my
you
God, let him
said
cook.
that she shouldn't be
He's
deplatformed
gonna
either.
say
Econo
what
boy.
his position
Well, no,
is.
because obviously there's like I would just say the song was wrong, and you know if you're downplaying the Holocaust, that's wrong, and it's wrong to say that.
Sure,
right?
sure, but she shouldn't
but-
be deplatformed or no?
Yeah, I'll agree that it's wrong that to downplay the Holocaust. I just don't think she should be deplatformed for it. You know.
No, I know, but Stardust. Obviously, the clip was like you literally said, "I don't think it was wrong that she made the song," which the clip doesn't sound good. So that's why I said
fair,
you probably have
fair,
more to
fair,
clarify.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
like from my
Well,
perspective,
what more
obviously,
does she have to clarify? What more does she have to clarify?
Okay.
well, because if you say something like, "I don't think that it was," what do you call? I don't think it. I think it was. I don't think it was wrong to make the song. Then obviously people could interpret that to mean. I think the song in its content is totally fine, which I don't think
So
that's
you're
what,
gonna
probably what
press
Stardust was saying.
Stardust about this, right, Econo Boy?
No, but she just clarified. I don't have to press her.
What did she clarify with?
She said that the content of the song was bad and wrong, but that she shouldn't be deplatformed.
And this is your view too, right?
Well, my view would be that type of messaging shouldn't be platformed, but you know, I mean, if
Oh, so
companies
you're
want to
not for
platform it,
free
they can.
speech. So you're not for free speech, really.
Well, yeah, I
You
mean, if you
think-
want to transition, I guess Stardust said
You're not
she wanted
either.
to transition
Don't-
that
I know
anyway,
you
but I would
No,
say that
I'm not. But that's not my position.
yeah, I mean, again,
that is
it
his
just depends
position.
on-
He said it to me. I don't know how many times that he's a free speech pusher.
Well, no,
he doesn't think he doesn't think private
continue on
companies
your
should
point.
even
Pusher.
platform
Well, like a
people.
fucking drug dealer. I love the way
I'm
you
not
phrase things, man.
I wouldn't call myself a free speech absolutist. I would just say that I don't think the government should encroach on free speech.
But what about the fact that right now we have a ban ADL
Do you ever
campaign
think that
on
you just bitch about free speech, like because you just have nothing else to talk about?
it's your position, not
Wait,
mine.
Andrew, you're
No,
not.
it's
Well,
absolutely
Andrew,
your
free speech.
position.
Wait. No. Wait.
don't
Just to
complain about
clarify,
free
Andrew.
speech.
Wait. Andrew is not pro free speech. He's never been pro free speech, right?
Ever.
That's
I don't know
that's
much about this
yeah.
Andrew guy. Why are you not pro
Yeah.
free speech?
Because rights are a myth.
Rights are a myth. Why is
Yeah,
that?
I'm sorry. He's pro
Because they
monarchy, by
don't
the
exist.
way.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you
Rights
what.
don't exist. Okay.
Unironically,
That's
he's
correct. They don't
pro-monarchy.
exist. Do rights exist, sir?
Andrew,
Yes.
can you confirm that you
Okay.
are pro
Can
monarchy?
you taste them, smell them, touch them, anything like this?
No, but they're a concept and they exist.
They're a concept. So does a concept exist?
Yes.
Where does it exist?
It exists in the ether. It exists
Where's
in
the ether? Can you point to the ether?
It exists in your mind. I mean,
Can you
want-
point to the ether?
I mean, you want to talk like collective consciousness, like
I
Freud,
want to
like
talk
that?
about the ether that you just said that's where rights
Not-
exist
not
is in the
Freud,
ether.
Jung.
Where's the ether?
Well, it's Jung. It's collective consciousness, right?
Yeah,
It's
the
collective
ether's no.
unconscious.
According
You
to
know- you know-
Jung, that's the
you know-
mind. That's the mind.
yeah,
The ether's a whole different thing. Jung
Right.
was not an ether guy. So where's the
Right.
ether?
In the mind and the collective unconscious,
Yeah,
right?
where's the ether?
Well, it's a figure of speech.
Okay, so you misspoke.
No,
You
it's a
didn't
figure of
actually
speech.
mean
No,
ether.
I play fast and loose with my words.
Okay, so there is no ether. Okay, so in the
But
collective.
it's a concept, right?
Oh, it's a concept. Okay, so
Where do laws exist? Where do
so
laws
it doesn't.
exist?
So it doesn't
Where do laws
exist.
exist? Where do laws exist?
Laws are social construction.
They're social construction, so they don't exist. They're not
Yeah,
real.
that's correct.
Yeah.
They're
They
not
don't exist.
objectively real.
So-
Yes, that's correct.
So
Why
you
is
don't
there a
believe in
bunch of
laws
dead
either.
bodies in his background?
No,
you're an
I think
anarchist.
that
You're an anarchist.
no.
Oh,
I think that
guys, everybody
Automatically
shut
anarchist.
everybody
You want
shut up for
laws,
1
but you don't
second.
want rights.
1 second. Everybody shut up, okay? Xylee is leaving. So I want to give her a chance to shout herself out. So
can't see without saying thuckering thuckertash.
Up.
hi Xylee. Thank you. Oh.
Well,
she didn't.
no.
She didn't. Guys, thank
Andrew bullied her off.
We love Xylee.
I appreciate Xylee. Xylee is she runs a banger stream late at night. She covers usually commentary drama, but she's super based. So please go check her out. I will link her YouTube in the chat. Yeah.
There we go.
All right, so Andrew, so you don't believe in laws? You're an anarchist?
It's not what I said. What did I say?
No,
Repeat
you
my
said, that,
argument back.
you said rights don't exist, right? Because they don't exist in like a physical reality,
Yeah,
right?
so
they're a concept.
are you
and
gonna,
laws are a concept as well.
So are you
So
gonna
I'm
let
drawing the
me?
parallel?
You
Yeah,
want
you go.
me?
Can we
you
agree
know,
to change these, like the rules we agreed to before? Because you forwarded them, and I just agreed to them because I was tired of you interrupting when I was talking.
Am I interrupting you now?
No. But you were the whole first conversation, and I'd like to be able to like jump in if like we have a disagreement with each other.
I
But
feel like we're on the
we'll try
precipice
to
of
allow
wasting a lot more time.
Yeah, that's
King.
fine. Whatever. Yeah, that's
Let-
fine.
Let's just.
Well, this guy doesn't believe in rights. This guy doesn't believe
No,
in rights.
but the
That's
reason
correct, I
he's
don't.
saying that is because obviously what we
He
would
wants to
consider
be like
a
a
right
head-ass
would be a
debater,
social
yeah.
construct.
Wait. Let's let
Don't
Econo
help him
Boy-
out, E-boy. It's his own fault. He did this to
Let's
himself.
I know it's his. I just don't want to waste all of our
Okay,
time.
and you know what? I think that's
to
fair.
let Econo Boy say something. So go ahead.
No, it seems like Andrew and I came to a agreement there. Obviously rights are a social construct, but there's just different justifications for why we might, want to have rights.
Yeah, but
or
let's hear what
consider
his
certain things a
are.
right.
Why you
no,
want
Andrew.
why you want to have rights? Because you believe in the dignity of man.
What is that?
Oh,
The
come
dignity of each individual person to be able to express themselves and exist in the world without interference from others.
Should a man be able to take a shit in the middle of the street?
Well, no, right? Because
Why not?
that's interfering with others, right?
What if
you are trampling on other people's right to not have shit in the street, right?
do other people have such a right?
Do other people have a right to shit in the street?
No, to be offended by you shitting in the street.
Well, yeah, it's called collective agreements on laws of society, right?
And why would a collective agreement mean that you have such a right?
Because to not shit in the street or to shit in the
Yeah,
street?
or either one.
Because it's our right to be able to enjoy this shared public space, right? That we all
Yeah.
agree and
Where does this right
towards.
and where does this right come from?
Where does that right come from?
King, I'd encourage you to just cut it off there and just try to research this a little bit more.
No, I
before
get
you-
it. He wants to be a head ass, oh well, you don't have rights because there's no law saying you don't have the right to shit in the street. I think it's a combination of courtesy and there's the right of the individual balanced with the right of the society, right?
So
it's a
if you
balance,
have a
right?
society where you have a right to shit in the street, where does
You
that
don't.
right come from?
Well, you don't have a right to shit in the street
There is.
because you're
There is.
inconveniencing others,
Yeah,
right?
but if you have
if you want to shit in your house, right? That's
Yeah.
property rights,
If
right?
you have a society
It's not your
where you
property to shit on,
if
right?
but if
Whose
you have a
property? It's a
yeah,
shared property, right?
But
So
if you have
you're violating the agreement of shared property that the society pools
Yeah,
their money
but
together.
if you have
So you
a
can do whatever you want
society
and shit up your house, shit up your lawn, but then you get in certain cases, yeah, if you live in a homeowner's place,
Yeah.
they might say your lawn's too long, so and you say, well, it's
Okay.
my right to. Well, no, it's not. You signed your right
Just
to play.
relax for a second. I just want to ask, what if you have a society where such a right is entailed that you can shit in the street? Where does that right come from?
Probably a third world country.
Yeah, so where does the right come from?
Well, it's that what their society agrees upon as a collective agreement, right?
So then rights cannot be universalized, they can only be localized, correct?
Well, yeah, in America they're localized, and we have the freedom of speech.
So if they're localized, then this means that all a right is a construction of what we agree on, correct?
Just like our laws.
So then rights don't exist, you fucking idiot.
They do exist the same way our laws. They do exist the same way our laws do. Do our laws not exist?
You just conceded this. You're so dumb. You don't see it. I can't believe it.
See that rights are not universal.
Yes, you conceded that.
Yeah.
So then there's no rights. So then there's no rights. If they're not universalized, there's no rights.
Are you universal, or do you exist in a collective of a society?
Well, if I existed in the collective of a society, I wouldn't be universal.
All society, right? So it doesn't matter if they're not universal. All societies.
Well, then it would matter if they weren't universal.
Societies have different rights and rules, right?
Right.
It doesn't have to be universal for it to be a right.
It would have to be
So then how would if you're saying it's a God-given right?
How
Yeah,
would you say?
If you're saying it's a God-given right,
bro,
yeah, sure.
how would you say then that it's your right to not be murdered in another country if you just think that rights come from the collective consciousness of the locality?
Well, I guess if that in that country you have the right to be murdered.
Then you don't have any fucking rights, you stupid bastard.
In America, you do. What are you talking about?
In no country would you.
We just agree it's collective in each different
It
country.
can't
right?
listen. It can't be a
Each
right.
country-
Then it can't be a right if it can be changed. What gives you the right?
Can't be a right if it can be changed.
Yes,
well, no,
it can
it's
be a
not.
right.
It's not a universal.
You're telling me it can't be a right. Hold on, we need to focus on this. It can't be a right. Go ahead, go ahead.
Can we?
A universal right and a localized
Do all people have basic universal rights?
Hey,
Do all people have basic human rights? Do all people?
No, law of the jungle, right? No, law of the jungle.
Respect the moderator,
And-
you motherfuckers.
Hey! Shut up!
See, we don't have rights on this panel. None of us have.
I told you don't. Okay. Okay. So
Stardust doesn't believe
I'm
in free
sorry.
speech.
My brain is fucking leaking from this conversation. I can't do it. I cannot do it. Glitterbell, please tell me that you have something else to talk about here.
Yeah, I wanted to call everybody but Nina anti-Semitic. Is that cool?
Yeah,
It won't be the first time for me, so you know.
It's your right. It's
No, I don't.
reasonable.
Okay,
Yeah.
so here,
It's understandable.
here's look. Here's the thing. Star provided a justification for her stance that was pretty clearly about ultimately suppressing anti-Semitism broadly. So, I think you could argue it would be pretty difficult to argue that she has anti-Semitic intent. Also, Star is a base lib. I fucking love you.
Nice one.
I also do think that, like, if you write a hate jingle and you have a significant presence on a corporate platform
Mhm.
and they don't want to catch an enormous amount of flack, that especially in the context of you buddying up with Fuentes and what is it? He's got what are they called? It's like there's like a whole gay conservative
Groypers?
thing. The Groypers.
America First.
Yeah, AF. You might be like, hey, let's nip this in the bud, and that doesn't seem crazy. Is that a wild stance? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's wild. I just, I don't think it's wild. I understand why they did it. I just personally disagree with it. But,
That's fair, and I think that's reasonable. I want to challenge Andrew. Andrew has this like ridiculous false dichotomy. There's a huge difference between writing and publishing hate jingles, right? And taking a stance against deplatforming generally. So like it's pretty easy to say that like the person who's like writing hate jingles is an anti-Semite. And if you're defending their behavior because you want to spread their message, that's pretty clearly an anti-Semitic justification to keep them platformed, independent of your free speech position.
I'm confused. If you're a free speech absolutist and you believe that even
Nobody
private...
here's a free speech absolutist.
she's not
Nobody has
saying
made that
that.
claim. Not a single person.
Wait a second. They
Not
did
saying
make
that.
the claim
No,
because
she
I
didn't say
asked.
that.
Stop. I'm
She's
trying to
saying that she's
answer your
not,
fucking.
So I just don't want you to
Shut
waste
up,
your
Nina.
time.
Let
I
me
don't want
answer
you to
the
waste your
fucking
time.
question.
She says that she's not. Let's just go past that.
Okay, so anyway, do you want me to answer your
I'm
question,
interested.
sir?
Who? Yes,
Wasting his
please.
time is his strategy.
Who took
I
the
get
free
it.
speech absolutist
I
position?
generally take a free speech.
Oh,
absolutist.
shut the!
I'll
Are
sign up
you
for that one.
serious?
Was there anything else that you had?
All right.
That's fine.
And by the
That's
way,
fine.
Econo Boy also said this, and Stardust also
Okay,
said this.
whatever.
And by the way, the only one who contested it was Nina. Was there anything
Homie,
else
I'm
that you had
taking
to
your
add?
bait. I'm letting them talk about it. Look, I'm playing your game.
Hold on.
Don't get mad. Let's
So
hear
were
their
you?
response.
So
Okay,
were you wrong?
just to
So
clarify,
were you? Hang on, no, just to clarify
Hold on, let me
me.
clarify something. Holy
Were you
fuck!
wrong?
Holy
Were you
fuck! I
wrong?
barely said anything for 20 minutes.
Ask him if he
Hold on,
was wrong. Ask him if he was
I
wrong. Were
will
you
ask if he
wrong?
was wrong. But I just want to clarify.
She,
Oh,
her.
she, her.
Glitterball.
Sorry, Glitter. I just want to be clear on this. Freedom of speech is not freedom from
There's no
consequence.
way for
but
me to
yes,
know the fucking
people,
pronouns. Ridiculous.
People should.
No. Nobody's blaming anybody for not knowing
No.
the pronouns. I should have mentioned. So.
But at the same time, yes, people have the right, and unless you are saying something that is like a direct call to violence, like you need to go over there and do this immediately, that's a separate category. But yeah, people shouldn't be criminalized for that. Whether they should, like, if you say something incredibly fucking stupid and your friends don't want to associate with you anymore, that is not a violation of your free speech. That's just the consequences of your action. Does that clear everything up for anybody?
Yeah,
Does anyone have any
I
issues
follow
with that?
that.
Okay,
That seems
cool.
like a coherent position that also seems probably consistent, independent of like context. Like I bet you hold that across the line. I'm gonna buy that you're probably consistent there. Econo Boy, what's your stance on this?
On what exactly? What's the question?
He's taking a neutral stance. Did you not understand that? He wants to be
on
neutral.
On the
Yeah, he
Dude,
wants to be
look,
neutral.
Andrew,
Yeah,
I'm
sorry.
playing your
So-
game. I'm pushing
so-
on him. You're
Yeah,
mad.
you can
Come
push
on,
on him,
look.
but you're just gonna get a neutral stance, bro.
Well, no, I mean, it's not. I wouldn't consider what I believe a neutral stance. Again, what I believe, to answer your question, is
think
just
that-
that private actors have the freedom. Private actors. I think you're cutting out a bit. Private
Yeah,
actors
she's talking about
fundamentally have. Private actors have a freedom of association that I think is generally pretty universal, right? I mean, maybe there's some exceptions that I can't think of, but and if you decide to form a platform and you don't want people to be included in that platform, then that is your right. On individual instances, if you ask me if certain people should be platformed, I'll have a yes or no answer. It's just that again, I think it's fair to say that people can associate
Oh, hey,
with
great.
who
Should
they want.
Pearl stay platformed on Twitter?
I've already answered that question. If
So
it were up to
is
me, I
that
wouldn't
yes?
platform her. I'd ban her from fucking Twitter if it were up to me.
You
But
would
it's
you
not
would
up to
ban her?
me. So
There. So it's a no. So we've got 2 no's.
So
We've
not
got a
really
yes
free
from
speech,
Beckett.
absolute.
no, because it's not a government entity, right? And I've never claimed to be a free speech absolutist. To be fair,
I have to ask you,
Okay.
Andrew, are you really a free
Honorable
speech
clarified that earlier.
absolutist?
No,
I don't think
Andrew's not.
anybody like
Andrew's
we.
not. Andrew's not a
he
free
doesn't-
speech
He's not
at
saying
all.
that.
He
There-
doesn't
Okay.
believe in
Not
freedom.
even
There has
a
never
He
there's
doesn't
never
believe
been
in
a
rights.
I don't know,
society.
man.
There's never
So
been a
now that everybody
society.
else has answered,
There's never been a society in the history of civilization that has had a truly free speech absolutist system, and that's probably okay.
Yeah,
There are probably some exceptions where
now
speech
that
should
everybody else
be
answered,
punished, you know,
Mhm.
socially or whatever it
Andrew,
may be.
do you believe that Pearls should remain platformed while she's producing hate jingles as somebody who has no affinity
That's my
for
perk.
free speech whatsoever? Like, you don't think it's a moral value. You have no problem with free speech being impinged upon.
I literally don't give a
You're
fuck either
for it.
way. And I told her that to her face. If you want to violate,
Oh, you're pulling an Econo boy.
You really
Yeah,
you just don't
Do you
care.
want to take a position?
No, he's just a head
no,
ass.
I
You
am.
want to take
I
a position?
am.
Oh, come on, Andrew.
I'm taking the position. I told her to her
Your
face.
position.
He's assuming.
Are you? Are you gonna?
Hold
Are
on.
you,
What is the position that you're taking to her face?
you have to shut the fuck up, or I
Well,
can't
I'm
get it.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the position is very simple, right? From my perspective on free speech, I think there's all sorts of free speech that should be banned. I don't think leftists should be able to fucking speak ever. I think that their message is so detrimental to society
you don't
that
believe
if
in
I was
free
We
to
speech?
know. I'm not asking about that bullshit.
He's never
We all know.
believed
We
in
don't need your
freedom of
fucking.
speech.
You
He's
won't-
never believed in
you
freedom
won't
of
give
speech.
me-
I've
you
said
won't
this
give me-
like 10 times
No,
during
no.
the
Give me an
panel.
opportunity to
I know. The
respond.
question is, why
great
does
to
he
see him
believe
prove
that
it.
this speech
I want the word of everybody on the
should
panel
be?
before I answer that you won't cut me off or I won't answer.
Yeah.
The word of everybody.
No, just say it. Just shut the fuck up.
No,
and
I don't want to hear shit.
Just
Give me the
speak
word.
what you're trying to talk about.
Give
I'm
me
not gonna do a
fucking
fucking
word.
covenant.
Give me.
No,
Give
shut
me
up.
your
Just
word.
keep
or
going.
I'm
Keep
not
going.
doing it. Then I
Either
won't do
can-
it.
Okay, then don't talk. Okay, moving on.
That's fine.
God damn
So
it.
again, you
My
believe
brick
that you don't
fell.
have the right to say anything ever as well, right? Andrew? Okay.
He's not responding unless we give him his word. We're
Yeah,
moving
he has-
on.
he
Who
doesn't-
gives
no,
a
he
shit
doesn't
about
have-
his
he doesn't
fucking
have the
point?
right. Well, 'cause he doesn't have the
Okay,
right.
guys. Okay, I think Andrew wants to explain something, so I do think it's fair.
I think Andrew's having a
we're all
tantrum
asking
right
him.
now.
It
Actually.
really does seem like he's doing a tantrum.
We won't
I
interrupt
think
you.
he's okay.
I'll start. I'll be the bigger man, right?
I mean,
I'll
go
be the
ahead
bigger
if you
man.
want to say something. Go
So,
ahead.
I'm not
We're
gonna
not. We're
interrupt
not.
you.
We're not interrupting.
Yeah, I won't interrupt you.
Can
I
you
will not
guys
interrupt.
all give me your
We all
word?
just
No,
did.
we're not
promise.
giving. I'm
Yeah.
not giving you.
Okay,
I'm
great.
not.
You're not
Go
going to
ahead.
give me your. Okay, well then I'm afraid I just can't
I thought
respond
we were.
without
I was
Nina's
gonna make.
word.
I was making a joke. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So give me your word, Nina,
To do what?
that you are not
Oh.
going to interrupt me.
I will not. Well, sure. Whatever.
Just give me your word.
Sure.
I got your word, right?
Sure.
Okay,
'cause that
Nina, you
means
are
a
one of
lot.
the nastiest, dirtiest skanks anywhere online. Your OnlyFans fucking sucks. You're one of the dumbest
True, it
fucking
does
human
suck.
beings. You just interrupted me and broke your own rules, Nina.
I didn't interrupt you.
You just
She was
did.
talking to herself.
I was talking to myself.
Holy
I
fuck!
was
You
talking to my own
just
chat. What do you mean? I
interrupted
wasn't
me
talking to
right
you.
Nina.
You
I
interrupted
was
You
talking
just
to my own chat.
interrupted
I
me
wasn't
right
talking to you.
away.
Oh,
You know, your
guys,
word is
you
anything,
are
Nina.
so weak.
Everybody,
You are so
everybody, I'm
weak.
sorry. I'm so sorry. This is the dumbest shit on this panel yet. I have no idea what
Baby.
anybody's talking about right now. I
I
have
don't
no
either.
fucking idea. What is going on? What are you guys doing? Why? I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you all are arguing about at this point. Like, my brain was leaking before. I don't know I think I have permanent brain damage. Thank you. Thank you for the permanent brain
hang on,
damage,
hang on.
guys.
Let me
Thank
be
you.
good. Let me be good faith again. Okay. So the thing is that I was just trying to demonstrate a point, which is that anytime I get 2 sentences in, remember I'm out.
Guys, I don't know what I did. This is nice. Shut the fuck up. I don't know what the fuck did I do? I have literally no idea what I did. I tried to tap into something else. How the fuck did I fuck this shit up? God, I don't know how to do shit, dude. Okay, tell me out, guys. I start video call. This will probably work, right? Right! Nope. Not the right thing. I'm just calling random people. Or not random. God damn it. I'm gonna ask her to call me. It made it seem like I was calling them. Play bottom left screen. I'm not in like the message. I'm a fucking retard. God damn it. I'm such a fucking boomer idiot. So I'm in the channel. I just need to join it. Oh shit, I forgot we were not in the messages.
Hi, Nina.
Hi.
So I see things are getting fucking heated in there.
Yeah.
Fun. I'm just
I'm
hanging
stuck.
out for right now.
I'm stuck with the peasantry, as y'all are apparently.
You don't have to be rude about it. Shit.
I forgot.
Yeah.
Because I thought we were doing in like usually they set up like a group message thing, and I thought that that's where we do it because that would make sense. But that is not the case.
No, so you're saying you believe in like a fascist system that like there doesn't have to be an equivalency of like of a right or a concept.
That's not fascism.
No. What you're saying is might makes right. What you're saying is
Rachel.
that
King.
you said before it is what you can enforce, right? And therefore, if you don't like certain speech,
Why
should
are
be
you
able
so
to
fucking dumb, dude? Just
why are
see-
you so dumb?
Just
Why
ask
are
me
you
the
so
question.
dumb? You can't
Ask
hear
me
what
the
I'm saying.
fucking
You can't hear what
question.
I'm saying. You can't listen for more than 10 seconds,
I'm
right?
listening. Ask the
Right.
question.
Well, then you are interrupting when I'm asking you a question, right? I'm not gonna throw a tantrum and then go on like a spiel about like to go and say random shit, right? No, I'm telling directly to you.
When are you
You're
going to
sa-
ask the question?
So what? So all right. So you're saying that
Don't ask me what I'm saying. Just ask the fucking
I'm making
question.
a statement, right?
All right.
You're saying that
Then it's a
leftists should be.
question?
I'm saying, and you are saying that. I'm saying that you
Oh,
are saying that
you're
leftists
saying, and then
should
you
be
reframe. Just
banned.
ask the question.
You're saying leftists should be banned off the platform, right?
Morally, yes.
Morally,
I think all leftists should be banned.
What stops the right from being banned off the
Why?
platform?
Do you have any actual reasoning?
What stops the right from being banned off the platform?
Nothing.
So the right should be banned as well.
No, the right
Why not?
shouldn't.
Why not?
for
Why
my
not? You don't
preference.
have the power, but you don't have the power.
Bro, you have to let me talk.
But you don't have the power. to
If
not
you
be
don't let
banned
me
off.
talk, I
If you
can't
say
respond.
if you're saying might,
Do you
well,
not understand
sure.
that
Yeah,
I
that's kind of
can't?
That's kind of what happens
If
when
you
you
won't
like
let me, if
when
you
you
won't
like.
let me respond, I can't actually answer your
Go
question.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sure.
So from a preferential standpoint,
That's just a
I don't
preference.
want any fucking right winger to be banned from anything ever.
Oh, okay. Well, so it's just what you want. So the world should be based off your wants and desires, not
Yeah.
based off of like foundational principles of like equality and fairness, right?
No, so that's when we get into the moral. So if
Okay.
you want the moral position, all leftists should be deplatformed because all of them
Why?
push for the murder of children.
No, they don't.
Hmm?
They
Who
don't.
wants
They
to
don't.
kill
Which ones
kids?
don't?
King, you're getting baited again, bud.
No, I'll
You're
tell you,
getting baited again.
all of them
Yeah,
don't.
don't get baited by that.
I have
No,
leftist friends who are pro-life.
King.
Okay,
So
you know
your
what?
ability to get
should they,
baited.
so should
is-
they be banned as well?
So
just if you're pro-life, you should be able to
you
get
know
a
what?
platform.
You know what?
Right?
I guess I'll concede to this then. I guess 90% of leftists should be banned then.
Okay.
Okay.
What
Is
about
that
people
So
is that
90% of leftists
problematic?
should be banned.
Would
No,
you
it's
would
not
you trade
problematic. It's just
90% of
wait.
conservatives getting banned?
It's unenforceable because
Guys,
the world
you're
doesn't
missing,
benefit
you're
from it.
missing the point. Oh my God.
You're
Okay,
missing
we're all
the
missing the
point.
point
So
here.
you're proving that
We're
this is
missing the point. We're missing the.
we're doing
Wait,
another
wait,
argument. I'm
wait,
agreeing with you.
guys.
Go ahead.
You asked Andrew what his personal opinion was on freedom of speech. He told you his personal opinion, and then no, he has one. He told you his personal opinion on freedom of speech, what he personally prefers, and what actually is reality. I don't see what we're arguing about here. I don't agree with him. Don't get me wrong. I don't agree with him. But what are we arguing about?
It's not.
What are we arguing about?
I guess
It's not. His beliefs are not logical or based in any applied
God.
theory other than his own
Well, you
whims.
don't know that. You don't know
Yes,
that.
I do. He just told us. He just told us that the
King,
only
King,
that
Hi,
people should be able
Rachel.
to be on platforms based if they're
Oh my
pro-life or
God.
not.
Oh my
King.
God.
All of
Sorry,
the
I got a new
you
computer
okay?
and I
The issue you're having
used it
here.
yet.
Yeah, no worries. I don't know if Rachel can hear us, but the issue you're having here is that you've mentioned before that the rights are fundamentally a reflection of the preferences of a collective of people, right?
Yep.
So for Andrew to say my preference is all leftists get banned, and for you to say that's illogical, you're basically just saying
we don't live in
that
Andrew's
what I'm
society.
saying is illogical.
You
No, but
asked
King.
him his opinion.
Oh my
Of
God.
course he
Okay,
doesn't
I'm
live.
coming,
We don't live
guys.
in his world. You asked him his opinion.
Right,
I
and
vote.
that's why I
I
keep
vote
saying
to
he lives in
deplatform
some
King.
head
Kick him
ass
from the
fake.
panel.
He lives
Get
in some
him.
Everybody. Okay. Econo boy, finish what.
Vote.
Econo boy, finish
Vote.
what you're saying. Econo boy,
Vote to
finish
kick.
what you're saying.
I don't believe in free speech at all anymore, even for the government. Okay, kick King and put him in prison. That's my
Sure, fine.
position. Kick
Sure,
him
fine.
out.
Fucking
All right.
paste, you got Econo boy, paste.
The fact of the matter is look, we live in a system.
We've had like
right?
an hour of unproductive conversation, King,
No,
because
it's
of you. I mean,
unproductive because
unironically.
it's unproductive because it is. It's unproductive because Andrew wants to argue, right? Andrew wants to argue.
Come on.
Andrew wants to argue in a
Say your point.
hypothetical
Stop.
world.
We don't have to do
instead
this.
of applying
Everybody
any.
hear me
Instead of
now.
applying, yes, I could hear you. Instead of applying
So I
his
am here
beliefs to
answer
reality.
questions about my abuse. If
Why?
anyone has questions about me being abused, I'm here to answer them.
Actually, I want to know what the fuck
Who are
you've done
you?
to Andrew
Who?
because the way
Our
he argues
theory.
clearly shows
Who
that
are
you're
you?
the one beating
Our
him.
theory was you abused Andrew.
Oh, is this
Yeah.
Rachel?
You've been
Love you,
abused?
Rachel.
I'll answer questions about that too, but everybody's yelling at the same time, so.
Okay.
I just can't. I'm over here defending Andrew. There's something wrong with what's going on in this panel. I'm just saying, man. I'm saying I'm just saying. Look, man. I don't know. How can you ask somebody what their position is on something and then get mad at them for telling you what their position is?
I'm not mad at him. It's just a shitty
But
style.
you're saying that, oh, we don't live in your world, Andrew.
Yeah,
yes, we
you're
don't.
right.
We don't. You
so-
asked him his opinion,
Right,
with not what the world is that we live in.
Sure, right. And what is
You
Andrew?
didn't ask him, hey, Andrew,
King-
what
Hang on,
world do
hang
we
on.
live in?
I think what he's saying
Is Andrew just a clickbait
Hang on.
grifter, or is Andrew a
Aren't you
person
saying?
trying to like
Aren't you
deal with
really
like actual issues in
asking?
the world, right?
Aren't you actually
That's my
asking?
problem.
Aren't you actually
I'm not
asking? Is
asking.
Andrew bad faith?
No,
Just
I'm not
say Andrew's bad
I'm
faith.
not, I'm not asking that at all.
So do you not think I'm being bad faith?
No, I think that you're useless.
So then if I'm not being bad faith, then what's the problem?
I think that you have no problem at
think
all
you're
with your
useless.
positions not being applicable at all to the real world we live in, and you want to live in some
True.
like clickbait world where you get to say some salacious opinion and not actually apply it or ground it to
He's
reality.
from monarchy.
I'm happy to ground it to reality. What would
But
you
you never
like to
did.
know?
You never did because we live in a country with free speech, with the right of free speech.
What does that have to do with
We need some
whether or not rights are
patriarchy in
correct?
here to get some like
What would that actually have to do with rights? Whether or not I live in a country with rights, why would
Because
that
you
make them
argue, you argue
objectively
with
true?
me that we don't have rights, and I'm saying
You
that in this
don't.
country we do.
You,
We do
but
that.
you agreed.
They're ingrained in the
Yeah, that's what you
Constitution,
want
right?
because you
Oh,
want a
they're ingrained on a
pro-monarchy
piece of
world where
paper.
he
Yes,
doesn't have rights. Correct.
a legally binding document.
And
correct?
if all men
Okay.
decided tomorrow that the Constitution was no longer valid, would it be?
Oh goodness.
Depends the people who believe in the Second
I
Amendment.
said
right?
all people. I just said
Well,
all
doesn't
again,
people.
you want to have a
King.
fake? You want to have a fake hypothetical?
It's not a
Oh
fake
my God.
If
hypothetical.
aliens came down tomorrow
That's
and
what
said you guys are
hypotheticals
subject.
are. Hypotheticals are fake, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
but it's
hypotheticals
completely
are.
useless. If aliens came down
And did
tomorrow
you
and made us all
honestly
into
think that this
sausage
is a
patties,
world that's ever going to happen?
should we have? if they
Nobody
made us
thinks
all
it's
into
a world that
sausage
it's going to
patties and,
happen.
you know,
He
Nobody
does.
thinks
He's
it's a world that's going to
pro-monarchy.
happen. What are we talking about?
He's
Nonsense. We're
pro-monarchy.
talking about
Andrew is literally
nonsense.
pro-monarchy.
If aliens come down tomorrow
Okay,
and turn
Andrew signaled
everybody
something
into
earlier that I want to
sausage,
come
should
back
the
to
sausage
that we
have
haven't.
cheese on it
Rick,
or onions and peppers?
give me a
Like,
second here.
what nonsense are you talking about?
We can come back to we can come back to that. Oh,
I'm going to murder myself. Oh no, where did he go? What happened?
Okay.
Gosh, he must have got kicked.
the proletariat got a.
The proletariat
so
rose
I-
up.
so-
I don't really even know the joke I have there. Go ahead.
Earlier, it seemed like Andrew was signaling that he believes that morally, leftists, 90% of leftists shouldn't be platformed, but that the chick who wrote the hate jingle about the Jews should be platformed. And I'm interested in why, in his world,
Mm-hmm.
her, like, obvious Holocaust denial-y, dog whistly kind of
Mhm.
thing that she had going on has inherent merit
Mhm.
in a way that the leftists that you would cancel don't. I'm interested in your.
This is a great question. Please don't interrupt why I answer it. Can you indicate a part of Pearl's song where she advocated the murder of children?
Nobody said that.
That's
So
nice.
I
Nina.
think
So
that
answer my
my
question,
understanding-
please.
and you
No,
can
okay,
correct
yes,
me if
no,
I'm- wait,
nobody can
wait,
say.
wait, I was asked a question. I'm a lady. I can fight for myself. Damn it. Okay, really quick here. So my understanding, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the reason that she got platformed is that
She's still platformed, by
wrote
the
a
way.
song.
She's still platformed.
Okay. Okay. Excuse me. You're okay. So the
Yeah, I know I'm
question
correct.
about her deplatform.
Mm-hmm.
You chill.
You gonna celebrate that one? Come on, man. You got there's better.
Go on, Queen.
Okay, so she's still platformed. So it seems like there's the context is that
Answer
like,
my fucking question,
fear.
peasant. Did she
Peasant.
advocate
So
for the murder of children or not?
So I would say that her song implies
Answer
that yes,
the
she is
fucking
advocating
question,
for the
yes
murder
or
of
no.
Jewish children.
So
Wait,
yes.
wait.
So she
You
doesn't do it
said she
explicitly, but that's
advocated
how
for
it
the
was
murder of
stated,
Jewish
right?
children?
Oh my
You
God.
lunatic!
No.
When did she advocate for the murder of Jewish children?
I would say that
lunatic?
I would say that her song. Hey, whoa! I let you say your dumb shit.
Answer my fucking
So
question.
I would
When did
say-
she advocate for the murder of Jewish children?
I will if you
fucking
ever
lunatic?
finish asking it. Okay,
So
so
go
because
ahead,
her
Wendell.
song is JQ dog whistling and can be understood in a context where it reinforces a culture that is trying to reenact the genocide of the Holocaust, which wasn't particularly age discriminate, I think it's probably fair to say that, yeah, kinda.
So you think that Pearl wants the
Just told you
murder?
yes. You can, yes.
That actually makes no sense.
I don't
You
think
think
she
she
as
wants
an
to
individual
murder
wants
Jewish
to.
children?
No.
I think she
Your
wants
actual
to
position.
have that
Hang on,
happen.
no. Stop. I just
please
let you
clarify my
talk.
position.
I just let you talk.
Did you?
I just want to make sure I get this right before I absolutely destroy this position.
Mm.
You just got done telling me that due to Pearl dog whistling, you think that she endorses the widespread and wholesale murder of Jewish children.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
See, and then people say you're dumb. You can understand shit.
Did you just say yes to this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So
And then I
backing up.
complimented you.
So backing up from this, if this is true, can you substantiate it with any evidence other than how you feel?
What?
Well, it seems that.
Oh, so
in the
that's what I
logic that-
feel. Seems as I feel.
Let her speak, bitch.
No, seems as I feel.
I'm sorry, she can't
Can you
use the word
substantiate
seems.
any
Okay,
evidence
what about
other
say
than I
it
feel?
without using the word seems, I guess.
What's my question, Nina? You don't even know what my question
Seems, I guess.
What's my question, Nina? You don't even know what my
You're
question
not
is.
letting her fucking speak, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Because
No, you have no evidence.
Oh, because
I
you're
don't
too weak that you
need
don't want
more
her to actually
evidence
talk about
than
it.
the evidence present.
So no, the
Right?
answer
So
is
like
no.
I have adequate evidence because
No.
she's writing a song
So no.
designed to embolden anti-Semites.
So
I
again-
don't need more evidence. Do you
So
see
I
how
just
that
want
works?
I just want to make sure that I have this
You
correct.
understand again. You are
I'm
very
gonna
clever.
look,
you are
look,
correct.
I'm gonna repeat it back to you.
goddamn.
I'm gonna repeat it back to you to make sure I don't get this wrong. When I asked you the question of can you provide any evidence for this other than how you feel, your answer is no, correct?
So it seems to me that by feel, let's get a definition in here, right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
I
it
you're
seems that
really
you're
just
using
can't.
absent evidence.
I couldn't have imagined this going on for 10 plus minutes, but here we are.
Answer
It's
my
kind of
question.
unbelievable.
Answer my
It's
question.
amazing that he does those, right?
You want me to answer?
No, I want him
or-
to answer or her. Sorry,
Her?
whatever
I
it is.
don't.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. I know you're good at this. That's a cool.
Answer my question.
Other than how I feel. So
Yeah.
would you like okay, so what type of evidence would
I
you
want
be
no,
looking
don't
for?
ask me a
what are you
question,
asking
answer
her
mine.
for? Yeah, what that's a
Jeez,
fair,
Yes,
that is
you
a
do
fair
have evidence.
question.
I don't know if you would
Just
consider
say
it
that's how you
evidence.
feel. There's nothing
So, like,
wrong with saying that's how
her
I feel.
moving
I mean, let's be
her
real.
song-
What
He's
is
not
the?
gonna give a
Why
shit
are you
about what you
avoiding
say.
just saying that's
Unavoid,
how
because
I
it's not
feel?
the
That's
only
my
evidence
feeling.
I have.
Like there's nothing wrong with just saying that's how I
Okay,
feel.
sure.
For fuck's sake, we don't need to have 10 minutes of you avoiding saying that is my feeling of the situation. That doesn't
Oh, I thought you were
illegitimize
making
your
a
point.
joke. That I'm confused.
No, I'm partially,
I
being
feel
hyperbolic
it
with my
does
rage,
legitimize point.
the
but
facts and
Because
logic
there's a
my
that
God,
between
just
feeling
saying
and
I
Staying glitter
feel
ball,
this
okay?
is
Bro,
the case.
Listen, I feel statements are fine. They're fine. They're
It's
just
okay to feel things in this world.
Right, but
in the
she's
year
basing her shit off
2023.
of facts, dude. Like it doesn't have to be challenged in that way.
I agree. The
Can
challenge
you hear
Andrew's
me?
posing is
So he's saying,
probably
is there
illegitimate.
anything else
but
other
it's,
than
you
how I
Of course
feel?
it
start
is.
Say
Of
how I
course it is.
feel
We
is
all
one
know
thing.
it is. He's so fucking dishonest with his argumentation.
I would
Why
also
is
say
none
that
of you
the public
motherfuckers
record of her-
defending this?
Yeah.
Why are you all just sitting here like on the sideline, just being like, "Oh yeah, it's cool. I guess."
That's
you
what
can
I'm
speak."
saying. Why would you let these anti-Semites get away with this, Nina? That's my question to
Wait,
you.
what am I defend? What am I defend? I'm confused
don't
here.
know
I'm just
anymore.
saying, you know, Andrew's dishonest.
No,
Right,
but
What
I
about-
know
okay,
he's
Nina,
dishonest.
Nina,
I know.
I believe
I
there's
know.
additional
Okay,
evidence,
I don't
but I
know
don't
that
think
he's
you'd accept it.
dishonest. I think he's
Dishonest?
actually. I don't think he's dishonest. I think he's very principled and he
goodness.
sticks with his principles. He's very honest about
That
what
doesn't
he
mean
believes, right?
he's.
It doesn't
I
mean
would say
Okay.
that
Doesn't mean he
I
didn't
would
lie.
say
What?
the
No. I don't know that
open
he's
record-
dishonest. Let me get in here. Okay. So when Andrew says he believes something, he's very.
So you
honest
just think he's
about it, right?
stupid.
I don't agree. I already said this.
Because I don't
I
think
don't
he's a dumb
agree with
person.
any
Don't
of the
agree.
things that he says. I don't agree with anything that he says. I think it's a little bit delusional. But do I think? Sorry, Andrew. It is. But when he says something, when he says I believe in something, he's generally being honest.
So
now you can say that that when Andrew says that that Pearl doesn't advocate for the genocide of children in her song, you can say, you know what? Maybe he's being a little bit daft. Maybe he's not
dumb.
maybe he's not understanding my perspective. Maybe he's not understanding why I think this, right? Or maybe he's not understanding that I feel that her song, it perpetuates anti-Semitism in the world, is a valid reason. Right?
So you think
So
that
you
he's
can say
either
that.
stupid or he's an anti-Semite?
So
No,
my initial position
Hold
was that I had no
on.
evidence.
I'm asking. Hold on.
Okay, sorry.
Let's just.
Sure.
Is he stupid?
want-
In your opinion,
me
is he stupid or an anti-Semite?
I don't think he's stupid.
That's
I
a
think he's-
So you think
bifurcation.
he's an
Nina.
anti-Semite?
I think he's
Do you think that
delusional.
Stardust is stupid or an anti-Semite, Nina?
I think he's
It's
delusional.
not
No,
That's
no,
what I
Nina,
think.
answer my question. Is Stardust
No, I'm
stupid or
talking
just
to
an
Stardust.
anti-Semite?
Shut the fuck
And I'm
up. I'm not
talking to
talking.
you.
I am not. I
Do you-
love that
do
you're
you
talking
understand
to.
how
You can
stupid
talk
your
at
line
me,
of
but I'm
inquiry
talking
is?
to Stardust. Okay, this is her panel.
And I'm talking
I'm
to
asking,
you.
do you think that he's stupid or an anti-Semite?
Do you think Stardust is stupid or an anti-Semite?
You're not involved in this.
I think he's delusional. Now, whether he's an anti-Semite, I don't have enough information to say that. Do I think he's smart? Yes, I think he's smart, but I think he's delusional. Absolutely.
So you don't think he's intentionally doing this type of anti-Semitism? You think it's like just kind of accidental, or like I don't know, like maybe he's religious or something? I don't know.
I think that he doesn't see what Pearl is doing as putting I guess he doesn't see the anti-Semitism that Pearl puts into the world with her song as something significant enough that it will lead to the genocide of children. Whereas he does honestly, truly believe in that a life life is created at conception, right? So he thinks that anybody who advocates for pro-choice arguments is advocating for the genocide of children. I guess that's what I would say, if I were going to. But do I think
Right.
he's
So what Stardust is saying is that from my perspective, all of you are pro-genocide. What do I care if some chick made a fucking song in comparison to that?
Then why are you
You're
talking
pro
about
one
it?
genocide. You're just not pro the other genocide.
Right.
You don't
I'm
care
sorry?
about the genocide that's the Jewish. So you just said that you don't care about the
When
Jewish,
did
like
can you
advocating for
tell
a Jewish
me? Can you?
genocide.
No. Tell me
Just
where
now, you
Pearl.
just said it. You were just
Tell
like, why would
me
I care about
where
a song that's
Pearl-
like
all
for
you
a
have
Jewish
to do is
genocide?
tell me where Pearl advocated for a Jewish genocide, and I'll concede the debate right now.
I'd actually rather answer your earlier question because I didn't get.
Maybe we should listen. Maybe we should listen
question,
to the
right?
song.
I want
So lying?
to answer your last one.
No,
Okay, so
no. You just made a claim. You need to
I
back
want
it
to
up.
listen to the song.
I will concede to this right this second if you can show me where she advocated for genocide. Can you or can't you?
So
You ever heard
answer
of
my fucking question.
Are
I
you gonna
just answered
filibuster
yours.
me like a fucking coward, or are you gonna let me get three sentences out?
I
Is
just
there a
answered
problem with a woman
yours.
talking? How
I
about you
just
shut the
answered
fuck
yours.
up for a second
I
and let me
just-
get more than one?
Bro.
I know you did. Oh yeah, homegirl.
Then answer
Let me
mine.
finish talking.
Answer mine.
Okay. So I would say that the public record of her moving towards the most famous anti-Semite in the sphere constitutes additional evidence on top of my feels that
Who?
indicates
Wait,
that this
who?
song, I think that Nick Fuentes, is pretty
motherfucker.
well recognized as an anti-Semitic.
She platformed him twice.
I didn't say platformed. I said been moving towards.
Wait,
him. So she's been-
Stardust has platformed Richard Spencer. Are you?
I don't care.
that's
We're
not what I
talking about Nick
described. So
Fuentes. Stop doing whataboutism.
So, yeah, you're
So
like
what
you
I
can
would
totally
say is I'm gonna
misunderstand.
wait,
that
guys.
criticism to Pearl if you can't hold it to Stardust.
Let me defend Glitterbell's point here. Let me defend. Oh my god, I look like I'm doing a salute. Let me defend Glitterbell's point here. I'm sorry. Just
you
a
guys
second.
hear me at all, by the way?
Yes, I can hear you. You
So
sound great.
We can hear you.
I cannot
so
see you. You sound great
Can you
though.
see me or no?
I
So
cannot see you. No.
In defense of Glitterbell's point, what she's saying is that not just did Pearl platform Nick Fuentes, it was when she platformed him that Nick Fuentes would go on with his anti-Semitism that Pearl would be like, "Oh, really? I didn't know that," or "Wow, really? That's
I
that's
think
interesting."
that's
you know?
totally
And-
fair. Hang on, I
Yeah,
think that's totally fair. So you would levy
Fair?
the same criticism at Destiny, right, sir?
What?
Ma'am,
Destiny did
the appropriate. Hey,
I was-
you
Who are you
filibustered
referring
people
to?
until they said the shit you wanted them to say.
Okay.
Please use my pronouns properly.
I don't fuck. Look,
The trans woman. It's not that
off with
hard,
the
dude.
voices. I don't know, but let me ask you this: you would levy the same criticism to Destiny, yes?
So I said earlier,
No.
if you listened closely, that she has been moving closer to Fuentes consistently.
Like Destiny.
I don't think Destiny has
Nobody
been
gives a shit
doing
about
that.
Destiny. This is
So Destiny had
Destiny had
Destiny had a 100,000 viewed JQ debate with Nick
Nobody
Fuentes, the
cares
biggest
about
convention
Destiny.
that's
Shut the
ever
fuck up
happened in my
about Destiny.
lifetime.
Nobody cares. We're not talking about that.
Stop filibustering, Nina. Let him answer the fucking, or her answer the fucking question. 100,000 watched that debate. Are you going to levy that same criticism to Destiny or not?
Yeah. What are you not, Destiny?
So are you asking if I feel the
Nina?
same about a let me make sure I understand your question. So are you saying do I feel the same about a person challenging anti-Semitic views as I feel about a platform
without
furthering a
Destiny,
person
without
making a
Destiny
JQ
and
jingle.
without Destiny and
So
Fresh
to
and
that,
Fit, it never
no,
would
I'm not going to levy the
So
same
did you want her to
that
talk
makes
or
no
not?
sense.
You were
Then
just
that
now
makes no
speaking
sense.
over her.
Then that makes
Shut
no
up.
sense.
Shut
Can't
the
understand it?
fuck
You need me
up,
to explain
bitch.
it?
Let me defend.
How it makes no sense.
Let me defend. Let me
I can
defend.
actually
Okay,
tell you how
Destiny.
it makes. No, no, I'll
Destiny is
defend.
different.
I can tell you how it
No,
makes
wait,
no sense.
I defended you. Let me
Yeah,
at least
right,
explain
right.
the
You're
same
gonna
thing.
filibuster for me to argue this. Let me just argue it. It'll only be 1 minute. It'll only be 1 minute, and then I'll pass it back. Listen, your criticism
You're still
actually makes
talking.
no sense. If it was 100,000, and it was 100,000 people on Rumble with Fresh and Fit, which it was, there's no dispute. I'll give you the screenshots right now. There's no possible way it would have ever reached that many people had Destiny and Fresh and Fit both not been there, which means the same criticism must be levied at them that you are currently levying now.
What
is
is
that a question
what
or
is
just
the
an accusation? I mean, I can challenge it, but I don't know what
Challenge
you
it.
I don't know what you want.
Challenge. Then challenge it. Tell me
Oh,
how
okay.
I'm wrong. How am I wrong?
What are you even talking about?
So I can do this. Give me a second.
ahead.
Yeah, please do.
Go off, Queen.
Please do it.
Okay. So your accusation / question is horseshit because Destiny provided the audience with information to counter the narrative being furthered by Pearl, as opposed to advancing her narrative. So there's a huge difference between saying, hey, you shouldn't do X atrocity, and attempting to get people to do X atrocity.
So
sometimes, as now, it is important to confront a moron in a public sphere, as I am demonstrating, to destroy their bad ideas in a context where it is unlikely to get out of hand.
So if this is true, then you would levy towards Fresh and Fit that they should be banned for platforming the debate to
Fuck
begin
those
with.
morons. I don't give a fuck about them. They're like, oh, yeah, not a problem with the like scammer, hateful, like misogynists who just want to wear hoods and do JQ shit and losing their platform. That's fine.
So
That
then
doesn't mean I'm gonna sleep over it.
following this logic further,
Mhm.
if we take it to its logical conclusion, anybody who does any criticism in this way at all should be deplatformed.
Hi, Rachel.
I think that is a false equivalency.
How?
Would you like me to elaborate on it, or would you like to fill?
Yes,
Okay,
I would like you to
so here's how
elaborate
I
on
would
it.
like to elaborate on it.
Yes.
Okay.
So there's a difference between having an objectionable idea, right, and using the symbolism of a racist group historically known for lynching, and bringing in advocates of historical genocidal movements on large platforms. And it's a matter of scale and intent and degree.
Perfect.
And
So then, following that line of logic, then, when Destiny platformed Nicholas J. Fuentes and went over to Cozy and had a channel for Nicholas J. Fuentes, he was doing just that, wasn't he?
I don't know why anyone gives a shit about Destiny. Like none of us gives a shit.
You just filibuster every time because you're stupid.
I'm just saying,
Answer my question.
Why are you bringing up Destiny?
Answer
we're not. I'm sorry, I'm
question.
not Destiny.
Answer
She's not Destiny.
my question.
Why are you
Answer
talking
my
about
question.
Destiny?
Answer my question. Answer my question.
Okay, go ahead.
Answer my question.
So you said, is it the same? No, but it was still fucking bad.
Gets a channel on Fuentes' site. He got a channel on Nick Fuentes' site. And not only that, platformed him dozens of times, including having a luncheon out with him with hundreds of thousands of viewers. So by your logic, Destiny should be banned. How is that not true?
He is
I answered it. Did you not hear? I can repeat it.
Yeah, repeat
so
it.
You said, is it the same? I said no,
How
but
is
it
it not
was
the
fucking
same?
bad.
No, your logic is if you are the platformer, which I asked you specifically about Fresh and Fit, should you be banned? You said yes, because you platformed the 100 debate.
The answer is intent.
What do you think his intent was when he went and had lunch with Fuentes?
I think his intent was to attempt to de-radicalize Fuentes, and he failed. And I think it was probably a narcissistic overreach on his part.
The intent of Fresh and Fit was to de-radicalize Fuentes. Tell me how I'm wrong.
I didn't hear the question. Could you repeat it? I'm sorry.
How was Fresh and Fit's intent not to just de-radicalize Fuentes then?
No, Fresh and Fit are obvious hacks. You're not
Like, also a bunch of retards.
I said no. Their intent was not to de-radicalize Fuentes.
I know.
think that
give me the fucking proof. Give me the evidence that that
Is
was
that really
not
what you want her to
their
answer,
intention.
or is there
So
a
I would
greater?
say again, beyond just my feels, that the recent positioning that they gave themselves with like KKK imagery was read by the platform as a signal, like with Pearl, that they were going to start feeding into a more organized anti-Semitic movement.
So
and
you think that
YouTube
the
decided to kibosh that shit.
So you think that
Wait.
yeah, that makes no sense. That makes no.
He thinks that Pearl is smart enough to orchestrate some kind of mass movement towards neo-Nazism.
Holy fuck! If you think I think Pearl is smart, you're dumber than your husband.
Well, then please tell me where the threat is.
Yeah, I'm curious myself.
Well, I mean, she's not.
Oh my god. Okay, let me explain this. So not
Yeah,
all
I
hate
can't wait.
movements. Not all hate movements have all of the smartest people in all positions. Sometimes
learn
dumb
about the
people. There's a
Nazis.
term useful idiot. So sometimes dumb
Like
people
you.
are advantageous
Like you.
to more sophisticated operators. So I would say that
Wait a
Pearl.
minute. Where is your evidence? She sang the one little stupid song. Where's your evidence that she was moving?
You haven't seen her
starting
song?
any kind of movement.
Why
That's not a claim I
can't
made.
we
You're
talk
commenting.
about
That's your claim. And your claim was that this distinction,
Wait, are
this
you trying to
distinction,
take you to
is
the
what
level?
lets
I
makes
can
you
link it to
different than
you.
Destiny.
I'm trying to listen to the.
I'm asking.
claim
Wait, hold
was that she
on. I
was
just want to make sure we're on the
publicly
same
moving-
plane.
Nina
Hold
can't
on,
help
hold
herself.
on.
Nina will
Are we on
filibuster
the
the
same
entire
plane?
debate.
Do we all know about what
Nina,
we're
shut up.
referring?
You're dumb.
Are
We were trying to debate.
on the same page of knowing about the song that we're talking about? Correct?
Yes, we're all on the same page. Now back to where we're at. Go
Okay,
ahead,
so
guy.
Rachel, you do understand the song.
Yeah, okay, we
I
heard the song. What's your point?
Ridiculous and silly.
Yeah, go ahead.
You have?
Silly, funny, ridiculous.
He needs to make he made the claim though that she's
who's
trying to
he?
move people towards the Jewish genocide of children,
he?
which is fucking insane.
I said that
Andrew
Pearl,
corrected, and Andrew corrected pretty quickly. I think.
Pearl
Oh.
has been publicly aligning
gendering.
herself
Goddamn.
and operating with and communicating in public spaces with Nick Fuentes with increasing frequency, while
not with
also
increasing frequency.
All right,
You're
chill, girl.
Prove that.
Who's
Dang,
that?
just
That's not
lying.
True, so prove it.
Yeah, prove it.
Give her a sec.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Where's the
okay.
increasing
But give us the evidence, dude.
Wait, I'm sorry. What
See,
exactly
the
do you want?
problem here is that I actually know.
So like
this
you're gonna
person, and I
you're
actually
gonna
watch
Can you
these
get closer to your
people,
mic? I
and
can
there is
barely
no
hear you. I'm sorry. I can like barely hear you, Rachel. Can you get a little bit
That's
closer?
because you can't shut your mouth long enough to do
no,
so.
her mic's just a little bit low.
Yeah, her mic's fine.
Can you
Stop
hear me now?
talking. Her mic's fine.
You
I
sound
got an
better.
earpiece
Yes,
in.
you
I can
sound-
hear
you-
her.
Shut
You're
up!
better.
I'm just talking to her. God damn! Why are you so
Where is
weird?
the increasing frequency? She has not had Nick back on. She has not done any more content like this at all in at least 5 weeks. So where's the
5
increasing
weeks?
frequency?
When did she got deplatformed like what 6 weeks ago?
was
You told me that
deplatformed.
you
Excuse me. You're correct. I misspoke. This happened 6 weeks ago. She clearly got cut off of Pierce Morgan's show. His people clearly don't want.
Oh, that was
Hey,
so
no, she's been.
Where is the
Hang on.
increasing frequency?
Where's the increasing frequency? Is a question. Answer it.
So my understanding, and again, I don't have my nose deeply buried into the American fascist movement in the way that you all do, so I don't actually have all the clips on
Just spare us the virtue signaling and
All right,
just answer the question.
Fucking answer the question.
Oh, we tolerate your virtue signaling all the time.
Okay,
Yeah,
whatever.
You don't. Just
virtue.
shut up and answer the question.
Yeah, please.
I've seen a bunch of recent clips of her doing content, like tweeting at him and talking about him and talking to him. I
Really?
don't have those clips on
Show
hand.
us.
Yeah,
no,
I
that's
have.
not true.
Show us.
That's not
Okay.
true.
Show us.
Wait. What is?
I told
what
you
is-
I don't have
wait, What
it.
are you guys?
So,
Yeah,
wait, hold on.
You're fucking lying,
Is
dude.
your thesis that she's not a misogynist?
Yeah, no, my thesis is that she's not a Jew hater.
You're just
Why do you
making
think she
shit
wrote the
up.
song?
So you think the song is just like a
The
like
song-
a one-off?
the song-
Hold
the
on,
song
no,
is a
no,
credit-
I'm
She asked a
I'm
question.
asking Rachel. Shut the fuck up, dude. I'm asking Rachel. So you think that that is just like a coincidental thing or what?
I think the song was meant to be a funny bit.
It was a funny
And
bit
what was
about
the
the
joke?
We used
Jews.
to do 20 years ago, where everybody
What was
could
the
make
joke?
a joke and people didn't
Explain the
smirk
joke.
about it.
Yeah,
The same.
what
It's
was
the
the
same.
joke?
What was the
It's the
joke?
same
Yeah,
type of
what's the
jokes you
joke?
saw. Hang on. It's the
The
same.
onus
I'll
is
tell
on
you.
You are the people who
let
make
her
the
You said it was a
God
joke.
damn,
You said it was a
Andrew.
racist
I'm
twist.
sorry, I'm
You
sorry,
said it was a
Rachel.
joke.
Bro,
What's the
hang on.
joke?
Wait. Back up. What do you mean it's a racist
I'm not
joke?
asking
What
you. I'm
race?
asking Rachel. Jesus fucking
Wait,
Christ.
what? Wait. What race?
What?
What race was it racist towards?
What? No, I'm saying I asked Rachel.
Racist towards who?
The
Jewish
Jews, I
people
would
who are
assume.
both
I don't even
ethnic
know what
and
you're talking
cultural
about.
You're saying that Jews are a race?
Let's take a quick detour. Quick detour.
No. I don't want to hear nothing. I want to answer. Are you saying Jews are a race and not a people?
They are a
I
combination
said
of
that they
both.
are a race and an ethnicity and a religion.
A
I said that they
people.
are three
Depends on
things.
its an identity.
People.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me
I don't
interject
think you
real quick
understand
here.
Don't
Let me
even play
interject
this
real
game.
quick here.
You're not gonna win.
Okay, I'm gonna mute the entire panel if you guys won't shut the fuck up. All right. I have been sitting here suffering through this. Please consider giving me money, chat. Okay? I give you content. This is how it works. I give you content, you give me money. And if you don't, if you can't afford it, don't worry about it. If you can afford it and you don't do it, you're a piece of shit. All right? That's what I'm
Right.
saying. I'm just telling you. If you can't afford it, don't you dare give me money. But if you can, and I know some of you bitches just got paid, you better be doing it. Because I swear to God. Okay. Anyways, let's continue this for maybe like 15 minutes more. I can't do any more after.
I was gonna come in to answer the abuse allegations, but if y'all
Okay.
would just want to spurg about Pearl starting a brand new neo-Nazi movement to destroy the you-know-whos, I mean,
No, she's a useful idiot who's joining one.
But it's so
She's a useful idiot who's joining
y'all
one.
think she's stupid, you think she's retarded, but you think she's gonna also somehow
like your
lead a
background.
No. You're misunderstanding, and I understand it because
Can
it
I-
seems like
can
you
I
have a hard
jump
time
in
with
here?
concepts. She's joining one. She's not starting one.
Oh, you think I have a hard time with concepts? Yes,
Yeah,
let's do this.
can I jump in on this then?
Scary
Go
avatar
ahead.
person.
Does Pearl believe the things she says, or is that all satire?
What do
I
you
don't
mean?
think it's satire. I think it's
About what?
No,
actually
I'm
hate.
about like I don't have the lyrics, but
I
it
think
was
she's
kinda like
retarded.
questioning the Holocaust.
About women, or do you mean that one song she made one time that she's never even really revisited that topic because she doesn't know
She got so much
anything about it?
blowback.
No. The question is, do you believe the ideas you're putting forward, or are you just like clickbait, right?
What is happening?
I'm just being Nina. Relax. Every time somebody talks,
I'm not saying
I'm just gonna
anything.
do that from now on. I'm just gonna do it from now on. Every time you talk, Nina, I'm just gonna mimic you and show you how you sound.
I think that King Brick had a decent question here. Do you guys think that Pearl believes that like a certain group of people are behind everything?
No.
Or what now? I'm
Can you
sorry,
repeat
I
that?
didn't
I'm
The answer
sorry.
is unequivocally no.
Then why
Wait,
she put it?
what
then why
was
she
the
put it
question?
forward?
I didn't hear it.
Does Pearl believe what she's putting forward in the song? Does she believe those ideas, or is she just doing that as
She made a funny, goofy ass song, dude.
Okay, well, as somebody who comes from,
it's not a funny, goofy ass
Oh,
song.
Yeah, it's a funny, goofy song, and it was funny.
You're
You want
me, right?
the
I'm not
answer or
done
no?
talking.
Bro,
I won't be able to finish
Blazing
my
Saddles
sentence.
funny? Was Blazing Saddles funny? Was Blazing Saddles funny?
Yeah, it was funny.
I don't know. I
Yeah,
haven't watched
okay,
that.
then shut up. You got
But
nothing.
it was based off. It was based off what? It was based off. It was based off tropes, right?
I'm not gonna lie.
Like, sometimes correct in our society, right? That's
You
why
want
it's
to hear
funny.
the answer or no? You asked the question.
It
you
is a
wanna hear
rough
the
watch
answer.
now.
Oh, I'd like to hear the answer.
I'm
but your
sorry. What
husband
was
keeps
the
taking
question
over
again? I'm
everybody.
sorry.
Here's the answer. The answer is
Let's give Rachel a chance to answer.
Love you, Rachel.
the song. I'm a friend of Pearl's. The song was total satire. She honestly didn't understand why everyone was upset because she was like, I don't even know what she's like, I don't even know what they're talking about. It was just satire. I was just joking about like, why can't we talk about this? Because I thought it was a meme. Regarding the woman question, yes, she believes everything she says about that. So if you want to get into that, we can get into that. Because
That's actually really funny. Thank you
But
for clarifying both of those
in
things.
her
That's fascinating.
song, I don't have the lyrics in front of me, but I just listened to a clip of the song, and it's talking like, why can't we question people without getting canceled and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So does she not believe that? Does she think that like that? Did she think the thing that then happened was just like some trope
Well,
that's completely
much
false?
like
or
you-
are there parts of what she's talking
was
about?
just saying, why can't we ask questions about what she sees all these people online talking about why can't
She's
we
a free
talk about
speech absolutist like you guys are.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
carrying water.
I'm not saying that she should ever be banned for what she said. I'm
Then shut
saying,
up. Then there's no argument.
I thought you were the free
I
treat
don't-
Absolutely.
There's no argument.
I don't like lazy arguments. I don't like clickbait
Well,
that
then
just
I
goes.
don't care what
that just-
you like.
I don't like clickbait. I don't
Don't
like
care what you
clickbait.
like.
I don't. Well, too bad. I don't care what you like either.
Yeah,
Cool. You're
well,
gonna
so
listen.
the
You're gonna
thing
listen
is,
when I'm
at least
talking,
I'm
right?
consistent.
So what?
I'm
So
not
what's
listening
what's
to you.
Cool. That's fine. Then me definitely stop with something like that, right? I don't like people who are wasting time, right, and who have so much clout and draw such a depth and. All right, I guess I'll definitely. That's fine. Cool. That's fine. All right. So if you want to act like a child, that's fine. I'll definitely.
Okay,
That's
do
fine.
you want me to answer questions or what?
I was.
Yeah, I guess you're gonna be the reasonable side of the second half.
Let Rachel answer the question.
He did. He muted me.
Shut the fuck up. Let Rachel answer the question for the
The song was
goddamn.
a one-off thing. She's never addressed it again. It was satire. That's that. That's it.
That's that.
There is no ongoing mission to like persecute people. There's nothing like that. Now, women, yes, she would probably, if you want to argue that she wants to put women back in the kitchen, yes, she probably does. She's an absolute misogynist.
Oh my God, thank you for sharing that. I've
Rachel,
always
can
wanted
I-
to know this.
Okay,
The song was
unrelated, but
satire. There's nothing to it.
unrelated. But I really was curious on just on a personal level, like, what do you think about that person who got arrested recently for she's like Mormon or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? Like the lady who got arrested because she was abusing her children. And the only reason I'm asking you is because she also did like some really weird things that talking about homeschooling, and I know that you do that as well. So I'm just curious, like, what do you think about that?
I have no idea who you're talking about. What is?
Oh, she's
Mormon lady.
Yeah, it's.
I don't.
Give me 2 seconds.
Well, hang on. I can actually answer this. I can answer the question.
I'm a free speech.
Well, I guess if you don't know, then that's fair that you don't have an opinion if you don't know the
with
fuck I'm
this
talking
particular
about.
situation.
I believe in free speech.
Let me answer the question.
Well, if she doesn't know, then
Nina
it's
asked the
fine.
question.
It's
What are we
fine.
talking, guys? Please, please.
I can answer the
please.
question.
Stardust.
Let me
End it
answer the
all.
question. Let me answer the question.
I'm sorry,
Here, her
but
name is
like,
Ruby Frank.
okay,
Go ahead.
okay.
Let me answer the question. So the question
they-
that Nina posed was about this Mormon who also happened to be part of this homeschool curriculum. Okay, you can hear me fine. So it happened
I
to be
just
part
unmuted you.
of this homeschool curriculum. That this was Nina's
you were
question.
babbling like a baby.
The thing
yes,
is, that's
shut
funny. Yeah, you
Can't
do
hear
need
him.
to shut up, dude. But the
Continue.
thing is that
That is what I'm talking about. Correct.
kind of
Correct.
the backdrop to here is Nina. Can you
Can't I
respond?
hear Andrew?
Can you respond to the OnlyFans
hear
girl who also was recently
I don't know.
arrested
I don't
for
know
the
about
things
that.
that she did?
Well, I just wasn't sure if she was aware of it. I was just asking. I don't get to
Yeah,
talk to
I'm just
Rachel that
asking the same
often.
thing. I'm just asking the same
Okay,
question.
well, if you're being, I have no idea what you're talking about.
No,
Same way.
well, neither did she. So who fucking
Okay,
cares?
I'm not trying to make it like it's a bad thing that she doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm not expecting her to know. The fuck? I just was asking her because I thought she might have
It
an
sounded
interesting
like you were trying to
take.
make a conflation between the fact that this chick, whoever this villain
To-
is,
to who?
had conflationary views
To
with
who?
Rachel.
To
and so
who?
to Rachel.
For
You
what?
made
Are
it
you-
sound. I'm answering your
Do you
question.
think that I think
You-
that
you
she's
were trying to-
abusing her children?
You're
I don't
trying to
know
make it
anything
sound
about your
conflationary,
family.
so I'll just do the same thing. What about the OnlyFans chick who got arrested for molesting her
Not
children?
at all mean that. I just was curious on her opinion.
And I'm just curious about yours.
I
On
don't
what?
know whatever this news story is. So
On what? What do you want my
Mormon
opinion
lady
on?
did some molestation. I don't know.
No,
No,
there
she
was
tied
just
up
Mormon,
starved
so-
kids or something like that.
it was
think
just it was like
Mormonism
it
is
was
a
like when I
heresy.
well, I guess maybe I could ask you what is your opinion on like YouTube like family vlogs?
YouTube what?
Family vlogs.
Family vlogs?
You know what vlogs
What the
are?
fuck?
Like where it's like you like
I don't put
record.
my kids on the internet. If other people feel like that's okay to do, I mean, I don't.
You don't think that's kind of
really have an
invasive? A
opinion
lot
on
of them are like wake up in the morning like you film your kids. Like I feel like that's like psychotic. Personally.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
I don't do that, but
Okay.
Exploitive.
Yeah. So we're probably on the same page with that then.
I don't
I
put
don't
my
even
kids
know what the
online
fuck
at
she's
all.
talking
so.
about. What are you
I think
talking
that we
about?
agree on
all
the
are
same
against child abuse here. We're all against child abuse. So
All right, fair enough.
yes.
I was just curious
I mean,
to know if you
some
know about
kids
it.
do
I'm
that,
not a
but-
mom. I don't know.
I am in favor of child abuse if you use a brick.
Yeah, I am.
Oh,
I
shit,
am,
hold
I
on,
am
let
a
me get a
big
break back.
advocate for like bully
I heard
early
some
and
people
often.
alleging that Andrew may abusive to me. So I am
No.
here.
Nobody
to feel
alleged
all of
that.
your
Nobody
problems.
alleged
Nobody
that.
alleged
No,
that.
actually, if
Nobody
the
alleged that.
allegations,
We
I'll
are
get
very
I'll
much
head it
on
up.
the
Here,
side.
It
he's a
came from me.
benevolent
No, wait,
dictator,
it came
eh?
from me. It came from me, right? Because let me get it in front of the allegations, right? He's someone because we're going back to this. There was somebody said something about hitting women because we talked about the thing with the lady who got hit with the brick, right? Which we never really settled, but
And you said I hit women.
I said I don't believe that
With
you never hit a
bricks.
woman. Like
Yeah,
you've never
It's
slapped a woman.
based on
never.
what?
You've
Based
never
on
slapped
what?
you never
Based
slapped
on
an
what?
ass.
Based on what?
I
I
just
just
didn't know you
asked
that
you if you
vanilla,
did, and
man.
then you said no, and then
So
we moved
nothing.
on.
So you made it up.
I didn't say it in an
So you made
abusive
it up.
What
way.
is this?
You made it
What
up.
You
is
and you said
this?
no, and then we moved on. Nobody accused you
Yeah.
on like
Yeah, it
another
was not a
level.
Rachel,
And it
You
was
said
not
no.
Well, where
Rachel,
did you
when
get
did
this idea?
I
Where
was
did you
not
get
I
this
was
when
not
did you
inferring
stop hitting
abuse.
God
Rachel,
damn it.
Brit, holy fuck! Rachel, when did you stop beating Andrew?
I've never stopped beating Andrew. I'm gonna beat
Good.
him tonight.
That's
Good.
hot.
Listen to this, Buck. Have you
Just
seen
here
this argument?
cracking
He
my
fucking
knuckles.
deserves
Go!
it. Andrew, I don't know when you met
Based.
Rachel, but it should have been earlier because, like, I swear if she'd beaten you from a younger age, you would be a better human being by now.
Okay, this
I
is
think
fair.
the problem
Beckett.
is that timeline
Hang on.
Fantastic human being.
Beckett, this is
Anybody
totally
who
fair.
wants to
Hang
accuse
on,
him
hang
of
on,
being
hang on,
a
hang
terrible
on, hang
human
on.
being, just let me know.
Beckett, this is totally fair. When
Damn
did you
straight.
stop sucking dick?
I'm buying never.
Who never
What are you
sucks?
Yeah, that's what I thought,
Why
Beckett.
would
That's
you
what I
never
thought.
stop
That's
sucking
what I'm
dick?
saying.
How did you think that
You know
Is that
question
an
was
insult?
going to go?
Like, why would you want to?
Seen people
wait,
try and
do you
do
want
this
know
to me
that's
on
cheating,
Krystal Ball.
right?
When did your
If
wife
you're
stop
still
sucking
wait
your
a minute.
dick? Like, who gives a shit?
If wait a minute.
Go ahead.
Wait a minute. You know that's cheating, right?
Maybe he's sucking his own dick.
I don't know what you're talking
We're gonna
about.
have a
I don't
conversation.
know what you're talking about.
Uh-oh.
I have
I
seen
have a
the way
little
you
chitty
talk to her.
chat
Like,
about.
what was that shit with Alex? What was that shit with Alex? Huh?
Who?
Stein.
Look, if Joe Rogan can blow himself, I
Oh,
bet
that's
Beckett can.
that's
That's
not.
different. Oh, that's no. It's fine. He can sniff you on
Wow.
stage, but
I don't
apparently
talk.
I can't watch
That
like
was.
any.
I did not create that.
Come on,
Okay,
come
I
on.
did not make
You
that
guys
happen.
sat here. I was listening for a good solid 45 minutes, subtly accusing my husband of being some kind of abusive misogynist. I am the bitter misogynist in this sphere. So if you have questions, I would like to know what the questions are. If you want to accuse him of being abusive or bad to me or anything else, I am here. And you
The
can bring
only
your
abuse
concerns to
Yeah,
me.
the only abuse that was levied was Beckett said that you abuse him, and I didn't even say abuse. I was joking about, like, sometimes when people are
Sometimes-
in sexual relations with other people, sometimes they slap each other a little bit and not in an abusive way at all. That's kind of what I inferred. I never inferred abuse.
Know what it sounded like.
Well,
You were subtly accusing him of being his wife.
what you
I'll
want to
call it
hear.
out.
Andrew was
Fucking
some
dog
kind of
shit.
nice
You were
person.
inferring
I
that I
was
never
inferring that-
physically abused a woman. That was what your
All I
inference
did
was.
is
Don't
I
lie.
asked you if you
No,
ever
I
hurt
said-
a woman.
I
I
said I
wasn't
slapped a
talking
woman
about
too.
her.
I will
Like, what
pull
the
up the
fuck?
clip. I will literally
I was
pull
just
up the clip.
asking.
You said, "Have you never struck a woman?" And I said, "No." And you're like, "Come on, man, I don't believe that." Of course you have.
Yeah.
That's what you
Listening. I
said.
heard
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
I
said
heard
that.
that.
You're
meant that,
fucking
and
lying.
I did not mean that in an abusive,
Yeah,
physical
okay,
violence way. I
yeah.
meant that I was inferring
I
that.
am
Look.
going
Well,
to need a
then
mop
I guess
to
you
Okay,
fucking
Emma,
clean
you're
the
really gonna
brain
back
juices
off on
off
her?
of
So-
the
Now,
goddamn
if
sorry,
you
I'm
floor.
sorry,
want
I'm
to
sorry.
hear it that
I
way,
was
that's
like,
fine.
Yeah.
Wait.
to that intent,
All right,
right?
You don't
everybody,
suck dick in a
everybody,
homosexual way.
everybody.
You don't.
Okay,
You don't suck dick in a homosexual way.
Never
we
sucked dick in my life,
No,
friend.
come on, bro. Not even once. I'm sure you have once. Look at you.
I am the moderator here. I am the moderator here. Okay, now I want to hear what Econoboy's going to say. What he mumbled earlier. I feel bad that I didn't hear it, and then I want to say something. Okay, so go ahead, Econ.
Oh, I just said that I will need a mop to clean up all the brain juices that have spilled onto my floor as a result of this conversation.
Okay, all right.
And I
fair
will
enough.
say it's mostly King's fault. I mean, Andrew,
now-
I disagree with everything he says, but King, the arguments. I mean, Jesus.
Okay. Now, if I can, we have to, when we are engaging in an argument, we have to be honest, right? Now, being honest means that we acknowledge that when you say, "Hey, man, I don't believe that you've never beat a woman," you
I didn't say
gotta
beat.
know with that, or that
I
you've
said-
never hit a
I said
woman.
hit a woman. Yeah,
Okay,
that's what what I meant.
when
And then
you
I,
okay,
immediately after I
wait,
said I have hit women. I've never beat a woman.
wait, let me finish. Let me finish.
Right.
When we engage in argument, if we want to be effective and we want people to trust what we're saying, especially the audience, we have to be honest, right? So if I said to Andrew, have you ever hit a woman? And he says no. And I said, you know what, Andrew, I really don't believe you. And the context of the conversation is we are talking about a woman who got bricked. All right. We have to acknowledge what the implication there is,
No, the
right?
context was that the context was that I
Give
used
pussy
slap
now just
fucking
because
girls
I'm
like
here.
that was the
All right.
context that was applied
Well,
immediately after.
look,
Was that
Econo boy.
I'm gonna come forward on a political debate and say I beat women.
Hang on, hang
No,
on.
the context is that sometimes you hit a woman
Since-
and
Yeah,
it's
but that
not
was
in,
like a
and it's in
that
a
was
way
a
that's
throwaway, right? That was a throwaway joke after.
that is
right?
the whole thing was a throwaway joke. I don't think he beats women.
Twisted.
If
You're
he
You're
says
such
that
a dork, dude.
I'm
You're a
saying
little
you
dork.
think
I mean,
You're a
Ben,
dork.
you want to go and argue like a baby the entire
wait,
time when I make a little joke. You want to get all like upset and defensive. That's your problem.
You can see.
I'm here.
clearly
I'm
offended.
not saying
I'm
I'm
a
not.
little
Brought your
baby.
wife on.
I'm not, wait.
No,
I'm not
I
saying.
came on because Stardust invited me. Andrew didn't ask me on at all. I'm
Okay,
here,
if
so
I
why
can-
don't you talk to me? Why don't you tell me
If I can,
That's
if
what I
I
just
you
said.
allege to me the same shit you were so bold in alleging to my husband?
You
But
could play
suddenly
it
now
back.
that I'm here, you're a big pussy and you're backing
I'm not.
off.
No, that's exactly what I intended the entire time. Maybe you didn't see the throwaway joke that I was making.
Guys,
I'm sorry
okay,
you didn't
okay.
see that.
So you know what? I will acknowledge maybe King Brick like truly's his intention was to make a joke.
Yeah,
but, like, I
fucking
think,
right.
But wait, let me finish, okay? But I think like we can all recognize that like within the conversation, it came off a different way. Maybe he truly doesn't believe that, right? He truly meant it as a joke, but like in the context of the conversation.
I'm sorry for
Yes,
trying to
you've
be
been around
silly.
here long enough to see that there have been dozens of times that people allege because of what Andrew and I believe politically and religiously.
Shut up, wench, or I'll smack you.
People
Somebody
are
save her.
uncomfortable.
See, he can't even.
accusing
He
my
doesn't even
husband of
sound like
abuse,
he's
and
got
then suddenly
conviction
when
that
I
he's
show up,
jokingly
y'all get
threatened
very
to.
soft.
I'm
I
not
have a legit
soft.
question.
I'm not soft on
Nervous,
this.
shut
I
up.
genuinely,
I have a
Rachel,
quick question.
I
Are
genuinely,
both of these rooms
having
in the same
seen you
house?
on stream, do not believe that Andrew beats you because I think you're abusing him. I do not think he is
She
strong
beats
enough to
him.
deal
Okay, how
with
am I
you.
abusing
Do
him,
you understand?
Beckett?
Like, I'm actually trying to help Andrew here. I care about him as a person. And
Beckett,
it worries
How
me
many
these people
bricks
you're
have you
getting
thrown
him
at
to
him?
associate with,
Hang
like,
on,
early things.
hang on, Beckett.
He
This is fair. I just want to know.
I see there's a lot of
Is
bricks in the
Stardust
background.
gonna cut your heart out and offer it up to Shiva? I just want to know. Is that gonna happen?
She's already trying to. She's already trying
Yeah.
to do that.
So you're really the abused Brit, and
Yeah, but I'm Ginger. I'm
the
barely a
savage
person,
Chad
Andrew. Let's be
American.
honest. Let's be
So-
honest.
Okay, so if
genuinely-
I can, I do think that back to the argument around Pearl. I do think that her song was irresponsible. Do I think she has the right to sing it and make it? Yeah, absolutely. But do I think like the message behind the song, especially after she sat there with like Fuentes and she was like, "Yeah, I didn't know that, and I didn't know that, these people were doing degenerate things in Germany." Like just like I don't know, complete revisionist
I didn't realize the
history,
Weimar
you know?
Republic was full of degenerate artists.
I hate when people ghostwrite
Yeah.
my songs. And then
I mean,
it's
again,
actually
like,
it can be construed as a hate song. I hate
Yeah.
that.
We do tend
Okay,
to
wait,
rip
I
the piss
actually
out of people when they
wanna
say
know-
stuff like this. Like, just quickly and let you go, Han. Dude, like when Katie was debating with Vosh and was like, "Yeah, the Holocaust is terrible, but if the German people were being oppressed, it would be more understandable." Everyone was like, "Why are you defending Nazis as a point about oppression?" It's just obviously a stupid fucking thing to do. I don't think it's out there. I'm not asking for it to be deplatformed, but I am asking for my right to laugh at people when they say insanely stupid shit about Nazi Germany.
Who would have a problem there?
Yeah, my position would be, look, she's responsible for what she says, okay? And you can totally think she's stupid or wrong or whatever. But I do think that this whole like deplatform anybody who says anything sensitive on the right, but don't deplatform anybody who says anything sensitive on the left thing is kind of stupid.
For the record, I hate mummies. So there's people on the left. But that's fair, and I appreciate your insight into her background because that's actually really interesting. I have a quick question though. Are you and Andrew? Are these rooms in the same house? I want to know about the range of your interior decorating within. That's fantastic.
No.
I'm on the upper
I love
level,
it.
and he is on the lower level. And I did help design his studio, so if you appreciate the
That's
aesthetic,
fantastic. Hilarious. I love it. Adorable. Also,
it
even
looks
though I
nice.
abhor your politics, that's cute. So we can, I can appreciate that.
Oh,
What did abhor about my politics?
Oh, stop.
Well, I abhor his. I might abhor yours. I don't know yours very well.
You
Hers
can
are
ask me
mine.
about mine.
This is
I'm
a
actually
sir.
much
Hang
more-
on. This is a patriarchy.
Yours were.
This is a patriarchy. Her politics are my politics.
Exactly. That's what she
okay.
abhors. I would have.
I apologize. I appreciate the clarification
Andrew
there.
is here to temper my misogyny. If
Andrew, what
anything.
does your wife think?
Well, she thinks you're stupid.
Fuck, I can tell that.
Yeah. Well, I don't blame her because I also think you're stupid.
Look, it's shared. But I'm enjoying the conversation, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, me too. But I do have to go. I appreciate you guys having me on for the shit show tonight. Stardust. If you don't mind if I
Thank
shout
you.
my channel out on my way out the
course.
door,
Go
I'd appreciate
right
it.
ahead.
My name is Andrew Wilson. I am the host of the one and only Crucible. I appreciate the spirited debate back and forth, even from the little dork down there who tried to filibuster it. But I still
You were
win.
the one who were filibustering the entire
He
time,
can't
boss.
even stop while I'm
Hey,
giving a
man.
closing and an outro. He can't do it.
Have me
You
on
can
your
say,
show. I'd love to be
you
on
can
the
literally
Crucible
say
someday.
whatever you wanted. If you want to come on the show, just say, please, can I come on? I'll let you on. Just say it.
Yeah, thanks. Please make him on your show
Andrew,
one day.
when are you
Love this
inviting
debate.
me back
Never
on?
fucking come on my show.
And that's your right, boss.
Never
That's
in a
your
million
right, boss.
years. Anyway, have a great night. I appreciate it very much. And with that, I will get out of here. Thank you guys so much. Stardust in the future. If you'd like to have a panel, I'd love to come back. Have a great night.
That was good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night, man.
And Rachel,
I think we should. We
I'll
should.
just hang out
I
for
think
a second
that-
to see if anybody has questions for me now that I finally figured out my tech. If not,
we
that's
should.
fine.
We should kind of like
1 second
end
here.
the panel.
Yeah, wind down.
Figure out how to end the
bit.
damn call.
I
Oh, you
think
can't,
so.
you can't even
So-
figure out how to leave.
Can I just say I am very appreciative for everybody who participated in this. I'm sorry I couldn't get everybody who was in the lobby in, but I it was very crowded and very chaotic. And I was also trying to help people debate a little bit. But thank you guys so much for joining me. Feel free. Why don't you guys let's go around shout yourselves out. Becca, why don't you start?
Hi, I'm Becca. I'm Stardust boyfriend.
Let's
I
go.
bet
All right. Econo boy.
Hey everyone. Yeah, Econo Boy, I guess if, honestly most Stardust people, if you wanted to be subscribed to me at this point, you probably would have. So I would just encourage you to donate all your money to Black Lives Matter, the organization, not the movement. And
True.
probably go and maybe bust a union as well to balance everything out. So
Yeah.
there you go.
Make sure you
Wait,
do
want
give
them
it
to
to the
bust a
organization.
union?
Yeah, no, we're
That's right,
trying
you
to
gotta
take
balance
down
it
like
out.
grassroots
I
movements.
see.
They're trying to
see.
build
I get
gyms
it. I get
and
the
stuff,
joke. I get the joke. Okay.
just-
Yeah.
All right, Nina, you go ahead.
I'm twitch.tv/Nina NEINA. Big fan of Stardust, of course. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you for joining.
I stream every single day. We do politics. We're annoying assholes that go on panels and talk about shit like this. I'm also like a leftist.
Face. Okay, Rachel.
So I am the sober female besides Stardust on the panel. My name's Rachel Wilson, aka the Crucible's wife.
Okay,
What are we
well
gonna
then
do?
she left.
we
Interesting.
love Rachel.
Very to the point.
Yeah, King Brick shit.
Hi, thanks for having me. Thanks for helping me level with what was his name? Craig?
With Andrew.
Andrew.
It was
Andrew?
Craig.
He's a very
Craig,
seasoned
yeah,
debater,
Craig, also
so,
known
yeah.
as Andrew.
He likes to argue his certain ways, but it's not the place to duke it out like on your panel in that way. I'm
I'm willing to
host-
set up 1v1s as well, guys. So.
Yeah, that would be cool. I'm the host of I have the channel King Brick Shit. I'm the host of the King Brick Shit's What the Fuck is Going On, and the Roundup, where we round up specific news stories and certain times of events. You can catch me there. I do my show generally, if I'm lucky, on a Friday and a Saturday. If not, sometimes they show up during the week. Thank you for having me on, Stardust.
Yeah, thank you. Last but not least, Glitterbell.
Hi, I'm Glitterbell. Listen up, chat. You need to fucking like and subscribe to Stardust's channel. This is her full-time job, and she makes the content that you enjoy. And most of you are fucking freeloaders. So click the like button, click the subscribe, follow on Twitch. I use she, her pronouns. That's my shtick. Bye.
We love glitter.
Okay, guys, get out of my chat. I'm gonna.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Brick did
please.
nothing wrong.
Spacing out.
Yeah, this is
We
fun.
figured out
Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
So
Take
you
care.
guys got bricks or what?
I am
I
one.
am going to invest in a brick.
Brickless
Eventually.
losers, am I right? All right.
Yeah.
Have a good one. Love you.
Yeah, thank you. You too. I love.
Oh, shit, I could have forgotten her singing "I Love You" or something. That was fun though. That was really fun. I liked having glitter there. It was kind of a backup. Is anyone streaming associated with this that maybe is continuing to stream? Again, we do love Rachel.
Hi, person viewing my channel. I'm a
Shut up. Alright, that was the kind of voice YouTube channel. We totally learned a lot. Yeah, of course. I'm really glad that you learned a lot of things from this particular thing.
It was fun. It was very fun, but also. Stardust, thank
shit.
you for. I'm sorry. Let me.
Oh
let me,
shit, is she gonna say some
Let me
shit?
read the super chats here. Okay. 2023 Gay Odyssey became a member and said, Stardust, I've been away, but I'm back. Hope all is well with you and you're taking care. 2023 is a Gay Odyssey. Watch out there.
I love the games. Alright, please find me somebody to host before I find something. My camera's been... I left it on overnight, so... Why we have our backup cam?
In my content creating skills.
It's only
ever again,
9:30,
okay?
holy shit.
Nicholas, little you for the $20. Nicholas Littlefield says, take my money. Andrew, I'm sorry you have to deal with these dysgenics. Do you have a YouTube channel? I will screenshot that and specifically send it to Andrew. But yes, Andrew does have a YouTube channel. In fact, if you want any of the channels of the people who are the guests on this panel tonight.
Okay, I hope I'm not super creepy that I keep saying this, but I have to say it. She has such a good, like, I wish she did voice acting. Like, she has, like, such a good voice acting voice. I think it's, like, personally because my voice sucks. It's just bad. It's not good. It is a big L or whatever. And she has such a good voice. I wish she would do more, like, I mean, I don't know. That's silly to say. But I think that she's very talented and, like, inherently.
Guys, if you like the content.
Okay, but let's be real here. We all know Stardust has a good fucking voice acting voice. You don't have to say my voice is good. I'm not trying to say in like, oh, I want you to be sympathetic for me. I'm just saying she has a good fucking voice acting voice, right? Would you disagree with me on that?
Dude, I don't know. Andrew sat through so many debates. He definitely knows how to control a room and pit people against each other. That's for sure. I feel like I should.
Oh, stop,
I feel like I should come up with like a list of pointers for people and debates and stuff. So I'm not like.
I think it's good. Like I think like okay, I have like
Losing
a
my
weird
mind while I'm in the middle
autism
of a
level
debate,
of like
moderating it.
like I can
You
tell
know?
like voice actors, but like it's because I.
So yeah, I think I should come up with some like debate pointers just so I'm not losing my mind during it.
What does that even mean?
Is that a feeling you have?
What is she even talking?
Just the list, just a list, Econoboy, if you want to contribute, you know.
Again, the thing is, she only invites me. I don't know if she does this all the time. She's like, "Oh, last minute. Sorry to ask you. Will you join it?" And she's like, "Of course." She knows I will. I got nothing else going on today. Out there watching football for like 9 years, which apparently is not the case. But like, what is she trying to expect something other than what happened? Like, I thought that was content.
I don't know if my brain could melt more, but please don't.
Maybe that's the joke. She realized that it was.
Thank you for the $4.20. Guys, I also now have a Patreon. Please consider donating.
I mean, I had a brick on my fucking head for like the entirety of the stream, dude. You tell me I wasn't being content?
But yeah, I will be creating YouTube exclusive content very soon. I have stuff written up. My goal is to keep upping the ante and making things more and more unhinged. So, thank you for joining me. Jesus Christ. I was gonna hang out in the Discord, but I missed VC time.
Fucking... Alright, I'm gonna stop with this. This is not doing anything for my exact reasoning. I guess Razor's in the bed, so I'm gonna throw this brick at him, because he's obviously listening to what I'm doing, correct? What was that? Are both of the dogs inside? Razor! Okay. I figured he could hear me, but now I think he's just intentionally ignoring me. Razor! I am literally directly staring. Why are you in? Trying to feel. Alright, give me somebody to host in like 2 seconds and we're ending. I mean, we're still gonna be ending, but I'm just saying without hosting. Host, 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 host. Who should we host with our brick? I will throw the brick in the window. Oh, I don't know why I thought she was on just YouTube. Duh. Fuck. Right? She's on Twitch too, right? Alright. That's a no-brainer. That's on me. Sorry. Please join the host. Make me seem really fucking cool with my brick. I had a brick on my head the entirety of the stream, basically. Make me seem really cool. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot where the camera was. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow at the normal time at 6 to 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Thank you all for being here, and we will see you tomorrow.